do this? The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 29, 2021. I hereby appoint the Honorable Thomas R. Suozzi to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 4, 2021, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and the minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allotted between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My husband was shot in the stomach during a robbery attempt in front of our house. Gun violence ruined his life. He was left with grievous residual injuries that have put a huge dent in my family's finances, emotions, sense of security, and our well-being. My family has suffered a lot, but most especially my husband, who has suffered both impaired emotional and physical bodily function. He has so many medical issues as a result of his shooting. We have experienced pain and suffering like so many more families out there. There is horrible residual pain left behind by gun violence. We have become prisoners in our own home. My younger brother took his own life with a handgun he legally obtained. He had a long history of mental illness, and I disagreed with his ability to purchase a firearm for this very reason. If there had been better background checks in place, he may not have been able to purchase the firearm. I wish that these restrictions were in place. I want you to know that real stakes are involved in a simple issue like background checks. If universal background checks were in place, my little brother might still be alive. My fiance's son, James, was shot and killed in 2018 after attending a get-together. He was not the intended target. He was a straight-A student in his senior year of high school trying to decide if he was on his way to college or to the Navy. But he didn't get a chance to make his choice. There were nearly 100 witnesses, but no arrests have been made. I'm a trauma therapist working with young children who have been exposed to violence. These children are under the age of 5. Through play, they have demonstrated their experience with the sounds of gunfire. Some have even seen deceased people outside their front door. There is even less funding provided to address the trauma that gun violence produces for the most vulnerable, our children, who are living in the most violent areas. These are just a handful of more than 700 stories about the devastating impacts of gun violence that my constituents have recently shared with me. Each of these stories is heartbreaking, and they highlight both the complexity and the far-reaching consequences of the gun violence epidemic. Every single day in my district and communities across the country, children are traumatized by the sounds of unpredictable gunfire, the sight of blood on pavement, or more ambulance lights in their neighborhoods. Families are becoming financially ruined by the cost of continued surgeries and therapy after being shot. Grandparents write to tell me that their elementary school-age grandchildren are scared to go and play outside for fear of being gunned down like their classmates and their neighbors. When will enough be enough? America's gun violence epidemic is a slow-motion massacre that is rapidly gaining speed. Just this weekend, 77 people were shot in Chicago. 77 people in just one city in just one weekend. We must act now to stop the steady drip of daily gun violence. 2020 was one of the deadliest gun violence years on record, and we are already on track to outpace this grim statistic. More than 21,000 people are dead in just the first 6 months of this year. We need to step up to the plate and do something to protect our constituents. We need to make straw purchasing and gun trafficking federal crimes. We need to expand background checks. We need to support more evidence-based community violence prevention programs. We need to build opportunity for youth to get a good education and good jobs. We cannot go on letting mothers bury their children. This week, we mark the end of Gun Violence Awareness Month. But for far too many families, there is no end to this month of awareness and advocacy. These families are painfully aware of the impacts of gun violence because they carry the weight of this epidemic with them every single day. I rise to implore my colleagues to exercise some courage and responsibility by advancing gun violence prevention legislation. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A quick web search on the meaning of Independence Day will give you the dictionary definition: a day celebrating the anniversary of national independence. For a nation built upon the foundations of freedom, such as the United States of America, there is much more to the meaning of Independence Day than can be described in a dictionary. For Americans, Independence Day is about the people who have lived and died in the defense of freedom. Crispus Attucks, who was killed by British troops in the Boston Massacre, has long been honored as an American hero and the first casualty of the Revolutionary War. Mr. Attucks has proved to be the first in a long legacy of American heroes. Each and every generation of Americans has had their share of men and women willing to pursue a more perfect realization of that most basic of human rights, freedom. Freedom against tyranny was the primary motive during the Revolutionary War for our first president, George Washington, alongside the founding fathers, they're farmers as well, who designed the government for our new nation and the troops who fought for its right to exist. The great efforts of President Abraham Lincoln during the most trying time in our nation's history, the Civil War, led armies of brave soldiers who fought not only for the reunification of the country, but also the freedom of people held in slavery. The noble fight was taken up not only by soldiers, but by civilians who worked in support of those in combat, such as Clara Barton, Army nurse and founder of the American National Red Cross. Hundreds of thousands of young men lost their lives during the Second World War fighting fascism in Europe and around the world. Presidents Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Harry Truman, alongside with generals including Eisenhower, Patton, and MacArthur, provided the leadership and strategy necessary to allow our soldiers to gain victory and preserve freedom. As a nation, we have believed in and fought for freedom for so long that it can be easily taken for granted. This is a trap that we must be extra vigilant not to fall into. As President Reagan aptly stated, quote, "Freedom isn't something passed to our children in the bloodstream," end quotes. Pursuing freedom for over 200 years has been the result of a conscious choice in each era by every generation. We must continue to make that choice in this era and in this generation. Madam Speaker, you may have noticed that in my examples from the Revolutionary War, Civil War, and Second World War I named politicians who served our soldiers and citizens. Make no mistake, it is the soldiers and the citizens of our nation who do the work to preserve freedom. Therefore, it is the solemn duty of those of us who work in government to lead and represent the people so that they can continue to live in freedom. Now, I urge each and every government official, and especially my fellow members of Congress, to make the choice to pursue freedom as so many generations have before us. In this way, we honor the lives of past heroes such as Crispus Attucks, and ensure freedom will be defended by future generations. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and in the meaning of Independence Day that could never fit in a dictionary. Thank you so much. I yield back the remaining balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
On June 21st, 2021, the community of Arvada, Colorado, experienced a tragedy. In a matter of minutes, our community lost 2 heroes, with dozens of Arvada residents left stunned and horrified. Arvada police officer Gordon Beasley was responding to a report of suspicious activity in Old Town Arvada when he was ambushed and shot by a man who had immense hatred toward the police. Minutes later, a Good Samaritan named Johnny Hurley intervened and shot the suspect, undoubtedly saving countless other lives. In a tragedy upon a tragedy, Hurley was then mistaken as the shooter, and he was killed. Officer Gordon Beasley joined the Arvada Police Department in 2002 and served in a number of roles for the department. He spent most of the year working as a school resource officer at local schools in our community, including Oberon Middle School, Lincoln Academy, and Excel Academy Charter School. And during the summers, he often returned to patrol work, as he was doing last Monday in Old Town Arvada. Officer Beasley was a well-known and well-liked member of our community. His calm, gentle, and patient demeanor made a big difference in his day-to-day interactions with students, especially those students who needed it most. In 2015, he was named Employee of the Year by the City of Arvada after the city learned Officer Beasley was riding his bike to school multiple times a week with a student who suffered from developmental delays and was not able to ride by himself. Countless other stories have surfaced from students, his colleagues, and community members in the days following his death about the impact he had on their lives, big and small. He was an accomplished drummer and singer who played in local Arvada bands, Railbenders and Brethren Fast. We will remember Officer Beasley's kindness and bravery and the approach he brought to life each and every day to, quote, make someone feel special today. Hearing gunshots, another hero stepped up to protect and defend the community, 40-year-old Denver resident Johnny Hurley. According to Arvada's chief of police, Johnny's actions were decisive, courageous, and effective in stopping further loss of life. Johnny's friends and family remembered him as an idealist and an iconoclast, and we're not surprised to learn Johnny stepped up to defend his community in a time of need. The loss of Johnny Hurley is tragic, and I join the Arvada Police Department and our community at large in honoring his bravery for his actions that day, which undoubtedly saved lives. Although we don't know all the facts, our hearts go out to the officer who mistook Mr. Hurley for the shooter. This has been a difficult week for our community, including for members of the Arvada Police Department. Our heroes in uniform are charged with protecting our communities, and last week's shooting is a reminder of the dangers our police officers face each and every day across the country. Old Town Arvada is a close-knit community at the heart of Arvada. On a typical day, it's busy, vibrant, cheerful part of town. June 21st, 2021 was a dark day for our community, and it is difficult for many of us to process it. My deepest and heartfelt condolences go out to the family of Officer Beasley and Johnny Hurley and the entire Arvada community. Arvadans are resilient and strong, and together we will get through this. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's no denying that Congress must take action to improve our nation's crumbling infrastructure. But sadly, bipartisan negotiations have hit a roadblock, and the infrastructure legislation on the floor this week is a go-at-it-alone, my way or the highway bill. Instead of focusing on traditional infrastructure, Democrats have chosen to prioritize the left's Green New Deal agenda. This bill includes an estimated $276 billion for Green New Deal-related mandates, requirements, and programs. To put that into perspective, 1 out of every $2 spent by this legislation is tied up in Green New Deal goals. Further, this bill reduces flexibility for states to meet their own unique infrastructure needs and fails to streamline major project reviews, which typically face a 6-year delay. And to make matters worse, the spending increases proposed in this bill rely heavily on more deficit spending. There are no pay-fors, which will only further fuel inflation and increase the cost of goods like gas and food. We need common sense solutions that truly work to improve our roads, bridges, railways, and rural broadband, and I'm pleased to hear that there are bipartisan negotiations underway to achieve these goals. But this bill this week veers off the road and into a partisan ditch. So I urge my colleagues to vote no later this week on H.R. 3684. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the life and legacy of Ann Seaton, who went to be with the Lord on April 23, 2021. Ann was a pillar of the 6th District of Virginia, but her light shined well beyond the valley. Charitable at heart, Ann and the Menard family served as missionaries in Jamaica and hosted refugees from New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina to help provide comfort and aid to those afflicted. In the Valley, Ann was a passionate supporter of Grace Christian School and Wilson High School, as well as one who helped fundraise for the Waynesboro Symphony Orchestra. Further, Ann was active in local politics, including the successful campaign of her husband, Scott, to the Augusta County Board of Supervisors. She was the founder of the Republican Women of Greater Augusta and inspired many to get involved in the community. Above all, though, it was Ann's family and her faith that defined her. A loving wife to Scott, mother to Jocelyn Hodge and her husband Christopher, Philip, Samuel, and Daniel, friend and daughter, Ann was a devoted follower of Jesus Christ and was a member of Tabernacle Presbyterian Church. She has a grandchild due in December. Ann not only believed in her faith, but she lived it, as exemplified through her life's work. Living through our faith is a lesson we can all learn from the late, great Ann Seton. She is greatly missed and will not soon be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Amherst County High School girls softball team for winning this year's Class 4 state championship. It was a defensive game all around, and Amherst County's pitcher, Dylan McNerney, kept the Lancers in it with an incredible performance, striking out 10 batters. With the game tied at 0 at the end of regulation, it took extra innings for the Lancers to pull off the victory against the Hanover Hawks. Before the final inning began, head coach Samantha Thacker told the team, "This is our time, this is our inning, we've got to stay settled and be patient." And they did just that. In the top of the 8th, 2 errors by the Hawks put runners on base for Amherst County with 1 out. When Kaylee Combs stepped up to bat, she put the ball into play, and an overthrow allowed Cheyenne Wall to race home from third, giving the Lancers a 1-0 lead. Soon after, a wild pitch brought Megan Lloyd home, adding another run to the board. With a 2-0 lead heading into the bottom of the 8th, the Lancers were able to keep the Hawks scoreless, securing the team's first ever state softball title. Congratulations to the players and coaches on a great season. You've earned it. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes Mr. Mann from Kansas for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the importance of water and my concerns with the Biden administration's unnecessary overreach. We use water to sustain ourselves, for industrial manufacturing, for swimming and recreation with our family and friends, to bathe, and to produce the most affordable, abundant, and safe food supply in the world. Agriculture is the largest industry in Kansas' Big First District and across the state, so water conditions determine good or bad crop years. The amount of time livestock producers spend hauling water or moving cattle to the land with a better pond, and ultimately the kind of foods that show up on the grocery store shelves across the country. In western and south central Kansas, the Ogallala Aquifer is the main source of water and represents the supply of 1/3 of the state of Kansas. The Ogallala covers about 175,000 square miles across 8 states from South Dakota to Texas, making it the largest aquifer in the country and one of the largest in the world. At the beginning of the 20th century, states began pumping water from the Ogallala to irrigate the land for agricultural production use. In arid climate like western Kansas, irrigation transformed the Dust Bowl-ridden region into the incredibly productive land that we see today. On average, Kansas has about 3 million irrigated acres, with nearly 2.6 million acres irrigated with water from the Ogallala and the rest of the High Plains aquifer. The Ogallala's groundwater is essential to our food supply as it supports nearly 1/5 of all of the wheat, corn, cotton, and cattle produced in the United States. In 2018, when I was Lieutenant Governor of Kansas, we worked with the Ogallala Water Coordinated Agriculture Product to hold the first ever Ogallala Aquifer Summit in Garden City and gathered stakeholders from the 8 states covering the aquifer to discuss the need to conserve water and sustain the Ogallala region's agriculture productivity over the long term, adapting new technologies and voluntarily reducing water waste. Since then, producers like Lynn Goosen have made changes to their operations to reduce the amount of water they pump and protect Ogallala. Goosen's Farms has shifted from irrigated corn to a wheat rotation, adapted conservation practices when applying fertilizer, and changed from flood to sprinkler irrigation. Understanding the depletion of the Ogallala caused Mr. Goosen to take on leadership within his groundwater management district and work with other producers to voluntarily use their water wisely. Efforts at the state level in Kansas through groundwater management districts have also supported the sustainable use of the Ogallala Aquifer, where districts work with communities to set their own water conservation goals and control measures, develop plans to reduce water withdrawals in a designated area, and continue using water in a manner that is economically viable. The research from the Northwest Kansas Technological College Water Technology Farm has helped producers like Tim Franklin in Sherman County. The Franklin family farm was early to enroll in a water conservation area and uses the technology developed and tested at Northwest Tech to help meet their water reduction goals. These voluntary, locally led efforts to safeguard our water were supported during the Trump administration when they published a reasonable and clear definition of waters of the United States in the Navigable Waters Protection Rule. This rule provided certainty for farmers and ranchers and designated authority back to states to regulate their own waters after years of federal overreach. Unfortunately, President Biden has once again determined that the federal government knows best and announced his intent to review the rule, likely signaling a return to the Obama administration's WOTUS rule, which sought to federally regulate every small stream, ditch, or puddle of water. This announcement is especially frustrating as many western states currently face an extreme drought, leading to a severe water shortage for not only our ag producers, but also drinking water and hydroelectric energy generators. Further regulations add insult to injury. Producers and water users at the local level know their community best, which is why I joined several of my House colleagues on legislation that would codify the Navigable Waters Protection Rule, and on a letter to President Biden stating our strong opposition to any return to the expanded federal jurisdiction over waters around the country. I've also led legislation that would push back on executive overreach in our agriculture, energy, and natural resource sectors. Our farmers and ranchers are the original conservationists and continually update practices to reduce water use and inputs so that they can continue to produce safe, affordable food while maintaining their water supply for generations to come. We must provide certainty regarding their local water rights and continue to stand in opposition to any overreaching regulations that threaten the livelihoods of Kansas farmers and ranchers. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Mr. Mann.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Charles Jackson French, a World War II hero with ties to Omaha who made one of the most underappreciated sacrifices in American military history. The story of Charles Jackson French is an American story, one of courage, sacrifice, and hope. Charles, a black man, was born in racially segregated Foreman, Arkansas on September 15, 1919. In 1937, Charles enlisted in the United States Navy. After completing his enlistment, he moved to Omaha, Nebraska, to be with family. But after the attack at Pearl Harbor, he re-enlisted. According to accounts, on September 5th, 1942, Petty Officer First Class French was serving as a mess attendant on the racially segregated USS Gregory. As a black man growing up in the 1930s Arkansas, Charles lived in a time when segregation laws prohibited black people from swimming alongside white people in public pools and beaches. Yet, when the USS Gregory was attacked and sunk by Japanese gunfire off the coast of Guadalcanal, it was Petty Officer French who dove into the treacherous waters of the Pacific to save his fellow sailors who had been wounded. Petty Officer French loaded 15 of his fellow sailors into a lifeboat and saved his injured comrades from drowning. However, Charles knew that they could not simply float to shores controlled by the Japanese, where they would meet a fate worse than death. Prisoners were often tortured, then executed. Military.com recounted how Charles tied a rope around his waist with the help of his shipmates and towed his fellow sailors through shark-infested waters for 8 long hours until they were finally identified and saved by an American landing craft. In his book, Black Men in Blue Water, Chester Wright recounted his conversation with Petty Officer French, who told him that when he and the raft full of survivors were rescued, personnel aboard the ship told Charles to go where the colored boys stay while the crew tended to the wounded white survivors. Charles further shared that the sailors rescued by him told the crew, "He ain't going nowhere. He's a member of the Gregory's crew, and he damned well will stay right here with the rest of us." Just like the sailors who stepped to the time for French, it is our time to stand up and recognize with full measure the sacrifice and service of French, whose story has been underappreciated by the Navy and history. A real-life hero like Charles must be recognized by the military and the country that he devoted his life to. In World War II, the Navy gave French a commendation letter. I have now asked the Navy to review and consider upgrading to a medal, and the Navy is reviewing this now. Full recognition of U.S. Navy Petty Officer First Class Charles Jackson French is long overdue. We owe it to Charles, his family, and to the millions of Americans who learned the Charles story. Last Friday, I also introduced legislation to rename one of Omaha's post offices after Charles. I am pleased that Representatives Jeff Fortenberry and Adrian Smith have joined me in this effort to recognize a Nebraska hero. So today, I call on the Navy, Congress, and the White House to recognize the service and sacrifice of Petty Officer First Class French so that all Americans, especially our nation's future leaders and service members, can be inspired by Charles' displays of patriotism and sacrifice, but also so that the family of Charles can be comforted by the eternal gratitude of the nation that Petty Officer First Class French so dutifully served. This 3-decade veteran salutes him. I yield back the remainder of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of the North Carolina Sweet Potato Commission's 60th anniversary. In 1961, 6 sweet potato producers chartered the commission to support growers and to maintain North Carolina's standing as a leading sweet potato producing state. They are now more than 400 sweet potato growers strong, as well as packers, processors, and business associates who remain dedicated to supporting our state's prosperous sweet potato industry. Since 1971, North Carolina has ranked as the #1 sweet potato producing state in the U.S., with 65% of the nation's sweet potato production. North Carolina's sweet potato producers are family farmers who have been cultivating their land for generations, growing many different crops. They work day and night, year after year, to ship delectable, high-quality, nutritious North Carolina sweet potatoes all across the country and the world. Agriculture is the backbone of North Carolina's economy, and the sweet potato industry is absolutely critical to our food supply in North Carolina and in the country. It is not an understatement to say the North Carolina Sweet Potato Commission has more than fulfilled its founding mission to strengthen our state's sweet potato production, and I congratulate them on their 60th anniversary. May they have many more years of providing every American with one of our nation's safest, nutritious, and might I add, delicious vegetables grown. Mr. Speaker, our national debt exceeds $28.1 trillion, and Congress, year after year, continues spending money with seemingly no regard for the debts we are pushing on to future generations. While it was necessary to spend a significant amount of money to get us through the COVID-19 crisis, we must now move aggressively to address the national debt, in my opinion, the most significant domestic threat that our country faces. And the sooner we take action, the better. Unfortunately, the current administration doesn't seem to feel the need to pursue fiscal restraint. President Biden's spending agenda is hurting families and small businesses across the country. Meanwhile, he has sent Congress a $6 trillion budget request. This additional spending will lead to even more inflation. The excessive spending Congress recently approved has already resulted in inflation. We see it every day in the skyrocketing prices of goods. And if the President and Democrats in Congress get their way on major tax hikes, the economy and working families will be hurt even more. Today, the American dollar is still king, which is how we can print and borrow money with seemingly little consequence. But huge debt to GDP ratios threaten that standing and could easily cause a significant decline in our standard of living. Rampant inflation, which is really just a hidden tax, and a significantly devalued dollar could cripple our economy and easily lead future generations right back to the days of centuries before us. Now, in contrast, the budget proposed by the Republican Study Committee for fiscal year 2022 balances the annual budget in 5 years by reducing spending and maintaining pro-growth policies. It is the most pro-life bill ever written, with 17 pro-life provisions included. It protects Second Amendment rights, secures our border, and offers real solutions to return our country to fiscal responsibility. Mr. Speaker, the Republican Study Committee budget combats Washington's out-of-control spending and puts American taxpayers first. We should all be able to agree it is long past time to bring fiscal sanity to Washington. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of legislation called the Hope and Allies Act to support our interpreters in Afghanistan. I can't tell you how important this is on a personal level to me. In 2012, I was hit by an IED blast. But that IED blast went off because one of our interpreters stepped on a pressure plate. His name was Rahman. He was responding to a call, responding to do his job, like they do, day in and day out. They never get a break. And he stepped on that IED, about 10 to 15 pounds of explosives, and it ripped off all 4 of his limbs right away. I couldn't see him because I was blinded by the blast, but I could hear him. When someone gets hit by an IED, you've probably seen in the movies, you think they scream, but they don't scream. They don't have the energy to scream. It's more like a groan. It's the deepest kind of pain that you can imagine, and I'll never forget that sound. Before he was hit, he expressed to us that one of his dreams would be to come back to San Diego, California, enlist in the military, and become a Navy SEAL. That was the kind of patriotism that he had. He wasn't even a citizen. Imagine if our own citizens loved their country to the way that these guys did. And that story is not unique. Rahman later died, but that legacy lived on. These interpreters showed such dedication to the cause. It's unimaginable, really. And as military units rotate in and out, we get to go home, we see our families, the interpreters stay out there. It's just another day for them. Meanwhile, their families are under threat. They're receiving anonymous phone calls constantly, threatening their lives, calling them infidels, all because they supported the United States. And now we're about to leave them. This administration is not doing enough to make sure that they don't get left to die. I am confident this body will do what it can, but it takes this administration to actually do something now, before this hasty retreat occurs, and before thousands and thousands and thousands of interpreters and contractors are killed, and they will be killed. They absolutely will be killed. Their families will be killed. The threats have already come, and it will happen if we don't do something about it. So I call on this administration to do something about it. I call on the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Homeland Security to get this process going, to expedite this process as quickly as possible. These people are heroes, and they need to come to their new home here in the United States. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
Okay, I'm going to raise the. The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Almighty God, in the aftermath of the disaster in Miami, Florida, we commend to your care and protection the ongoing search and rescue efforts. We fervently pray that you would deliver all those who are yet clinging to life beneath the magnitude of the wreckage. Preserve their spirits even as they struggle with overwhelming fear for their lives. Grant them a glimpse of hope, even a miracle, that they would soon emerge from the terrifying prison of panic and distress. And for the families of the missing and the dead, give them comfort and strength as they wait for an answer or grieve their loss. Even as they cling desperately to a photo or a memory, may they find a way to hold fast to their faith in you. Guide and strengthen the rescue workers who face the daunting task of digging through the concrete rubble and the devastation that surrounds them. May they have fortitude of body to brave the dangers of this precarious structure and the fortification of faith to endure the suffering they attend to. On behalf of all of these, we pray with the psalmist. In our distress, we call upon you, O Lord. To you, O God, we cry for help. Hear our voices. May our cries reach your heavens. In your saving name we pray. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle.
Gentlewoman from Missouri.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute, revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise as a tireless advocate for the most vulnerable. I continue to fight for the Born Alive Act to mandate life-saving care for abortion survivors. And I also am proud to support H.R. 18, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act, which will permanently prohibit taxpayer funding for abortions by enshrining the bipartisan Hyde Amendment into law. Sadly, both the Born Alive Act and the Hyde Amendment are under attack by my Democrat colleagues. The Hyde Amendment protects taxpayers from paying for abortions and has saved hundreds of thousands of lives. No one should be forced to financially support the abortion industry. I stand with the majority of Americans who believe in the essential conscience protection of this right. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18, and I ask for its immediate consideration in this House. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Under guidelines consistently issued by successive speakers, as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and Manual, the chair is constrained not to entertain the request unless it has been cleared by bipartisan floor and committee leaderships. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, for 34 years, my community of Buffalo, New York, and our Canadian neighbors in Fort Erie, Ontario, would mark the first week of July with the Friendship Festival. This year, this event that invites citizens of both countries to cross our shared border and celebrate with music, culture, food, festivities, highlights the strong and lasting bond between the United States and Canada. There will be no cross-border celebration this year on Canada Day and Independence Day, not due to the pandemic, but due to the failure of both countries to plan for a safe reopening of the U.S.-Canadian border. For friends and families living along the northern border, crossing isn't an annual event, it's a way of life. Vaccines provide the bridge that allows people to come together again. We need leadership to open those bridges and let us reunite. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on a matter that is incredibly important to our national security, our public health knowledge, and preparing for the next pandemic. It has been well over a year since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, and our country has closed down in the face of a public health crisis, the likes of which we have not seen in decades. And to this day, we still do not have a definitive answer regarding the origins of COVID-19. Getting to the bottom of how this virus originated and how it spread across the globe should be one of our top priorities in Congress. Today, the Republican members of the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Crisis will hold a forum to discuss the origins of this virus. This is not a partisan issue, and every member of this body should want to know where this virus came from, and every member of the Select Subcommittee should be in attendance. As I said earlier, finding the origins is important to our national security, public health knowledge, and preparing for the next pandemic. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committees on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18, no taxpayer funding for the Abortion Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
The gentlelady yields back. As the chair previously advised, that request cannot be entertained absent appropriate clearance. For what purposes the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Joe Biden claimed a bipartisan agreement on infrastructure. On the surface, this sounds like great news. Unfortunately, quickly following this newfound agreement, President Biden crushed the bipartisan bill by mandating wasteful Green New Deal borrowing, destroying jobs. Improving America's infrastructure should be a priority, and to delay it for partisan reasons is another insult to the American people. The president's voters are misled with an absurd interpretation of infrastructure. This chaotic mentality has been exhibiting a reversal from the bipartisanship he promised when running for president. Dishonoring promises and undermining bipartisan negotiations, the administration should actually be focused on the needs of the American people instead of destroying jobs. In conclusion, God bless our troops, and we should never forget September 11th and the global war on terrorism. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committees on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18, no taxpayer funding for Abortion Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House. Now yield back.
As the chair previously advised, that request cannot be entertained absent appropriate clearance. Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to remember the life of Jeffrey Robert Halter. Not only was he my neighbor and a family friend, but he was also a devoted husband to Kim, Director of Constituent Services for my congressional office. Additionally, Jeff was a loving father to Catherine Chelsea and Laura Lee, and supportive father-in-law to Andrew Smith and Austin Lowe. Jeff was a proud Bowling Green, Kentucky native. He graduated from Bowling Green High School in 1983 and attended Samford University School of Pharmacy, where he graduated in 1989. As a prominent pharmacist and owner of 2 community pharmacies, Jeff served many patients in the local community and was always happy to help his customers. He was also a member of Broadway United Methodist Church. Jeff's contagious laugh and kindness will be remembered by all who knew him. He loved the outdoors, but above all, he loved his family. In addition to his wife and 2 daughters, Jeff is survived by his parents, Charles Robert and Scotty Ann Halter,
Brother Timothy Allenhalter, and many other loving family members. Jeff left a positive impact on our community and is greatly missed. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to protect the sanctity of human life, especially the lives of the unborn. The Hyde Amendment has saved nearly 2.5 million lives since its first inclusion in an appropriation bill in 1976. This historically bipartisan amendment, which prohibits the use of taxpayer dollars paying for abortion, is supported by a majority of Americans. H.R. 18, of which I am an original co-sponsor, codifies the Hyde Amendment and applies it to all government funding, cementing the protections for the most vulnerable Americans. This bill is called the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committees on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
As the Chair previously advised, that request cannot be entertained absent appropriate clearance. For what purpose does this gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to congratulate the Honorable Mike McIntyre, former member of the House from 1997 to 2015, for his induction into the University of North Carolina's Order of the Golden Fleece, the oldest and highest honor society at UNC, where Mike received both a Bachelor of Arts and a Juris Doctorate. After graduating from UNC Law, Mike practiced as an attorney in his hometown of Lumberton until he was elected to Congress in 1996. During his 18 years representing Robeson County and other parts of southeastern North Carolina, Congressman McIntyre acquired a reputation for excellent constituent service and advocacy for rural communities, including his work on the Agriculture Committee and his co-authoring the landmark tobacco buyout legislation, as well as fighting for full federal recognition of the Lumbee. For Mike, country over party was not just a slogan, it was his approach to leadership. I'm honored not only to carry on his work serving the rural southern Piedmont of North Carolina, but also to strive to emulate his example as I do so. Mike, congratulations on this appropriate recognition. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committees on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
As the Chair previously advised, that request cannot be entertained absent appropriate clearances. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
After the 5-month deployment of the National Guard around our U.S. Capitol, after the fact of the January 6th break-in, the bill has come due now of over $500 million, $521 million for the thousands of troops to guard this Capitol. This was, again, after the big break-in of January 6th. Of course, had the decision makers on hand here at the Capitol, with their security intel used ahead of time, decided to deploy just a handful of those troops, we wouldn't have had the January 6th situation happen. But they did not want the bad optics of armed troops standing in front of here at that time. So instead, we got 5 months worth of it with 2 rows of fence, razor wire, and the inability for the people to come visit their capital. So now we have those months of those optics and a $500 million bill instead. If that bill doesn't get paid, now our National Guard will not be able to do their training and have their other readiness needs met because Congress hasn't paid the bill for what they did not want ahead of time, bad optics. Instead, the taxpayers get the bad optics of that bill and a possibly decimated National Guard. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the Biden border crisis continues raging on our southern border. Cartels are getting rich, migrants are getting abused and assaulted, and Americans are becoming victims of crime. With the record number of illegal aliens attempting to flood across our border, what has the Biden administration done? Nothing. For months now, the Biden administration has been denying this crisis exists, telling the American people there is no crisis, telling the American people the border is closed. But we all know better. I saw it myself firsthand when I visited Del Rio, Texas, a place where every day around 3 p.m., buses pulled up to the Mexican side of the border and unloaded hundreds of illegal aliens. They then wade through knee-high water of the Rio Grande and into our country. Once they arrive on the American side, they're promptly picked up by Border Patrol agents in air-conditioned vans, given a wristband, and away they go to a city near you. This happens tens of thousands of times every single day, and there's no end in sight. Not until we revert back to Trump's policies. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose, gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Seek permission to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today I rise because, as a proud pro-life advocate, I cannot stay silent as I watch the Biden administration chip away at the rights of defenseless unborn. Democrats have been working overtime with the Biden administration to roll back critical protections for the unborn so they can push radical pro-abortion policies, and their latest victim, it appears, is the Hyde Amendment. For over 40 years, the Hyde Amendment has saved millions of lives by preventing the use of taxpayer dollars to fund abortions. A recent poll from the Knights of Columbus indicates that 58% of Americans oppose the use of taxpayer dollars to support abortions. That number also includes 65% of independents and 31% of Democrats. If millions of Americans are against the use of tax dollars being used to support abortion, then why in Congress considering legislation that does just exactly that? If this legislation were for the people, wouldn't we listen to them instead of forcing American taxpayers to subsidize something that the majority of them are against? Taking the life of an unborn child is simply unconscionable. I believe that we are a governing body that is responsibility to protect the life of every stage, especially the defenseless unborn who are unable to advocate for themselves. We have no business using tax dollars to fund abortions. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose, the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the Lampeter-Strasburg High School softball team for winning the PIAA 5A softball championship earlier this month with a 10-7 victory over Armstrong. And this is the Pioneers' second state championship in just 3 years. And this victory capped off a dominant 30-win season. Through the halfway mark, the Pioneers were down 1 run entering the 5th inning. But after putting 5 runs on the scoreboard, including a 2-run home run from senior Cam Byler, the game was over. The Pioneers closed out to claim the championship. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to extend congratulations to team members for their success this season. It's a great credit to the players, their hard work, head coach Gene Charles, the entire coaching staff, that for the past 3 years, the Pioneer have played in the championship game, bringing home the trophy this year and previously in 2018. Our community is really proud of this truly outstanding accomplishment. We wish the graduating seniors best of luck in their future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose, the gentleman from Florida to seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate it very much. Crime rates spike when you give in to leftist demands and defund the police. It's as simple as that. Sadly, we're seeing this play out in major cities across the country. The New York Times reports a sample of 37 U.S. cities saw an 18% increase in murders in the first 3 months of this year when compared to last. This rhetoric and policy is dangerous, Mr. Speaker, and worst of all, it is responsible for the dismantling and demoralization of police departments across the country. We have also seen the dramatic increase on attacks against law enforcement this year. Tragically, 2 of my constituents are among those who have recently been killed in the line of duty. We must have law and order and support our heroes who place their lives on the line to keep our communities safe. In short, we must defend, not defund the police. Thank you.
Back. The gentleman from, for what purpose, the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a moment, we're going to hear the rule coming forward to support the Invest in America Act. I applaud my friend and colleague Peter DeFazio for his tireless efforts to bring federal transportation policy into the 21st century. Unlike past reauthorizations bill, this legislation is centered around climate and equity. It makes historic investments in public transit and returns parity to the federal share of transit and highways while integrating bike share and shared mobility into transit projects. It invests in Amtrak and high-speed rail, as well as biking and walking. I'm especially encouraged by the newly created Reconnecting Neighborhoods program, which will provide federal funding for projects like Albina Vision in my community to rebuild underserved communities that have been negatively impacted by past transportation decisions. And passing this legislation, my community and communities across the country will be made safer with the incorporation of my Vision Zero legislation. This is an unprecedented opportunity to deliver for our country, and we are ready to get this job done. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Ask the gentleman's consent to address the chamber for 1 minute. Rise to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Right now in Texas today, a little girl is being trafficked in human trafficking and sex trafficking. That's occurring. She's going to be put into the sex trafficking trade and be abused. And she's going to be done so because we've allowed cartels to have operational control of our border. That's true. These are the facts. We know these are the facts. It's happening every single day. We see it on the ground. Yet the Vice President of the United States only found her way to go to El Paso as a pit stop and on the way to Los Angeles, rather than actually meet with people in Texas to see what's actually going on in Texas. We have no funding at all for the border, for ICE, for Border Patrol. But you know what we have plenty of funding for? Abortion. Taxpayer funding for abortion. It is absolutely despicable, the values that are being presented in the United States House of Representatives and the People's House. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committees on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18, no taxpayer funding for abortion, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
As the chair previously advised, that request cannot be entertained absent appropriate clearance.
Pennsylvania? For what purpose is the gentleman from Pennsylvania?
For what purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize this past Sunday, June 27th, as National Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Day and June as National PTSD Awareness Month. We must do more to defy the stigmas surrounding mental health. National Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Month is intended to raise public awareness about issues related to PTSD, reduce the stigma associated, and to help ensure those suffering receive proper treatment. Currently, about 8 million people in the United States are struggling with PTSD. PTSD treatment is a crucial tool that helps many individuals, particularly our nation's veterans, process, cope, and treat emotional and mental trauma. While PTSD can develop among any individual who faces a traumatic experience, it's often common in our servicemen and women. Many of our service members return home with injuries and scars, but in some cases, it is the invisible scars that hurt the most. The Department of Veterans Affairs offers a variety of resources to help those suffering with PTSD. There are a wide variety of options, group meetings, individual meetings, meetings via telemedicine. This ensures our veterans can receive timely assistance wherever they may live. I'd like to thank our nation's veterans for their service and encouraging those struggling with post-traumatic stress disorder to pursue treatment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back balance of his time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 504 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 24, House Resolution 504. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 2662 to amend the Inspector General Act of 1978 and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Reform now printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or their respective designees. 2, the further amendments described in Section 2 of this resolution. 3, the amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution. And 4, one motion to recommit. Section 2, after debate pursuant to the first section of this resolution, each further amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 3 of this resolution shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 3, it shall be in order at any time after debate pursuant to the first section of this resolution for the chair of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 4. All points of order against further amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules or amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 5. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 3005 to direct the Joint Committee on the Library to replace the bust of Roger Brooke Taney in the old Supreme Court chamber of the United States Capitol with a bust of Thurgood Marshall to be obtained by the Joint Committee on the Library and to remove certain statues from areas of the United States Capitol which are accessible to the public, to remove all statues of individuals who voluntarily served the Confederate States of America from display in the United States Capitol and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on House Administration or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit. Section 6. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 3684 to authorize funds for federal aid highways, highway safety programs, and transit programs, and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-8, modified by Rules Committee Print 117-9, and the amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 90 minutes of debate, with 60 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees, and 30 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. 2. Any further amendments and amendments en bloc provided by subsequent order of the House. And 3. One motion to recommit. Section 7. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider in the House a resolution, House Resolution 503, establishing the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. The resolution shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Rules or their respective designees. Section 8. A. At any time through the legislative day of Thursday, July 1st, 2021, the Speaker may entertain motions offered by the Majority Leader or a designee that the House suspend the rules as though under Clause 1 of Rule 15 with respect to multiple measures described in subsection B. The Chair shall put the question on any such motion without debate or intervening motion. B. A measure referred to in subsection A includes any measure that was the object of a motion to suspend the rules on the legislative day of June 28, 2021 or June 29, 2021 in the form as so offered, on which the yeas and nays were ordered, and further proceedings postponed pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. C. Upon the offering of a motion pursuant to subsection A concerning multiple measures, the ordering of the yeas and nays on postponed motions to suspend the rules with respect to such measures is vacated to the end that all such motions are considered as withdrawn.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 504, providing for consideration of H.R. 2662, the IG Independence and Empowerment Act, under a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform, makes in order 6 amendments, provides for en bloc authority, and provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 3005 under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on House Administration and provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 3684, the Invest in America Act. The rule provides 90 minutes of general debate with 60 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, and 30 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce. It combines the Rules Committee prints for the surface transportation and clean water provisions of the bill, self-executes a manager's amendment from Chairman DeFazio, and provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule additionally provides for consideration of H.Res. 503, establishing the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack upon the U.S. Capitol under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Rules. Finally, the rule provides the majority leader or his designee the ability to en bloc requested roll call votes on suspension bills considered on June 28th or 29th. This authority lasts through July 1st. Mr. Speaker, we're here today to consider a rule for 4 measures that address some of the most fundamental issues upon which Congress may act as we continually strive to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty for all of us and our descendants. In passing these 3 bills and in creating a select committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, the U.S. House of Representatives is putting forward real solutions to repair our physical infrastructure, protect our systems of accountability, acknowledge our relationship with the past, and established a shared understanding and plan to address the deep wounds inflicted upon this building, those who serve and protect here, our government, and our democratic republic by the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. I want to first thank the members and committees that worked on the bills we consider here today, in particular, the Herculean efforts by the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, the Oversight Committee, and Congresswoman Barbara Lee, Majority Whip Clyburn, and Majority Leader Hoyer for their leadership to remove symbols of hate from the Capitol building. Mr. Speaker, no one can deny that our nation's infrastructure is in a shameful state of disrepair. For decades, we've heard a lot of talk about infrastructure, while efforts to build and maintain the networks and systems on which we all rely have been grossly underfunded. Whether it be roads and bridges or ports and rail lines, year after year, we've failed to muster the political will to properly fund infrastructure, and the consequences are increasingly dire. My district, Pennsylvania's 5th Congressional District, is home to Philadelphia's airport, port, rail yard, and as a key part of the Northeast Corridor, dozens of miles of interstate highways and passenger rail lines, as well as regional commuter and light rail lines that link Philadelphia and its suburb. True to its position, PA5 sits as a transportation keystone to a vast interstate and international economic network. The problems facing our district's transportation infrastructure are not that different from those of other regions. Our infrastructure is aging and in some cases beyond usable lifespan. It's heavily used and state and local authorities don't have enough money to meet maintenance needs, much less to make investments in modernization, expansion, or other improvements. Anyone who travels our roadways knows that axle-bending, tire-rattling potholes are the norm. Nationwide, the situation is no better. Aging and inadequate electrical grids, shamefully deficient water infrastructure, 47,000 structurally deficient bridges. You can go to any congressional district and find a litany of projects in desperate need of funding. We've heard lip service about Infrastructure Week for so long that it's become a sick national joke. We must act now. While the U.S. has sat on its hands, our allies and adversaries around the world have forged ahead with advancements in transportation networks, from high-speed rail that puts ours to shame to building out broadband and 5G networks. China spends 8% of its GDP on infrastructure. Our European partners spend 5% of their GDP on infrastructure. And here in the United States, we spend a meager 2.4%. We're falling behind the rest of the world, and in doing so, failing to promote the general welfare of our citizens. That's why I'm proud to support this rule to pass the Invest in America Act. This bill will provide over $715 billion over the next 5 years to repair and improve our nation's infrastructure. It'll create good-paying jobs and lay the foundation for robust economic growth in the 21st century. It'll make record investments in roads, transit, and rails, allowing state departments of transportation to address maintenance backlogs and make forward-thinking investments in road safety, climate mitigation and resiliency, and in low-income and underserved communities in our cities, suburbs, and rural areas. It will help build out our nation's EV infrastructure and help Americans shift to the next generation of clean energy vehicles. And it will assist transit agencies in expanding service areas and adopting zero-emission vehicles, and give states funding to help prepare for the impacts of climate change and extreme weather. This package also includes over $160 billion for drinking and wastewater infrastructure. Right now in the United States, There are millions of Americans who don't have access to clean drinking water or who aren't connected to a wastewater network. There's no excuse for that. The water provisions include much-needed funding to fully replace lead pipes throughout the country and strengthen water standards so that the EPA can better address PFAS contamination. These issues are vitally important to my district and others in southeastern Pennsylvania and across the country. So I commend the Energy and Commerce Committee for crafting this comprehensive water infrastructure package. Lastly, I want to state my strong support for the member-designated projects included in the Invest in America Act, and I want to thank Chairman DeFazio for giving my colleagues and I, on both sides of the aisle, the opportunity to secure dedicated funding for important local projects in our districts, and for instituting strong safeguards in this funding to prevent fraud and abuse. The member-designated projects process allowed us to work with our state and local transit agencies and local governments to highlight high-impact transportation projects in need of funding. I'm proud that $20 million for 7 great projects in my district have been included in this bill, including redesign of dangerous rail crossings, upgrades to commuter transit stations, and perhaps most significantly, this bill includes a project I submitted with my Pennsylvania colleague, Representative Dwight Evans, to redesign Cobbs Creek Parkway, one of the most dangerous corridors in our region and the site of hundreds of crashes and multiple fatalities year after year. The redesign will make Cobbs Creek Parkway safer for pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists. Voting against this bill to invest in America is voting against jobs. It's voting against economic growth. It's voting against safety. And it's voting against making sure people have clean drinking water. Now's the time to tackle these issues, and so I urge all my colleagues to support this measure. Mr. Speaker, also included in this bill is the IG Inspector General Independence and Empowerment Act, a bill from the House Oversight Committee to overhaul and reform the legal powers and protections of our inspectors general. Inspectors General are a vital part of our federal institutions, ensuring that taxpayers and officials have an independent source of oversight and information to ensure that government employees, from the interns to the president, are following the law and properly administering their duties. For our government to function and be free of waste and corruption, to protect against fraud and impropriety, we need inspectors general who are empowered to act and who are protected from arbitrary, capricious, or personal attacks. But we saw over the past 4 years that there were critical flaws in the law that governs our Inspector General programs. We saw that it was possible for an administration to undermine the independence of the Inspector Generals through unprecedented firings and denial of access to information. A little over a year ago, the former president fired 5 cabinet inspectors general over 6 weeks, with the amendments often coming on Friday nights when the nation's attention was elsewhere. The Inspector General for Health and Human Services was fired for reporting accurately on the nation's dire shortage of life-saving PPE during the beginning of the pandemic. The State Department Inspector General was fired for investigating then-Secretary Pompeo's use of government staff to run personal errands. And the Transportation Inspector General was fired for investigating suspicious grant awards to Kentucky, the state represented by the former Secretary's husband and Senate then Majority Leader. In other words, these Inspector Generals were fired for doing their jobs. The IG Independence and Empowerment Act will enact needed reforms to protect IGs from political firings, give them increased powers and resources to investigate waste and corruption, and increase accountability and transparency for the Council of Inspectors General. I strongly support the IG Independence and Empowerment Act and call on my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Speaker, the last bill in today's rule is long overdue. The bill would replace the bust of Roger Brooke Taney in the old Supreme Court chamber in the Capitol with a bust of Thurgood Marshall, and would remove the statues of individuals who voluntarily served in the Confederate States of America from display in the Capitol. You know, in Philadelphia, we have a street named after Chief Justice Taney, and we have a Little League World Series champion baseball team named after that street. In 2020, following conversations about race and inclusiveness in America, the Taney Dragons Little League team decided to rename itself the Philadelphia Dragons, saying that they cannot ignore the very real negative feelings that the name Taney engenders among members of our community, and that the new name will be inclusive, non-divisive, and also speak to our league's geography. I say we followed the lead of our children on this issue. If they can do it, so can we. As we seek to form that more perfect union and secure the blessings of liberty for all, We cannot accept the presence in this Capitol building of Confederate icons, including the bust of the author of the Dred Scott decision, or of those who fought to protect slavery and wage war against the United States. Symbols of the Confederacy deserve to be in textbooks and museums, not venerated in the Capitol. Finally, Mr. Speaker, this rule provides for the creation of a select committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol building where we stand. I am, and I think most of the public, is disappointed that the Senate failed to join in the establishment of a bipartisan commission to establish once and for all the facts about what happened on that day. We had a bipartisan bill. Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Katko of Homeland Security, through good faith negotiations, were able to craft bipartisan legislation to create a commission to investigate the January 6th insurrection. Our Republican colleagues got everything they wanted in that bill, and yet their leadership withdrew its support at the last moment and couldn't take yes for an answer. Since our colleagues refused to approve a bipartisan commission, the House must move ahead with an investigation of the January 6th events, and a select committee is our final avenue. We must investigate the causes and events that led to that attack. It's my sincere hope the committee can dive into the facts and produce a cohesive narrative around January 6th and the events that preceded it, and make recommendations that will prevent such horrors from ever being repeated again. The January 6th attack on our Capitol was a crime against our government and a crime against the men and women who serve here, whether as elected officials, congressional staff, or law enforcement, period. An ugly, violent crime, and crimes need to be investigated. Thousands participated, over 800 illegally entered the building. Roughly 500 so far have been criminally charged by law enforcement. Some have pled guilty. But the fact-finding is not yet done. We need to know how organized they were, what their level of coordination was. Despite the claims of some in this chamber, we now know that many of these rioters were armed, which means that every single one of us and all of our staffs were in very real danger. Some of the rioters came here to abduct the Vice President and the Speaker of the House and put them on trial. Some plan to take this building over and hold it until January 20th in an attempt to stave off President Biden's inauguration. Some just wanted to destroy things, and they did. That, too, the intentions of the rioters needs to be probed. Some think Donald Trump incited this riot. Some think he did not. New and wild claims have surfaced about who instigated the violence. Let's investigate that, too. Let's investigate everything connected to this horrible event. Honestly, unflinchingly, objectively, without passion or prejudice. But let us not leave this crime unexamined. If we're to come together as a nation to unite behind our shared constitutional values, to ensure domestic tranquility and secure the blessings of democracy and liberty, we must do so from a shared understanding of reality. Mr. Speaker, I hope that every member of this chamber can find it in themselves to vote for this rule when it's considered on the floor. Our country cannot afford to wait longer on infrastructure. If we continue with business as usual, our infrastructure deficit will continue to grow. Our roads and bridges will continue to deteriorate, and our national economy will be less vibrant and competitive as a result. We need to pass the Invest in America Act, full stop. We also need to pass the IG Independence and Empowerment Act, and we need to remove racist icons from the Capitol. These repairs and reforms cannot wait, and so I hope that Congress can find the political will to expeditiously pass the bills considered under the rule today. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the distinguished gentlewoman from Pennsylvania for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I would yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the rule before us today provides for consideration of 4 pieces of legislation: H.R. 2662, an Inspector General Reform Bill; H.R. 3005, which requires the removal of certain capital statutes; H.R. 3684, the Democrats' Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill; and then House Res 503, which establishes a select committee to investigate January 6th. The first bill, H.R. 2662, reforms appointment requirements, authorities, and oversight of federal inspectors general. Republicans agree that reforms are necessary. We agree it's necessary to ensure that IGs have the tools they need to conduct robust investigation and oversight. In fact, there are several provisions in this bill that we introduced with Republicans as co-leads. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, rather than working towards a bipartisan solution, the majority once again chooses a partisan approach and rejected good faith efforts from Republicans to craft a proposal that both sides agreed on. The bill before us today includes problematic language limiting a president's authority to remove an IG, even when that IG has committed dereliction of duty of an important act. Further, H.R. 2662 requires the president to name the first assistant as acting IG without any exceptions, even when that assistant may be implicated in the very same misconduct that led to the removal of the previous IG. Lastly, the bill grants the authority to issue subpoenas for former federal officials without providing the necessary protections to prevent abuses of this authority. Mr. Speaker, without these problematic provisions, and the IG reform bill could come to the floor with broad bipartisan support. It's just an absolute shame, though I must say it's not surprising that my colleagues across the aisle once again threw away an opportunity for bipartisanship simply to score cheap political points with their radical liberal base. In keeping with that theme, the rule makes in order H.R. 3684, the Democrats' retread of last year's Green New Deal, only this time it's now disguised as infrastructure. Instead of working with Republicans to provide desperately needed infrastructure investment, House Democrats doubled down on the same mandates, the same restrictive policies, and the same social justice warrior priorities that failed to go anywhere last year. This partisan package spends nearly $548 billion on progressive priorities and programs while actually restricting new road and bridge construction. That's right, it actually restricts new construction of roads and bridges. When we talk about the money, like I said, it's about $550 billion. That is an 11% funding increase over last year's bill and a whopping 79% increase over the bipartisan FAST Act, the last surface transportation reauthorization bill that was passed by this chamber. Alarmingly, but not surprisingly, this bill was not paid for. So then where does the money come from? Well, the answer is simple: deficit spending. Deficit spending, which further fuels inflation and increases the cost of things like gas and food that all American families need. Simply put, every American will pay more for everything to meet the demands of the Democrats' far-left radical base. You would hope that with a price tag like this, with an impact on American families like this, that the bill would actually provide for massive investment to fix our nation's crumbling roads and bridges. But you'd be wrong. H.R. 3684 puts climate and the Green New Deal above real infrastructure needs. In fact, up to $1 out of every $2 spent in this bill is tied up in Green New Deal mandates. This bill puts up roadblocks for transportation and also puts up roadblocks for transporting clean-burning, affordable LNG, obviously liquefied natural gas, which is another blow to blue-collar workers already devastated by Joe Biden's war on American energy and his war on blue-collar workers. In focusing on this radical far-left priority, the majority has failed to include the regulatory reforms necessary to address money-wasting permitting delays that currently plague critical infrastructure projects. Think about it. Right now, it takes 6 years on average just to break ground on major public projects. 6 years. An average of 20 to 30% of infrastructure project costs are lost to red tape. This costs real money. This means that about $164 billion in this bill will actually just be wasted on red tape and project delays. But that's not even the most egregious example of wasteful spending in this legislation. This bill lifts a bipartisan ban and allows the Federal Transit Administration to spend money on art. That's right. According to liberals across the aisle, art is now infrastructure. America's taxpayer dollars clearly hard at work. And clearly, liberal newspeak, Orwellian newspeak, on display, calling art infrastructure. Finally, the bill favors big urban areas to the detriment of smaller rural communities like the ones I represent in southwestern Pennsylvania. H.R. 3684 prioritizes funding for urban transportation modes like transit and rail over roads and bridges that everyday Americans use. In fact, more money is given to electric vehicle charging stations than to the entire Rebuild Rural Grant Program. I'd also be remiss if I failed to point out that those very same electric vehicles cannot be built without critical minerals from China. China, of course, the world's #1 polluter. So where are the climate priorities? Where are the environmental priorities that my colleagues on the liberal side of the aisle claim that they actually care about? At the end of the day, the Democrats are prioritizing their fantasy of the Green New Deal over traditional concepts of actual infrastructure. My colleagues across the side of the aisle, the Liberal Party, has chosen to bow down to the woke mob that they're terrified of. They've chosen to prioritize woke liberal yuppies over rural America and blue-collar workers that actually work for a living. Mr. Speaker, for this reason, I urge my colleagues to oppose this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this bill is really straightforward. It increases money for surface transportation. It focuses on hard infrastructure. We need to fix the basics, and then we can improve and expand them. This bill does include money specifically directed to our rural areas. And, you know, the crack about urban yuppies is kind of crazy. I mean, we know that in Pennsylvania, which both the gentleman and I represent, we know that we have businesses in Western Pennsylvania that are losing money because of the state of our roadways. If you build a turbine in Western Pennsylvania in order to get it to the port in Eastern Pennsylvania, right now, those companies have to take an 800-mile detour because our roadways cannot support that turbine. So it's impacting their businesses, it's increasing energy costs, it's wasting time, but these kind of things affect businesses across our entire Commonwealth and across our entire country. So these are much needed, overdue by decades, by bipartisan neglect. This bill addresses some of those issues. With that, I would reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind my colleagues across the aisle some just important facts. For one, you can't make solar panels without mining because you have to mine critical minerals. You also can't make windmills without steel. You can't make steel without mining coal. So just something to keep in mind. Mr. Speaker, last month, CBP encountered more than 180,000 illegal immigrants at our southern border. That's a new 21-year high. Think about it. Last month, in 1 month, almost 200,000 illegal immigrants at our southern border. Many of these illegal immigrants are traveling from and through high-risk South and Central American countries where COVID-19 infection rates are skyrocketing. South America in particular has become a major COVID-19 hotspot with death rates 8 times above the global average. And yet the Biden administration is considering ending Title 42, the public health authority that allows Customs and Border Patrol to quickly turn back migrants due to the dangers posed by highly contagious diseases. CBP heavily relies on Title 42 authority to expel adults and family units that illegally cross the border. In May of 2021, CBP expelled more than 100,000 individuals under Title 42. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the draconian shutdown measures from far-left governors, including Pennsylvania's Tom Wolf, many states are still recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. Ending Title 42 puts that fragile recovery at risk, especially at a time when powerful variants continue to pop up across the globe. That's why, if we defeat the previous question, I will personally offer an amendment to the rule to immediately consider my good friend Congresswoman Yvette Herrell's Pause Act. The Pause Act would provide for stringent enforcement of Title 42 and would prohibit HHS and DHS from weakening Title 42's implementation. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record, along with any extraneous materials immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, here to explain the amendment is the bill's author, my good friend, Congresswoman Herrell, and I yield her 5 minutes.
General is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the previous question is defeated, we will amend the rule to immediately consider my bill, H.R. 471, the Pause Act, which will preserve and protect Title 42 health restrictions at the border. The border is in flames, and this crisis is cruel, it's costly, and it's cowardice. Biden's border crisis is harming my constituents and all Americans. The ranchers and the people that live in and around the border cannot let their children play outside for fear of cartel gunmen. In the past, people along the border on the American side in my district have been held at gunpoint. They've had vehicles stolen. Some have even been kidnapped. The first duty of our nation is to defend its border and its people. President Biden has been derelict in this duty, whether it be from the pandemic that continues or the violent criminals that cross our border in the dark of night. Sheriffs are reaching out to me. Just like the Border Patrol, they too are overwhelmed. They are seizing record amounts of guns, drugs, smuggled people, and untold numbers of other illicit materials are getting past them, all because President Biden has put politics over the American people. President Obama's Secretary of Homeland Security, Jay Johnson, stated that 1,000 migrants a day was a crisis. Just in May, U.S. Customs and Border Protection encountered 180,034 illegal immigrants along the southwest border, a 20-year monthly high. That amounts to 5,807 illegal immigrants per day in May. This is a crisis nearly 6 times greater than the threshold established by President Obama's Secretary of Homeland Security. Title 42 is the only major Trump-era border policy left in place under the administration, as it allows Border Patrol to quickly expel illegal immigrants, sending them back across the border instead of placing them in congregate facilities where outbreaks of COVID-19 and other variants are all but guaranteed. Ending Title 42 would turn what is already a crisis into an unmitigated, uncontrollable, and undeniable catastrophe. The pandemic continues to rage in Latin America, and Guatemala and Brazil are both currently around 90% of their peak weekly infection rates, and in the past 8 months, CBP has encountered more than 170,000 migrants from those two countries alone. Ending Title 42 now, while fewer than half of the American citizens are fully vaccinated, sends the message that all illegal immigration is more important than protecting Americans. Despite the fact Biden wants to let a flood of illegal immigrants into our country, he clearly believes a public health emergency still exists. President Biden has placed several COVID-19 travel bans on dozens of countries, and these bans remain in place, indicating he thinks the public health emergency is ongoing. Speaker Pelosi has extended proxy voting in the House, stating there is an ongoing public health emergency due to COVID. Mr. Speaker, if Vice President Harris had taken the time to listen to my constituents last week instead of just talking to immigration activists at the El Paso airport, this administration would learn the effects of their failed policies on our border communities. That is why I invited her twice to visit my district. If she had cared to respond, she could have heard from the farmers, ranchers, community leaders, and residents of our border communities. She could have heard how the crisis is different between the gaps in the border wall than it is in major cities like El Paso. And she could have heard from the 5 county sheriffs in my district who wrote to me in support of keeping Title 42 in place. This crisis is a double threat and places the security of our nation and the safety of the American people at risk. At minimum, however, we need to keep the last administration's appropriate use of Title 42 in place.
That's what we could do today if the previous question is defeated. We must preserve Title 42 border restrictions until all local, state, and federal government restrictions end, until all state and federal public health emergencies end, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, COVID-19 travel risk levels for Canada and Mexico have been reduced to level 1. I urge a no vote on the previous question. Please don't make the American people pay for the mistakes made at our border because of the failed policies of this administration. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania have further speakers?
Yes, I do.
Okay, then I would reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just another fact of life now. We cannot make an electronic vehicle without critical minerals. Unfortunately, due to the red tape that's put upon the mining industry by liberals across the aisle, we are now dependent on China for roughly 80% of our critical minerals. Simply put, we now cannot make an electric car without China. Here to talk about another predicament the liberals across the aisle put us in is my good friend from Texas, and I yield the gentleman from Texas, my good friend Chip Roy, 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank the Speaker, and I thank my friend from Pennsylvania, and I thank the gentlelady from New Mexico for articulating so well the state of our southern border, which is the direct result and the consequence of the rote incompetence of the current administration and my Democratic colleagues on the other side of the aisle. It's the best I can put it. Or, frankly, it's the purposeful use of the border for political purposes. Because there's nothing else that can explain what's actually happening at the state of our border. That a political party would say that having cartels having operational control of our border to the detriment of the well-being of the United States and its citizens, or the migrants who seek to come here getting put into the human and sex trafficking trade, that somehow that should be seen as a compassionate position by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. But I'll tell you that it is a policy that is in the false name of compassion. I note that Vice President Harris finally found her way to the border, although it was in a pit stop on her way to Los Angeles, taking 4 hours to stop in El Paso for a photo op to go say hi to some Border Patrol en route to Los Angeles. That's not the kind of visit that we've been talking about that is required of the President of the United States or his appointee, the Vice President, who is supposedly in charge of securing the border of the United States. And I would note that this is real. That for those of us who go and spend time on the border and talk to ranchers getting overrun, talking to people getting harmed, getting broken into, high-speed chases in communities in South Texas, the massive amounts of opioids flowing into Texas and throughout the rest of our country, the number of migrants being abused in the human and sex trafficking trade, it is very real. To the little girls that I've spoken to on the border and visited with at midnight, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, coming across the river and the dangers that they have been put into, I would ask my Democrat colleagues why they don't care. Why don't my Democratic colleagues care about these migrants being abused and exploited by cartels? Today, right now, as we speak, a child is on an interstate in Texas heading to be put into child pornography and into the sex trafficking trade as we speak in the People's House. It's happening, literally at this moment. Some amount of opioids is going into I-10, flowing over through Houston, throughout the rest of the Southeast to be distributed throughout our country, heading west on I-10 to go out to the West Coast. Why did Governor DeSantis send resources to Texas? Because his state is getting overrun by opioid abuse that is coming through the southwest border. We have a massively wide open border that is being exploited. And the reality of the situation is it is my Democratic colleagues who refuse to enforce the law. It is that simple. Think, from October to December of 2020, in the previous administration, there were 185,000 expulsions made under Title 42, which the gentlelady from New Mexico just discussed. That was 85% of all encounters. Think about that. 85% of the encounters we were able to expel under Title 42. Compared to the Biden administration, since relaxing Title 42, not yet eliminating it, although that's allegedly coming, relaxing it, only 64% of encounters were enforced between February to April of 2021, leaving 289,000 expulsions under Title 42. So what will happen when that additional 60% of people are taken in? Border Patrol can't do their job, y'all. They can't. Border Patrol is overrun. Our border is wide open between the ports of entry because the Border Patrol is processing people at processing centers in McAllen. The Vice President would know that if she hadn't missed the mark by 750 miles, landing her plane in El Paso instead of McAllen. Tomorrow, 30 to 40 of my colleagues on this side of the aisle, unfortunately 0 to the best of my knowledge on the other side of the aisle, are going to the border to meet with Governor Abbott and former President Trump to talk about what's happening in McAllen, where the actual crisis exists. My friend from Pennsylvania rightly noted that COVID still remains a major public health issue at the border, a risk for Americans and migrants. Latin America and the Caribbean have the world's highest death toll from COVID in proportion to population, with 33 million reported infections and 1 million reported deaths. Brazil leads the region. It leads the world in a daily average number of new infections reported. Colombia is reporting the highest rate of infections in South America. Guatemala is at peak. Honduras is at 86% of peak. Border Patrol had 9,000 CBP employees test positive. 32 CBP employees have died. As of March, 7.4% of tests given to UACs in the past year turned out to be positive, and multiple facilities have had positivity rates of 10% or higher. That's the reality of what's going on at the border. Yet Title 42, the health code provisions that allow us to secure the border during a pandemic, during the spread of communicable diseases, is about to be jettisoned by the Biden administration, endangering the American people and endangering our Border Patrol. We need to enforce the full Title 42 authority, and it's imperative for border and public health security, and that is why we should defeat the previous question. We will amend the rule to immediate consideration of my friend from New Mexico's bill, H.R. 471, as amended, that will preserve existing border health protection measures intended to safeguard the citizens of our country.
Mr. Speaker, I yield my good friend from Texas as much time as he needs to close.
I thank the gentleman.
Wrap up his remarks.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania. If my Democrat colleagues vote for the previous question, which I expect that they will do, they are choosing to pursue a radical leftist environmental agenda that will harm Americans, rather than secure our border, which we are presenting as an option. For us to do our job in the people's house, to actually do our duty as the people's house to secure the border of a sovereign nation to the benefit of our people, of the state of Texas, our entire nation as a whole, and the migrants who seek to come here. That's the choice right now, ladies and gentlemen. It is a choice for this body. Choose to secure the border of the United States and make our country stronger, or secure a political agenda which has no hope of uniting this country and benefiting the American people. The small businesses that the gentlelady from Pennsylvania was talking about. Let's talk about the small businesses that got crushed under COVID, crushed by the policies of this body and others. They were shutting businesses down to the tune of 100,000 businesses, forcing them to close. Let's talk about the impact of our kids in schools and the masks being worn and the mental health issues and the cancer screenings that didn't occur because we locked down and shut down our economy. And right now, let's talk about the damage being done to this country because of wide open borders with empowered cartels. We should right now defeat the previous question so that we can amend it to do the work of the American people. Now yield back to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
Pennsylvania reserves. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Does the gentleman have additional speakers?
We are prepared to close.
Okay. I think we have one more speaker. I am finding the argument a little bit hard to follow from my colleagues across the aisle because, as I understand it, it was a bad thing to shut down businesses in the U.S. to protect people when there was a virus rampant here, but we have to shut down the border because there's a virus rampant here. It's just a little hard to follow the logic sometimes. I think I have, or not. Waiting for Godot. Okay, I think if the gentleman's prepared to close, then I would reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am indeed prepared to close, and I would yield myself the balance of my time.
So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, this chamber is considering legislation that could easily have passed with bipartisan support. If Democrats would stop appeasing their radical progressive base, if they would stop worrying about what whiny, spoiled millennials are saying on Twitter, if they decided they would finally try to approach their work here in some kind of bipartisan manner, then we could work for real solutions for real Americans that would help the country. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question and no on the rule. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for the lively debate today. I understand there's some who have concerns with the rule and its underlying legislation, but these bills are vitally important to our country, and I'm confident they would greatly benefit all of us. We should be able to support robust infrastructure spending that meets our nation's current needs. We should also support a vigorous Corps of Inspectors General who can weed out fraud, waste, and corruption in the federal government. We should all support removing symbols of hate from the Capitol. These should be easy bills for us all to get behind. Lastly, I strongly support the creation of a select committee to investigate the January 6th insurrection and debunk the absurd theories and falsehoods that have infected our collective understanding of that day. While some of our colleagues may continue that denial, those of us in this chamber who are committed to transparency and accountability and the well-being of the nation can no longer afford to be held back by the sensitivities of those who put their fealty to the former president over their duty or obligation to the country. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote for the rule in previous question. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on order in the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Pennsylvania. Gentleman from Pennsylvania asks for the yeas and nays.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. It's a 15-minute vote.
We don't say that because they're longer. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Carl of Alabama pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Carl will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the previous question.
From New York seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on the previous question. I go fill up.
For what purpose the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desjardins will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
He's got it now.
For what purpose the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Now he's not paying attention.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote nay. I yield back.
Okay, for what purpose the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kind will vote aye on the previous question.
For what purpose the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Burgess Owens of Utah, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the previous question. The member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on the previous question. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on the previous question. As the member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote yea on the previous question. As the member designated by Congressman Richie Torres, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Torres will vote yea on the previous question. All right.
For what purpose the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida, or Mr. Stubbe rather, of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose the gentle lady from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, great state of North Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the previous question.
We're ready now? So Illinois. For what purposes, gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purposes, gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote no on the previous question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Washington seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Carnes pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote aye on the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Chuy Garcia pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garcia will vote aye on the previous question.
Pause. For what purpose, the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose, the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Rice of New York pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Vince Gonzalez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hoyer pursuant to House Resolution 8, I will inform the House Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on the previous question.
Over here. For what purpose the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jackson Lee will vote yes. She will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
The same, yeah. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cohen, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member, he recognized me, but Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Young from the great state of Alaska, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Clark of Massachusetts pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Bordeaux pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bordeaux will vote yes on the previous question.
On this vote,
We're back open.
That proxy sheet, I need that.
Bergman votes no, by the way.
Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no.
members of the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, is the member designated by Mrs. McLean of Michigan pursuant to House Resolution 8. I inform the House that Mrs. McLean will vote no on the previous question.
I'll let you know today.
Do I read that again? On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 195. There's still more.
Mr. Costa. Mr. Costa votes aye.
So close, Kevin.
On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are On this vote, the yeas are 214 and the nays are 195. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Pennsylvania requests the yeas and nays. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on the rule. As a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on the rule. As a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, great state of North Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on HRS 504, and as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on HRS 504.
For what purpose, gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designee for Mr. Burgess Owens, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Chuy Garcia pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garcia will vote aye on H-Res 504. As the member designated by Mr. Carnes pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote aye on H-Res 504. As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on H-Res 504.
For what purpose, gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desjardins will vote nay on the rule. Thank you.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H-Res 504. And as the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H-Res 504.
For what purpose, gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote no on the rule. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Vince Gonzalez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yes on H-Res 504.
For what purpose, gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. McLean of Michigan, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mrs. McLean will vote no on H-Res 504.
For what purpose, gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House Mr. Cohen will vote yes on H-Res 504. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on H-Res 504. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H-Res 504.
For what purpose, gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jackson Lee will vote yes. She will vote yes on H-Res 504.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Rice of New York pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on H-Res 504.
Recognition.
Designated by Mr. Young from the great state of Alaska. Pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on the rule.
And for what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Clark of Massachusetts pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on H-Res 504. And as the member designated by Ms. Boudreau pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Boudreau will vote yes on H-Res 504.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H-Res 504.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H-Res 504.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kind will vote aye on H-Res 504.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
The member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H-Res 504. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on H-Res 504. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on H-Res 504. As the member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote yea on H-Res 504. And as the member designated by Congressman Richie Torres pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Torres will vote yea on H-Res 504.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Carl of Alabama pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Carl will vote no on the adoption of H.Res. 504.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on the agreed resolution. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume will vote yes on the agreed resolution.
That's good.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hoyer, pursuant to House Res 8, I'll inform the House Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on House Resolution 504.
Last one. Illinois.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.Res. 504.
What purpose does the gentle lady from California seek?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on H.Res. 504.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek?
Hi, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on House Resolution 504.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.Res. 504.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert from Colorado, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on the rule.
On this vote, the yeas 218 and the nays 197. Does any member wish to change a vote? On this vote, the yeas are 218 and the nays are 197. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Section 8 of House Resolution 504, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1500, H.R. 2471, H.R. 3261, H.R. 3283, and H.R. 3385, and agree to H.Res. 186 and H.Res. 402.
The clerk will report the titles.
H.R. 1500, a bill to direct the Administrator of the United States Agency of International Development to submit to Congress a report on the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on global basic education programs. H.R. 2471, a bill to measure the progress of post-disaster recovery and efforts to address corruption, governance, rule of law, and media freedoms in Haiti. H.R. 3261, a bill to repeal the authorization for use of military force against Iraq resolution. H.R. 3283, a bill to repeal the joint resolution entitled, A Joint Resolution to Promote Peace and Stability in the Middle East. H.R. 3385, a bill to waive the requirement to undergo a medical exam for aliens who are otherwise eligible for special immigrant status under the Afghan Allies Protection Act of 2009 and for other purposes. House Resolution 186, resolution calling for the immediate release of Trevor Reed, a United States citizen who was unjustly found guilty and sentenced to 9 years in a Russian prison. House Resolution 402, resolution urging the administration to facilitate assistance in response to the devastating impact of COVID-19 in India.
Pursuant to House Resolution 504, the ordering of the yeas and nays on the postponed motions to suspend the rules with respect to such measures is vacated to end that all such motions are considered as withdrawn. The question is on the motion offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Independent of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The gentleman from Maryland.
Madam Chair, on this motion, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to the Section 3 of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Rice of New York pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yea on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. McLean of Michigan pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mrs. McLean will vote yes on the en bloc.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on this en bloc here. Also, Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform that Mr. Mfume will vote yes too. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desjardins will vote yea on the suspensions en bloc. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jackson Lee will vote yes. She will vote yes on the suspension en bloc.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert from Colorado, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote nay on the suspension en bloc.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kind will vote aye on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Vince Gonzalez, pursuant to H-Res 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yes on the suspension en bloc.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Carl of Alabama, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House of Representative Carl will vote yes to the suspensions en bloc.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
Does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designee for Mr. Burgess Owens, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote yea on the suspension en bloc.
Does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hoyer, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
Purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote yea on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc. And as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on suspensions en bloc.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mullen of Oklahoma, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the suspension en bloc.
Purposes does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
By the lovely Madam Speaker,
As a member designated by Mr. Young from the great state of Alaska, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote yay on the suspensions en bloc.
Does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
Does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc. And as the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
The member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the suspensions en bloc. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on the suspensions en bloc. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on the suspensions en bloc. The member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote yea on the suspensions en bloc. As the member designated by Congressman Richie Torres pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Torres will vote yea on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House Mr. Cohen will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc. As the member designated Mr. Lieu pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lieu will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Clark of Massachusetts pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc. And as the member designated by Ms. Bordeaux pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bordeaux will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas
Madam
seek
Speaker, as a member
recognition?
designated by Mr. Fallon from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on the suspensions en bloc. As a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on the suspensions en bloc. As a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, the great state of North Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Chuy Garcia pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garcia will vote aye on suspensions en bloc. As a member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on the suspensions en bloc.
purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H-Res 8, I'm from the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on the suspensions en bloc.
On this vote, 360, the yeas are 366, the nays are 46. Two-thirds being an affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bills are passed. The resolutions are agreed to, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Without objection, the title of H.R. 1500 is amended. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business of the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, to suspend the rules, pass H.R. 567 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 567, a bill to establish an interagency program to assist countries in North and West Africa to improve immediate long-term capabilities to counter terrorist threats and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Rice of New York pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on H.R. 567.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yea on H.R. 567.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carnos pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnos will vote aye on H.R. 567. As the member designated by Mr. Chuy Garcia pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garcia will vote aye on H.R. 567. As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on H.R. 567.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Carl of Alabama pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Carl will vote yes on H.R. 567.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 567. And as the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 567.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote yea on H.R. 567.
What purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Vince Gonzalez, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yes on H.R. 567.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. McLean of Michigan pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mrs. McLean will vote yes on H.R. 567.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hoyer pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on H.R. 567.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Clark of Massachusetts pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on H.R. 567. And as the member designated by Ms. Boudreau pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Boudreau will vote yes on H.R. 567.
The gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on H.R. 567. As a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote yes on H.R. 567. As a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn from the great state of North Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on H.R. 567.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on H.R. 567.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desjardins will vote yea on H.R. 567. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jackson Lee will vote yes. She will vote yes on H.R. 567.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
The lovely Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Young from the great state of Alaska, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote yea on H.R. 567.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 567.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert from Colorado, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote yea for H.R. 567.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on H.R. 567.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on H.R. 567.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kind will vote aye on H.R. 567.
Does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes to HR 567.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HR 567. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on HR 567. And as the member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on HR 567.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designee for Mr. Burgess Owens, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote yea on H.R. 567. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 567. And as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.R. 567.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on HR 567.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 567. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on H.R. 567. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on H.R. 567. As the member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote yea on H.R. 567. And as the member designated by Congressman Richie Torres, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Torres will vote yea on H.R. 567.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 567.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland, Mr. Mfume votes yes. Thank you.
On this vote, the yeas are 395, the nays are 15. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to H.Res. 504, I call up H.R. 3005.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3005, a bill to direct the Joint Committee on the Library to replace the bust of Roger Brooke Taney in the old Supreme Court chamber of the United States Capitol with a bust of Thurgood Marshall to be obtained by the Joint Committee on the Library, and to remove certain statues from areas of the United States Capitol which are accessible to the public, to remove all statues of individuals who voluntarily served the Confederate States of America from display in the United States Capitol and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 504, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on House Administration or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, and the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members be permitted to submit extraneous material and to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of this bill. It directs the Joint Committee on the Library to replace the bust of Chief Justice Roger Taney in the old Supreme Court chamber with a bust of Justice Thurgood Marshall. It also directs the removal of statues and busts of individuals who served the Confederacy and other white supremacists. The United States Capitol is a beacon of democracy, freedom, and equality, visited by millions of people each year, and before COVID hit, and soon we hope to be visited by millions of people again. What and who we choose to honor in this building must represent our values. Chief Justice Taney, who in the Dred Scott decision declared that African Americans could never be citizens of the United States and had no constitutional rights, does not meet this standard, and neither do the white supremacists and Confederates we continue to honor with statues today. Justice Taney's decision continued and permitted the expansion of slavery. Those who founded, served, and fought for the Confederacy were willing to spill American blood in defense of it. In his infamous Cornerstone speech, Confederate Vice President Alexander Stephens said that slavery and white supremacy were the cornerstone of the Confederacy. There are no shortage of figures like Justice Thurgood Marshall, the first African American to serve on the Supreme Court, more deserving of the honor of being displayed in our Capitol. There are some who argue that this action is an attempt to erase and forget our history. Nothing could be further from the truth. We must never forget our nation's shameful periods of slavery, segregation, racism. This is instead about who we choose to honor, who we choose to literally put on a pedestal and display as emblematic of our values. We're just months removed from January 6th, when a mob of insurrectionists looking to violently overturn a presidential election stormed this very building. During that awful attack, the same Confederate flag carried into battle against the United States in the 19th century was again carried into battle against the United States and into this very Capitol. It is long past time to remove from a place of honor in our nation's capital the statues and busts of those who favored war against the United States in support of a so-called government founded on a cornerstone of racism and white supremacy. Outside the old Supreme Court chamber, before you get to the Taney bust, you pass another sculpture, which depicts the figures of history and justice. Today we can demonstrate to the nation and the world that we have learned from our history and we continue to pursue justice. Put another way, we can follow the advice of the great American poet and civil rights activist Maya Angelou. This is what she said: "Do the best you can until you know better. Then, when you know better, do better." Let us now show ourselves and the world that we are who we claim to be. Let us do better. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 3005, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from California reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the chair of the House Administration Committee, for the opportunity to be here today. Now, I rise in opposition to H.R. 3005, not because of the goals that it attempts to achieve. Many of us have been fighting for those same things. In fact, some of the comments that she made, you'll find in my remarks about some of the people whose statues are here that I do not believe should be in this honored building, and I have fought for a long time to remove those. But I am in opposition to the process of which we're trying to impose to do this. And with that, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend, the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I thank the gentleman from Georgia for yielding. Madam Speaker, Republicans and Democrats agree that racism in any shape or form is repugnant and must be denounced. I do intend to vote for this bill, as I did last summer when Congress considered a similar measure. It is interesting, however, that our colleagues across the aisle have only recently deemed the cause of removing statutes worthy of immediate action. When you look at the facts, it's even more puzzling. Since 1870, statues have been present in the United States Capitol, and Democrats retained a majority in the House 40 times since then. They've had ample opportunities to remove these statues that members of their own party are responsible for placing in the Capitol in the first place, but have done nothing. Again, the timing here is rather peculiar. After retaining the majority 40 times, one would think that if this were truly a pressing issue, they would have acted sooner. For many years, I've advocated that North Carolina's statues of Charles Aycock and Zebulon Vance be removed based on their ties to the Confederacy. I've suggested that 2 statues of people that all North Carolinians and all Americans can be proud of be put in their place. I'm proud that the first Republican majority in North Carolina's legislature in 140 years voted in 2015 to replace the Aycock statue with the statue of Reverend Billy Graham. Yet this request has been awaiting action by the Democrat-chaired Joint Committee on the Library for months. If they were truly concerned about removing these statues, they might be quicker to act on the request to replace some of the very same statues. I'll look past the times the North Carolina Democrat Party used Governor Aycock's name in fundraising materials and the meetings they held in buildings that sported his name. Maybe today's vote is to compensate for the decades of inaction under a Democrat-controlled House of Representatives. We'll let the people, the American people, decide. Republicans are always open for a spirited debate on this issue, and I'm confident that we can find common ground. While I plan to support this legislation and recognize its underlying intent, this is an issue that is way past its due date. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The chair
Before
recognizes.
yielding to the gentleman from North Carolina, I just would like to note, correct the record, that the Joint Committee on the Library organized last Wednesday, and until last Wednesday, the Joint Committee was chaired by Senator Roy Blunt, a Missouri Republican senator, and I have now been chair for 6 days and hope to act promptly on the North Carolina matter. And with that, I would yield 4 minutes to the distinguished chair of the Election Subcommittee in the House Administration Committee, Mr. G.K. Butterfield.
The gentleman is recognized.
Let me first thank the chair for her friendship and leadership on our committee, and thank you for yielding time this afternoon. Madam Speaker, just a little bit of history. I want to take you back to 1860. President Lincoln won the general election in 1860 by winning 18 of 29 states. Madam Speaker, the 11 states that Lincoln failed to carry were slave-holding states. These states were fearful that Lincoln would find a way to end slavery and deprive slave owners of their free labor. 11 southern states immediately seceded from the Union, forming the Confederate States of America. The CSA elected its leadership, they printed a currency, and stood up a military. At Fort Sumter on April 12, 1861, CSA took military action against the United States of America. For the following 4 years, more than 600,000 Americans lost their lives on the battlefield, including black Union soldiers. This was not a war between the states. It was a war against the United States by 11 southern states, including my state. When the Union finally won the war, both sides buried their dead. 4 million slaves were granted their freedom by the passage and ratification of the 13th Amendment. In 1864, each state was granted the privilege to donate 2 statues of deceased persons to be displayed in this Capitol that depict the history of their state. These statues are now known as the National Statuary Hall Collection. Approximately 10 of these statues depict men who volunteered to fight against the United States in the Civil War. All of these statues were donated many decades after the war. Like many other statues around the country honoring members of the Confederate States of America, and particularly those erected in the South, these 10 statues were not donated and installed in the Capitol until the 1900s, during the height of the Jim Crow era. Many Americans see these statues and the timing of their placement to intimidate black Americans and to perpetuate the notion of white supremacy. We must not continue to honor these combatants by allowing their images to be displayed in this Capitol. The bill before us today, Madam Speaker, identifies several other statues for removal that are not part of the collection, including the bust of Chief Justice Roger Brooke Taney, who authored the 1857 Supreme Court decision of Dred Scott that ruled that slaves could not be considered citizens and that Congress did not have the ability to ban slavery. This opinion, Madam Speaker, is regarded as possibly the Supreme Court's worst decision of all time. And the 7-2 decision was a major factor contributing to the Civil War. Another bust, and I'll conclude with this, Madam Speaker, another bust, not a part of the Statuary Hall collection, is for Vice President. Vice President John Breckinridge, 1856 to 1859. In 1860, Breckinridge ran for president on the Southern Democratic ticket, and he lost. During the Civil War, Breckinridge served in the United States Senate from Kentucky, but became a traitor and enlisted in the Confederate military and assigned to the Army of Mississippi, achieving the rank of Major General. And it gets worse. He was expelled from the United States Senate. Jefferson Davis then appointed him as Secretary of War. After the war, he fled the country. He fled the country for several years. Madam Speaker, this statute must also be removed. I ask my colleagues to answer the summons of our time by voting to remove these statutes from the Capitol of the United States of America. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from California reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. As I stated earlier, you will find that many, if not all, on this side of the aisle will agree with most of the comments, if not all the comments that are made by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I think we need to go back and look at where we've been as a nation and where we're going. And a lot of what we put into this building should reflect not only our history, but our values as a nation. That's why I, in the past, have advocated very strongly for certain statues to be removed. I think it's important now that we have both parties looking at this. As my colleague from North Carolina mentioned, Tawney and the Dred Scott decision. I think it was during a time period when Democratic President Andrew Jackson nominated him to be his bust to be put in the Capitol here today. Now, it can't be overstated how much this body and this country condemns the institution of slavery. I believe as a whole this nation has done that and continues to do that. In fact, when I was in the Georgia legislature, I realized that Georgia was the sole state of the former Confederacy that had not officially condemned the act of slavery, nor had condemned its participation in slavery during these dark periods of our nation. So I introduced legislation called the Freedom Resolution, which would formally acknowledge the ills and the hatred and this dark period of our nation that our government, our state government, the state that I love, was actually engaged in. That was a very painful time in our history, but we learned from that history. I don't think anyone wants to forget that time period, else we'll repeat that in some shape, form, or fashion. And as I said, it's important that the statues we have here reflect the values of this nation. In fact, I was very vocal many times in the past over one of Georgia's two statues here, Alexander Stephens. To say he was a racist was an understatement, as was mentioned his Cornerstone Address, which, as we read it today, is just wrought with the ideas that all men are not created equal. In fact, he was very condemning of Thomas Jefferson and George Washington. He even went as far as illustrating that they were insane because of our founding documents being built upon a false premise. And that false premise was the idea that God created all of us equal, because he went on to say that God didn't create us equal. He went on to say that white people were superior, and that is why we have the institution of slavery, and it should be preserved. Those are not ideas that are commensurate with what we believe in this nation. But it was during a time period where many of the Old South, Democrat-led houses and Senate and statute commissions were trying to hold on to those old ideas and principles, that our party, the Party of Emancipation, as was brought up Abraham Lincoln, we have been opposed to these ideas, and we totally wrapped our arms around this idea that all men are created equal, that we are all given equal opportunity, that all life is important, that everyone is created in the eyes of God, and that this government exists to protect those freedoms and those liberties. But there were those in the Democrat-controlled southern states that wanted to hold on to the old ideas, those ideas that Alexander Stephens espoused. So that's why in Georgia, the Democrat-led commission wanted to poke their finger in the eyes of the federal government, and they nominated, or they placed as statues these people who held ideas different than what we hold. We hold as a party over here, we hold as a nation today. My opposition to this bill isn't because of the goal that we're trying to achieve, but it's the way that the majority continues to skirt procedure in this body. For the second consecutive Congress, this bill was rushed to the floor without a hearing or a markup in the Committee on House Administration. And I'm sure we'll hear from my colleagues on the other side say that Republicans are insincere in our opposition to slavery and dragging our feet when it comes to removing these statues. And in fact, it was a Republican, a good friend of mine in the state legislature, Scott Turner, who in 2020 introduced legislation that he knew I supported and I came out publicly supporting, to remove Stephens' statue and replace it with a statue of Martin Luther King Jr. So the states have begun to take action. As we talked about, North Carolina has already taken action to remove their statues and replace them. But I'm very concerned over this committee. In fact, the Joint Committee on the Library, the committee responsible for facilitating the removal of statues approved by state legislatures, was only organized last week. Now, this is 6 months from the start of the 117th Congress. And I believe I've been on the Joint Committee of Library, and I was very excited the first year I was appointed to the Joint Committee on the Library, because as a fan of the Library of Congress, I thought this would be a great opportunity to participate in preserving a history and heritage of this nation. But of the 3 terms that I have been on that committee, from my recollection, the committee has only met 3 times. And that was an organizational meeting of each time. So it's hard to do your work when you don't even get together to do the work. The lack of urgency to organize a committee is a reason for enough concern. Even more disappointing is our failure to address several approved statutes or replacement requests from state legislatures. In October 2015, the state of North Carolina began the process of switching out the statue of Charles Brantley Aycock with the Reverend Billy Graham. Now, this passed the North Carolina House 71-28, a bipartisan vote, and the Senate 44-0, unanimous vote in the North Carolina House. But yet, we still have not taken action on approving that for a man who definitely had a very strong impact, not only on civil rights, but as our nation as a whole, who we so respect him, his body laid in the rotunda not too long ago, but yet we still have not been able to move on getting that done, as well as several other states. I believe that we need to focus our efforts on changing this process, because I think it would mean a whole lot more to this body as well as to the American people if the states who originally put those statues in here were the ones who now ask that they would be removed. I think that would be much more appropriate than this body taking action, is that if we reformed our process to make it where the states could actually do it, it would mean a whole lot more to the future of our nation. With that, Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Madam Speaker, before yielding, I just want to note, for purposes of clarifying the historical record, that the Republicans of the 19th century and early 20th century bear almost no resemblance to the Republican Party of today, and similarly, the Democratic Party bears no resemblance to the Democratic Party of the 19th and early 20th century. They're the same parties in name only. In the 19th century, the Republicans were generally the party of the Northerners, and the Democrats were the party of the South, and that has switched. At this point, I would be pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, the Speaker of the House.
The chair recognizes Madam Speaker from California for her special minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the Madam Chair for yielding and for her leadership on this very important issue. And the point that she makes is interesting because actually, in terms of the 14th Amendment, when Black Americans were given the right to vote, it was the Republicans who were the votes to make that happen, and the Democrats, to a person, voted against it. So your point is well taken. Now we're in a fight to protect that right to vote. We'll have that conversation another day. Today, we are here for a very specific purpose. Madam Speaker, this weekend, we observe the birth of our nation, the 4th of July, when Americans joyfully celebrate the birth of America's independence and the blessings of liberty. As we do so, we solemnly recognize that those blessings have been denied to so many throughout our nation's history out of sheer bigotry and racism. This holiday, while a celebration, is also an opportunity to take steps to right the wrongs of history, starting here, right here in the U.S. Capitol. That is why today we're again passing legislation to remove statues of Confederate officials and other advocacies of bigotry and removing them from the U.S. Capitol. As I have said before, the halls of Congress are the very heart of our democracy. The statues that we display should embody our highest ideals as Americans, expressing who we are and who we aspire to be as a nation. Monuments to men or people who advocated cruelty and barbarism to achieve such a plainly racist end are a grotesque affront to those ideals. They are homage to hate, not heritage. They must be removed. Thank you to Leader Steny Hoyer, who has been advocating this for a long time. He took charge and worked with Whip Jim Clyburn, Congressional Black Caucus Chair Joyce Beatty, Chair Benny Thompson, Congresswoman Barbara Lee, Congressman G.K. Butterfield, whom we just heard from, and you, Madam Chair. Thank you, you and others, for your leadership. This action builds on actions taken last Juneteenth, when, using my authority as House Speaker, I ordered the removal of 4 portraits of past speakers from the Capitol who traitorously served in the Confederacy. Among the Confederate statues in the Capitol that we are addressing today are Jefferson Davis and Alexander Stephens, President and Vice President of the Confederacy, respectively, both of whom were charged with treason against America. This legislation also removes from the old Supreme Court chamber in the Capitol the bust of Justice Roger Taney, a defender of slavery and the author of the 1857 Dred Scott ruling, one of the most horrific stains on our nation and our court's history. Mr. Hoyer has been particularly interested in removing Justice Taney. Removing these statues will not erase the stain that of other racist acts in our history, nor will it erase the racism that exists in our country today. But it is an important and necessary step. How can we seek to end the scourge of racism, including if we could do so by passing the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, which you have championed, Madam Speaker, when we allow the worst perpetrators of that racism to be lauded in the halls of Congress? Congress has the opportunity and the obligation to make meaningful change. Let us lead by example. The Taney bust will be replaced by a tribute to U.S. Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall, an icon of equality and justice and champion of justice in America. I'm very proud of Justice Marshall's Baltimore roots as a native Baltimorean, and am happy that our Baltimore airport is named for him. His words, Justice Thurgood Marshall's words, uttered nearly 30 years ago, must be our inspiration. He said, "America must get to work. We must dissent from the indifference. We must dissent from the apathy. We must dissent from the fear, the hatred, and the mistrust." He went on further to say, "We must dissent because America can do better, because America has no choice but to do better." His words were later echoed by our Baltimore brother, Elijah Cummings, who said, "We are better than this. We can do better for the children." I urge a strong bipartisan vote on this important step to do better, to right the wrongs of history, and to move our nation toward a future of justice. And I do so with gratitude for all of the champions who have brought us to this important day. Urge a strong bipartisan vote and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from California reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman and my good friend from California and the leader of the Republicans here in the House, Mr. McCarthy.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, you've been a dear friend for a long time. You've been in my office. You sat on the couch, sat across the chair, and you know the portrait that hangs in my office, the portrait of Abraham Lincoln. I'm proud that he was the first Republican president of the United States. I'm proud of the action that he took in a defining time of our nation. The greatest challenge ever to our Constitution was the Civil War, long and by far. The bill we're voting on today, we voted before, and I supported it. I support it now. But let me state a simple fact. All the statues being removed by this bill are statues of Democrats. Madam Speaker, as I heard the Speaker talk earlier about removing of the 4 portraits of speakers in the hall, the same answer goes for that as well. They were all Democrats. What's interesting, the statues that need to be removed were sent to the Capitol by states that were majority controlled by Democrats, sent to a House that had a majority controlled by Democrats, accepting of these statues. I think the bill should go further. Maybe it's time the Democrats change the name of their party. They may be desperate to pretend their party has progressed from their days of supporting slavery, pushing Jim Crow laws, or supporting the KKK. But let's be honest, at any place, at any time, if those fundamentals rest somewhere, we cannot let them. Let's go through some of the words and actions of a few Democrats. Just a few years ago, then Vice President Joe Biden praised Democrat Senator Robert Byrd. He was the exalted Cyclops of the Ku Klux Klan. In his eulogy for Byrd, he said, "For a lot of us, he was a friend, a mentor, and a guide." Another leading Democrat who praised Byrd at the time was Speaker Pelosi. She called Byrd a friend, a great person, and a great American patriot. Madam Speaker, today, the Democratic Party had doubled down on what I consider this shameful history. By replacing the racism of the past with the racism of the critical race theory. They continue to look at race as the primary means of judging a person's character. We saw just last week, Senate Democrats voted to confirm one of President Biden's appointees who said, let me quote, "We must do everything in our collective power to realize Dr. Kendi's vision for America." Let me be clear about what that vision is. Kendi, the author of How to Be an Anti-Racist, proposed in his book that the solution to past discrimination is present discrimination. Now that's what the person who is now in charge of the personnel of the entire federal government is endorsing. And this divisive vision isn't confirmed or just confined to one person or department. The Navy included Kendi's book on its official reading list for sailors in the Department of Education, has praised the Debunk 1619 Project, citing it as an example of what should be taught to our children. Critical race theory is the governing ideology of what we're now finding in the Biden administration. By advocating for it, Democrats continue to fuel hatred and division across the country. I agree with Senator Tim Scott. America is not a racist country. America must reject critical race theory for the simple reason state-sponsored racism is wrong and always will be. It was wrong when it was segregated lunch counters of Jim Crow, and it was wrong when it was segregated classrooms of critical race theory. Madam Speaker, many times I wonder, what would America have looked like had Abraham Lincoln not been assassinated? Malice towards none. Or what would America have looked like had the agreement to remove the federal troops from the South because Joseph Rainey was elected to Congress and Jim Crow laws were passed by Democrat-controlled offices in the South? Our nation was built on a unifying vision from the beginning. As Lincoln said, we are conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that we are all equal. I'll vote for this bill today just as I voted for it before. But Madam Speaker, if we have not learned anything, We should not divide our nation based on race. I applaud the Democrats for standing up, removing Democrat statues from Democrat-controlled majorities sent to a Democrat-majority House who accepted them. It is about time. But, Madam Speaker, to continue along in a critical race theory where you would teach an individual that they're right or wrong based upon the color of skin goes against everything that we're voting about today. Madam Speaker, you know my heart, and I know yours. There are times we might disagree on philosophy or how best to run a government, but we never disagreed by judging somebody by the color of their skin. And I hope we take this moment and this opportunity, as we promised before, to strive to be a more perfect union. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlelady from California.
Madam Speaker, we are so lucky to have as our whip someone who started his public service as a fighter for civil rights, like our colleague, the late John Lewis. Our whip put his life on the line for civil rights and for voting rights, and I yield to him 5 minutes.
Chair recognizes the majority whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding me the time. I listened pretty intently to the minority leader talking about theory, a principle upon which a set of practices are made. That's what a theory is. We're not here today to talk about theory. Today, we're talking about some actions, some practices that were made. We're talking about moving to make this nation more perfect. And one of the ways you do that is by recognizing and admitting that we have a very spotted history when it comes to race. I met my late wife in jail, protesting practices that were based upon our skin color, racial inequities. That's what this is all about. One of the statutes in this building, sent up here by my state, South Carolina, is a statute of John C. Calhoun. John C. Calhoun is not here because he defended the southern states during the Civil War. We talk about those generals all over this place. John C. Calhoun died in 1850, more than a decade before the Civil War started. So why is he here? Why did South Carolina send his statue up here for us to honor? Simply because he was this nation's foremost proponent of slavery. So much so, until Yale University, from which he graduated, took his name off the college that they celebrated him with. Clemson University, he was one of the founders of, took his name off of his honors college. Charleston, South Carolina, where he is buried, took his statue down overnight. People went to bed around 11 o'clock at night looking at the statue. When they got up at 6 o'clock the next morning, it was gone because South Carolina has done everything they can to get beyond those principles advocated by John C. Calhoun. But his statue is here. And I want to thank the Speaker for moving that statue to someplace out the eyesight of any school child coming up here. I always call this hall America's classroom. And we ought to be teaching in this hall that which is wholesome about the country. This is a great country. Nobody denies that. I don't call this a racist country. I do say that this country has, on occasion, too often for my taste, tolerated racism. That's a fact. And nobody can deny that fact. Last time this bill came before this body, over 70 of my Republican friends voted for it. I would hope we could do a little better today. And let me close by reminding my friend, you know, most of us who studied history, we know when the Republican Party came into being. We know when the Democratic Party came into being. Happens to be an older party than the Republican Party. So I understand all of that. But we also know that in 1948, Hubert Humphrey spoke at the 1948 Democratic Convention against segregation. Strom Thurmond, the Democrat, left the party, came back. And in 1964, when Democrats came together and decided that they were going to pass the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Strom Thurmond, the Democrat, left the Democratic Party, became a Republican, and took all of those segregationists with him into the South Carolina Republican Party. South Carolina Republican Party built itself on the Confederate battle flag. Those are facts of history. We can't deny those facts, and we don't try to. We try to do whatever we can to do what George Santayana admonished us to do: learn the history and gather lessons from that history, or we run the risk of repeating that history. What we should do today is relegate these statutes to the dustbin of history. And I'll yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the very passionate words that we've heard here today. And as I said in the beginning, we on this side of the aisle not only agree, but we have been advocating for these very things for quite some time. In fact, as Georgia's statute, as I had advocated in times past for the removal of Alexander Stephens' statue, has been on several occasions that I've spoken about this. And let me just share with you this one idea, this principle, that the criticism that he made of our founders, because he believed that our founding documents, the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, were inherently flawed. This is what Stephens said. The prevailing ideas entertained by him, meaning Jefferson, and most of the leading statesmen at the time of the formation of the old Constitution, talking about the Constitution we have today, because he was advocating for the Confederate Constitution, says that where the enslavement of the African was in violation of the laws of nature, that it was wrong in principle, socially, morally, and politically. And we agree with that. What he's saying is the flaw of our founders was that they believed this idea that all men are created equal, and they put that in our founding documents. The reason I bring that up today is because of something that the minority leader said, is that under critical race theory, they're teaching that our founding documents were the opposite, that more they were what Alexander Stephens is saying they were, that they are flawed, that they teach racism, but Alexander Stephens was taking the opposite approach. He says they weren't teaching racism. That's why they're flawed. This is why I've advocated a long time for the removal of Stephens' statue. In fact, as I was speaking about this at one time, I received a threat, me and my family received a threat from the Ku Klux Klan in Georgia at the time, because I adamantly believe that we are all created equal and we're all given the same opportunities in this nation. Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Western.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the gentlelady in her opening remarks quoted Maya Angelou earlier, and since Maya Angelou spent her childhood in my district in Arkansas, I would say I wholeheartedly agree with the words of Maya Angelou that we can do better. but I'm not convinced H.R. 3005 is actually doing better. This bill would remove all statues from the U.S. Capitol of individuals who voluntarily served in the Confederate Army, or, it appears, who are now otherwise deemed by Democrats as racist and unfit for any type of honor. One of the statues named for removal is James Paul Clark, a Democrat from Arkansas who served as a U.S. Senator and the 18th Governor of Arkansas. His statue was placed in the Capitol by Democrat majorities in both the Arkansas House and Senate. The Speaker might be interested to learn that the Republican Arkansas State Legislature voted in 2019 to replace James Paul Clark and its other statue, which depicts Uriah Rose. But Speaker Pelosi is already familiar with Uriah Rose. You see, last year on June 10th, Speaker Pelosi sent a letter to the Joint Committee on the Library requesting it remove 11 statues which depict Confederate soldiers and officials, which she says includes Uriah Rose. Uriah Rose was an Arkansas attorney who was a founder and two-time president of the American Bar Association. Uriah Rose also founded the Rose Law Firm in Little Rock, at which Hillary Clinton began her legal career and became the firm's first female partner. The Speaker will be pleased to know that neither Uriah Rose nor James Paul Clark were commissioned into the Confederate Army. Uriah Rose never fought for the Confederacy, and James Paul Clark was 7 years old when the Civil War began. However, following the established procedures for placing statues in the Capitol, Arkansas has recognized racist beliefs held at least by the Democrat Governor and Senator James Clark, and in 2019 began the process of replacing our two statues with those who have made significant, meaningful contributions to Arkansas and our nation: country music legend Johnny Cash and civil rights activist Daisy Bates. Madam Speaker, every state can follow that process. Many have and many are. Daisy Bates was a civil rights activist who was an unstoppable force during the desegregation of Arkansas, and I'm proud that Arkansas chose her as one of the statues to replace John Paul Clark and Uriah Rose. Daisy Bates was instrumental in securing safe entry into Little Rock Central High School for the Little Rock Nine in September of 1957, one of the first high schools in Arkansas to integrate following the Brown versus Board of Education Supreme Court decision in 1954. Arkansas has been working with the architect of the Capitol and the Joint Committee on the Library to replace these statues for 2.5 years, complying with every step in the process. H.R. 3005 also names other statues. It was mentioned Charles Brantley Aycock, a Democrat from North Carolina who did not serve in the Confederate Army but has racist ties, whom North Carolina has been trying to replace with Reverend Billy Graham since 2015. This bill naming statues that are in the process of being replaced is nothing more than what I believe is an attempt by Democrats to prematurely thwart the authority of states in order to claim the moral high ground for themselves. If Democrats were serious about cleansing the U.S. Capitol of statues depicting those with racist views, Speaker Pelosi would insist the Joint Committee on the Library make it a top priority to work with Arkansas and North Carolina to expedite the replacement of these statues that are already in process. I'm glad to hear the gentlelady is going to work to see that Billy Graham's statue is quickly added, and I hope she will do the same. Thank you. I would like to do the same, or ask that she do the same for Arkansas statues of Johnny Cash and Daisy Bates. Madam Speaker, we don't need a do-nothing messaging bill from Democrats. We don't need another nanny state mandate from House Democrats telling states what we need to do. What we need is a get-something-done attitude and real leadership, and these statues will be gone out of the Capitol. I yield back.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Just a note of the process. In fact, Arkansas is now selecting an artist to develop the little statue that has to be approved before we can proceed. Meanwhile, even though they want to get rid of that statue, it stays here. If we pass this bill, the statue will be gone while Arkansas pursues a replacement. And With that, I would like to yield to the gentleman from Maryland, a member of the House Administration Committee and a scholar and former constitutional law professor, my colleague Jamie Raskin. 1 minute.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the chair for your great leadership on this. It's one thing to remember the nation's Confederate traitors. It's another thing to glorify them. It's time to stop glorifying white supremacists in black robes and Confederate traitors who defected.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentlewoman from California, how much time?
1 minute.
Okay. Gentleman should proceed.
Thank you very much. It's time to stop glorifying white supremacists in black robes and Confederate traitors who defected from the Union and took up arms against the United States. Now, I represent Frederick County, Maryland, where Justice Taney lived. The city of Frederick 5 years ago took down their statue of the man who wrote the Dred Scott opinion, which found that an African American could never be a citizen within the meaning of Article 3 of the Constitution, and in which he wrote, "Blacks have no rights which the white man is bound to respect." In the name of original intent, Justice Taney transformed our Constitution into a white man's compact. He disgraced the Supreme Court. It would take the Civil War, the Reconstruction Amendments, and the Civil Rights Movement to dismantle the white supremacist Constitution. Now we're going to replace him with a great Marylander who has stood the test of time, Justice Thurgood Marshall, who was one of the architects of the legal strategy to dismantle Jim Crow and to replace Plessy versus Ferguson.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from...
I would yield an additional 30 seconds.
Justice Marshall argued the white primary line of cases, Smith versus Allwright and Terry versus Adams. He argued Brown versus Board. He became the first African-American Supreme Court justice. As for all the other federal office holders who swore an oath to support our Constitution, but then defected to the Confederacy and waged insurrection and rebellion against the United States, they were banned by Section 3 of the 14th Amendment from ever serving in public office again at the federal level, at the state level, or at the local level. Why should they occupy a position of honor and reverence in this building? I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Chair, may I inquire how much time remains?
Georgia has 11 and a half minutes, and the gentleman from California has 12 and a half minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, prior to the organizing of the current Joint Committee on the Library, Ranking Member Rodney Davis and I sent a letter to the Joint Committee on the Library to demand immediate action on North Carolina's pending request to replace the statue of Charles Brantley Aycock with the Reverend Billy Graham. So far, the request has been ignored, but I can only assume it was because it would impede the ability to do what we're doing here today, but I'm encouraged by the chair's commitment to act on that very quickly. I would also say that this isn't an isolated case. There are currently 8 states with pending requests, including Arkansas, Florida, Missouri, Kansas, North Carolina, Nebraska, Utah, and Virginia. And in fact, Georgia has just introduced in this last session a new piece of legislation to remove Stephen's statue with that of the late Representative John Lewis, which is receiving bipartisan support. In fact, the Republican Speaker of the House is the top co-sponsor of that legislation. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Groffman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I will have to admit that when I first got this job and walked through Statutory Hall, I was kind of surprised at some of the people who were honored there. In particular, Alexander Stephens was one that kind of jumped out at me. And right before the end of the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln talked about malice towards none and charity for all. And I think that charity for all was being a little bit abused when people like Alexander Hamilton got their statue down there. Be that as it may, there's another part of this bill that's put before us. We've talked about the Dred Scott decision. I'm going to talk a little bit about Roe v. Wade and a history of Roe v. Wade that I think a lot of people don't know about. I get this history in part from an article put out by Planned Parenthood and in part from a book written by Bob Woodward. Obviously, Roe v. Wade could be described as the most significant court decision in that it legalized abortion, and we have 60 million fewer Americans than we would have if this decision had not happened. However, there were a change was made in that decision as they were debating it, upping that 60 million figure a little bit higher, because a decision was made at the end to go from allowing abortion at 3 months to allowing abortion all the way until viability, late-term abortion. The author of that decision, Justice Blackmun, was just going to go 3 months, and he got a letter put out by Thurgood Marshall, who wanted it to be much higher. I can't tell you exactly how many abortions past 3 months we've had in this country, but it's probably over 5 million. And that was because Thurgood Marshall was in the right or wrong position, however you want to look at it, to go from 3 months to making America one of 7 countries in the world where they allow abortions so late. And of those countries includes North Korea, Vietnam, Red China, not countries you want to be associated with. If this bill becomes law and we walk through there, we're going to see Thurgood Marshall. At least I will always look at him as the guy who weighed in and felt after abortion was largely illegal in this country.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Its first
Gentleman,
200 years.
another 30 seconds.
Yeah. The guy who kind of put the foot on the gas and legalized late-term abortion and put the United States in with those other 6 countries. So for that reason, I'm going to vote against this bill today, and hopefully someday in America, that decision, the Roe v. Wade decision, and putting the United States in a position in which even 6 or 7-month-old babies can have their lives taken away, hopefully that will eventually be changed. Thank you.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Al Green.
The
Thank you
gentleman
very
from
much.
Texas is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the chair lady. Madam Speaker, the great Thurgood Marshall won 29 of 32 cases before the Supreme Court of the United States of America. He was eminently qualified then, and he is now, and this is a proper thing for us to do. But I want to close with this. If Judge Taney and his cohorts had their way, there would be no person of color in this building today. If they had their way, Madam Speaker, you would not be at that podium. I stand with Mr. Hoyer. I'm grateful for what he's done, and I will vote for this legislation. Its time has long since come, and we are doing the right thing. And Dr. King reminded us, the time is always right to do that which is right. I yield back.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Chair, how much time do we have remaining?
The gentleman, 8 minutes left.
8 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's refreshing to know that there is so much we actually do agree on in this chamber, because the things that my good friend from Texas just said, we agree on, and we've agreed on since Abraham Lincoln was the president. I'd now like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, my good friend, Mr. Davis, who is also the ranking member of the Committee on House Administration.
Well, thank you. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague and my friend on the House Administration Committee for running this debate for our side. Madam Speaker, despite its flaws, I intend to vote for the underlying bill. But nevertheless, I rise to highlight several points the majority has failed to address. It's been 6 years since the people of North Carolina, through their elected state legislature, requested on a bipartisan basis to replace the state statue of Charles Brantley Aycock, a former Democrat governor of that state who supported segregation and white supremacy. The people of North Carolina have requested to replace the statue with a sculpture of the late Reverend Billy Graham, a worthy North Carolinian, respected and beloved by millions. Even the Speaker of the House has had many kind words for Reverend Graham, only the 4th American ever to lie in honor in the U.S. Capitol. In a press release dated February 21st of 2018, the Speaker said in part the following: Reverend Graham's leadership and firm partnership with the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. were vital in the fight for civil rights in the South. His counsel to U.S. presidents, regardless of party, brought grace and humility into our politics. I ask unanimous consent that the entire release be entered into the record, Madam Speaker.
Without objection.
And Madam Speaker, I agree with the Speaker's remarks. Reverend Graham was vital in the fight for civil rights in the South. So today I ask, why are we still having this conversation 6 years later? Why do the Democrats continue to delay states' efforts like North Carolina and like Arkansas to replace statues in question that are currently at the Capitol? Why do Democrats delay action keeping these statues of known racist Democrats in this building? Democrats have done nothing on any statue for the past 6 months, leaving statues of segregationists, known racists, and other Confederate Democrats in our Capitol. As an aside, we know this process shouldn't take this long. Kansas, which has no statues in question in the underlying bill, has been waiting 22 years to put a statue of Amelia Earhart in the Capitol. And just yesterday, the chair of the Joint Committee on Library, a Democrat, signed the paperwork in about 30 seconds when pressed on it, despite waiting over 6 months to organize the Joint Committee on Library this Congress. So it's clear that the Democrats could move these requests along at any time, but instead are actively continuing to delay the process. In an effort to speed up this process, I offered an amendment yesterday at the Rules Committee that very reasonably would have addressed these delays and would have required the Joint Committee on the Library to act within 30 days of receiving any actionable items on statue replacement. 30 days, come on. Democrats ruled it out of order. And I believe that's because they wanted to vote on this bill. Each of the statues in question represents a known racist who was a Democrat from the past. And the majority party is anxious to erase their discriminatory history from the Capitol with this action. So let's have the vote. Let's have a vote on this Democrat bill intending to remove Democrat statues. And Madam Speaker, my constituent, Abraham Lincoln, who's buried in my district, the 13th District of Illinois, the first Republican president of our great nation. I'm proud to represent that history. I stood on this floor debating and supporting this bill in the last Congress, and I will support it again. But please, Madam Speaker, please encourage the Democratic majority to help us reform this broken process that has delayed and kept statues of known Confederates, known racists, who happen to be Democrats in the past, in this Capitol. Let's work together. Let's get this done. Let's stop playing games, and let's actually open the Capitol again. It's kind of interesting and ironic. No one can see these statues right now because the Capitol's closed. What are we doing to establish a plan to reopen our Capitol for our nation, to actually share in this history, to share in the history of Abraham Lincoln, to share in the history of our country, to share in the special building that we get a chance to walk in and work in while it remains closed? With that, Madam Speaker, I look forward to working in a bipartisan way to reform this broken process. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I intend to vote for this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
May I ask how much time remains on both sides?
Lady has 11 and a half minutes remaining. Gentleman from Georgia has 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I would be happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Karen Bass.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 3005 to remove the bust of Chief Justice Roger Taney and Confederate statues from public displays in the U.S. Capitol building. The People's House can never truly be for the people if it is lined with tributes to those who fought to continue the enslavement of black people in this country. My ancestors built this building. Imagine how they would feel knowing that more than 100 years after slavery was abolished in this country, we still paid homage to the very people that betrayed this country in order to keep my ancestors enslaved. And imagine how I feel and other African Americans and people of color feel walking through Statuary Hall and knowing that there are monuments to people who supported, embraced, and fought for the breakup of our country. We are not trying to erase our history. We must confront our past when we talk about who we should honor in this building. Should we honor the man who wrote the Supreme Court ruling that African Americans can't be citizens? Or should we honor the man who got the Supreme Court to rule that separate but equal cannot be equal? Should we honor a legal architect of slavery, or should we honor a legal architect of the civil rights movement? When I hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talk about the Democratic Party, I wonder if you are aware of the whole history of the civil rights movement, where Black people and other people of color fought to enter the Democratic Party. And when people objected to our participation, and when people objected to our right to vote, those people left the Democratic Party and joined the Republican Party. So we are extremely aware of our history of racism in the Democratic Party, and part of our history of Americans is that we criticize our country. We don't just honor the nice stories of our history, but we honor and embrace all of our history, and we fight for a more perfect union. So fighting for a more perfect union for people of color meant fighting to enter the Democratic Party, and it is my hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will go back to that history of the Republican Party that you honor and fight for the right for all Americans to vote. Thank you. And I yield.
I reserve.
The gentlelady from California reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I am very pleased that the majority leader is here with us this afternoon, and I would be honored to yield to Mr. Hoyer 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and I'm glad to be back. I've been out for 2 weeks now that I have a new knee, I'm good for another 20 years. That's what they tell me. They guaranteed me that. Madam Speaker, when I brought this bill to the floor just about a year ago, I referred to our Capitol building as a sacred space for democracy, a symbol around the world of democracy. The intervening months have shown us in ways we could not have imagined then just how true that statement was and is. Sadly, we in this House, our colleagues in the Senate, all who work here, experienced on January 6th a wrenching reminder of how democracy demands our eternal defense and vigilance. We watched our temple of democracy defiled by a violent mob of insurrectionists. For many of us here, that was a watershed moment, seeing such evils pervade the halls of the American Capitol. However, Madam Speaker, for African Americans who have been serving here, working here, and visiting here for many decades, that sense of defilement of this sacred space is all too familiar for them. Our colleague, the former Speaker of the California Assembly, Karen Bass, made that clear when she spoke. Because when they see individuals like John Calhoun and Charles Aycock and John Paul Clark celebrated in stone and bronze in these halls, they are reminded that for so much of our history, the leaders and leading institutions of our government and our country did not view them as equal or at times even human. When they enter the solemn old Supreme Court chamber and stare into the cold marble eyes of Roger Brooke Taney, they are reminded that at one time the highest court in our land, the highest court in our land, declared that black lives did not matter. So, Mr. Speaker, we ought not be surprised when our fellow citizens of color raise signs that say, "No, America, black lives do matter." That's somewhat what this debate is about. In the infamous 1857 Dred Scott decision written by Justice Taney, a distinguished citizen of Maryland, revered in his time for his intellect and his accomplishments. Taney, in this terrible decision, quoted the Declaration of Independence, which all of us quote so often. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. Today, we would say all men and women are equal, irrespective of color. But this Dred Scott decision ought to teach us a lesson today. And it ought to humble us today when people around us say, "Boy, that's the right decision," because it happens to be the decision of the moment, not a decision of history. Beneath those lines, Taney wrote these: "The general words, that is, that all men are created equal, the general words above quoted would seem," he said, "to embrace the whole human family." Hear me, colleagues. This is Taney speaking in a decision that he is about to say, black lives do not matter. He said, however, that it would seem to embrace the whole human family, not divided by color or gender or nationality or religion, the whole human race. And he went on to say, and if they were used in a similar instrument at this day, would be so understood. I want you to think about that. I want you to think about it, colleagues, with humility. And frankly, I want those who argue for the originalist point of view to think of that. Taney thought of that. And he thought in his day, in 1857, the whole human family would be covered by all men are created equal. But notwithstanding that belief, he did not so rule, because he was mired in the past. And the progress of those some 90 years had eluded him. Because he went on to say, but the enslaved African race were not intended to be included and formed no part of the people who framed and adopted this declaration. An originalist. The founders were human. They were extraordinary humans, but they were human. And their environment shaped their thoughts as they do ours. Taney's words were used by the Confederacy during the Civil War to justify the creation of a regime built to sustain the enslavement of African Americans in perpetuity, with no possibility of recognizing their humanity. even though Tawney said in 1857 that would have been the popular definition of all men are created equal, blacks and whites alike. And they have been used ever since by bigots and white supremacists to justify segregation, racial violence, and discrimination. My fellow colleagues, we must not allow the author of those words to hold a place of honor in our capital. That's why I introduced this legislation along with Representative Barbara Lee, my dear friend of over a half a century, Jim Clyburn, Representative Karen Bass, former Speaker of the California Assembly, Chairman Benny Thompson from Mississippi, and Representative G.K. Butterfield of North Carolina, former Supreme Court Justice, and the present chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Congresswoman Joyce Beatty of Ohio. Because this building, this sacred space, this temple of democracy has been defiled for too long. We ought not to forget history. We must learn from history. But we ought not to honor that which defiled the principles for which we think we stand, and for which I think we do stand. It's time, Mr. Speaker, to remove those symbols of slavery, segregation, and sedition from these halls. How recently we saw remembered the savage genocide in Tulsa just a few weeks ago. Justified in the minds of many, I'm sure, that these, after all, were not men who were created equal. They were not children created in the image of God. And therefore, some rationalized that the taking of their lives, because after all, their lives did not matter. And therefore, no one was prosecuted. No one was held accountable. As I said, Roger Brooke Tawney was from my state of Maryland. And I acknowledge, as I was growing up as a kid in the late 50s in high school, and then in college in the 60s, my party was the segregationist party. And my party decided we did not want to be that party. And that there was not a home for segregationists in the Democratic Party. That is a decision we made consciously, knowing full well the cost, and that is why Lyndon Johnson said when he signed one of the civil rights bills, we may have just given up the South. In our state capital of Annapolis, Mr. Speaker, we removed the statue of Chief Justice Tawney, the highest-ranking Marylander in the federal government in history. It had stood there, Mr. Speaker, when I was sworn in as a member of the state Senate and listened to Governor Agnew give his State of the Union. It was in the site of the Roger Brooke Tawney statue on the east front of our Capitol. And if you turn and walk west through the capital of Maryland, you will come out on a park. It is the Thurgood Marshall Park, a testament to the progress and enlightenment that occurred from Tawney to Marshall in our state. The decision to remove Tawney's statue was long overdue, But as the gentleman from Texas said, Martin Luther King said, it is never too late to do the right thing. And this, today, is the right thing. It reflects our growth as a state as we have confronted the most difficult parts of our history, and it will reflect our growth as we recognize it here, as we did overwhelmingly when we passed this last year. Over a third of my Republican colleagues joining the Democratic colleagues in saying black lives do, in fact, matter. Those who say we shouldn't teach about slavery or that we should sweep it under the rug or that we should skip over the lines in our Constitution that reference it do a disservice to our understanding of America's greatness. Jim Clyburn, our whip, a civil rights hero in his own right, likes to quote de Tocqueville saying, America's greatness is not that it always does the right thing. America's greatness is that it is willing to correct its wrongs. We are great because we approach our past with humility and openness. And we are great because we continue to perfect our democracy through more inclusion, more tolerance, more justice, more equality, that all men and women, irrespective of artificial distinctions or real distinctions, are equal in the eyes of our Constitution and of our laws. That's why Democrats and Republicans came together earlier this month to make Juneteenth a national holiday. Overwhelmingly, a handful voting against that. In an articulation of our principles today, not yesterday. That was Roger Brooke Taney's great blindness. It's why I believe we can take this important step together today. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask the House once again to join me in passing this legislation to remove these statutes and bust of Chief Justice Taney from the Capitol. Not to forget them, not to say they weren't part of history, but they are not deserving of our honor. Not because we want to erase history, but because we are determined to confront it. And as a Marylander, proud of steps we have taken in Annapolis, I believe that Justice Thurgood Marshall would be a far better ambassador for the greatness of American democracy and for our state of Maryland than Roger. Brooke Taney represents the worst of American injustice and racism. Thurgood Marshall represents the best of American justice and equality. He deserves to be honored in this Capitol for his trailblazing career and his lifelong dedication to civil rights and equal justice for all. I hope all of my colleagues, not as Republicans and Democrats, but as Americans who believe we are a special, exceptional country because we lift up the individual and we protect the one against the 99 if the one is right. That is the essence of America. And even though they did not live it out perfectly, they articulated the perfection of all men are created equal and endowed not by the Constitution, not by the laws of Congress, not by the majority vote of their fellow citizens, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. That's what this vote is about today. And I urge my colleagues, vote yes for America. Vote yes for its principles that are so respected properly around the world. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentle lady from California reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the gentlelady from California, I'm prepared to close if you are.
Well, the other speakers we are expecting, I think, are caught up in a long appropriations markup. So I think we're prepared to close, and you may proceed.
Well, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the members of the North Carolina delegation that was written to the Joint Committee of the Library, encouraging them to move quickly on their request to replace the Aycock statue with that of Billy Graham.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the official 10-step architect of this Capitol statue removal and replacement process.
Without objection.
This process was established in the 2000 omnibus and further defined in 2014 and requires coordination between state, the architect of the Capitol, and the Joint Committee on the Library. All requests for statue replacement begin in state legislatures and then communicated to the architect of the Capitol, who then manages the communication of the request to the JCL for approval through the process. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the chart of every state's request that is currently in the process of getting a statue replaced.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a timeline of the Joint Committee on the Library's organization for this Congress, including the minutes of the first JCL organizing meeting.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter to the Joint Committee on the Library Chair Lofgren requesting organization, consideration of North Carolina's statue, and reopening of the U.S. Botanic Garden.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a readout from the House Rules meeting on H.R. 3005 recorded June 28, 2021, at which time Joint Committee on the Library Chair Zoe Lofgren announced her approval of the Kansas longstanding request to update their contribution to be a statue of Amelia Earhart.
Without objection.
And I thank the chair for taking that direction. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the official collection of correspondence from the state of Kansas to the architect of the Capitol that informs where Kansas is in the 10-step replacement process.
Without objection.
And Madam Speaker, that process began 22 years ago in 1999. And I thank you for your indulgence with that. And I just want to reiterate, there is much that was said here today that we are in agreement with. Something that the esteemed majority leader said, I think it needs to be reemphasized, and is again the reason why I have adamantly fought to replace the statue of Stevens, Georgia statue of Alexander Stevens, because of his criticism of our founders. And his criticism was that they truly believed those ideas that were written in our Declaration of Independence, that all men are created equal. In fact, he said that was the flaw of our nation. That's why they rebelled against this nation. That we should go back to those original principles and have people here that honor the idea that God, in His infinite ability, created all of us. And He created us all with value, equal value, regardless of skin color, regardless of age, regardless of any other factor, that we are all created in His divine wisdom and given life. And life can be so abundant if we just hold on to those ideas and principles, and that those that we have in this Capitol should reflect those values. And I can think of no one that reflects those values more than the Reverend Billy Graham. With North Carolina back in the record. And what is this? Okay. Madam Speaker, one more to enter into the record is the House bill from North Carolina requesting that the statues be replaced.
Without objection.
Thank you. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia yields. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself the remainder of the time. Just a couple of clarifications, because I think it may be confusing to the general public hearing about what is really a rather arcane process for states to add and remove statues. The Joint Committee on the Library ultimately approves it, but the process is driven by the states. The architect at the Capitol does all the heavy lifting, looking at the statues, making sure that the replacement statue meets the engineering requirements and the like. I'd just like to note that Until last Wednesday, Senator Roy Blunt was chair of the Joint Committee on the Library, and I have been chair of the Joint Committee on the Library now for 6 days. In that time, I actually have approved the reopening of the Botanical Gardens. I have approved the replacement of the Kansas statue that I received the letter Friday, and I hope I've just received the information on North Carolina, and I plan to work on that very hard and hopefully very promptly get a decision. So I don't think that speaks to undue delay in the 6 days that I have been chair of the Joint Library Committee. I do think it's important that we take the step to remove these Confederates and segregationists and pro-slavery statues from our statuary hall. In some cases, states have either started the steps to remove them, but while that process is ongoing, these individuals are on a pedestal. And we cannot forget our history, but we don't have to put segregationists and pro-slavery historical figures on a pedestal. We don't honor them, although we do remember them. And so let's adopt this measure to deal with those statues. But there's another thing. There are situations such as the statue of Justice Taney that were not sent here by any state, and only we can remove them expeditiously. You know, we've said and we've heard from people more eloquent than I about why Justice Taney should not be honored. In 1865, a few years before the Taney bust was ultimately commissioned, the Senate debated it. They debated whether to commission the bust of Justice Taney for the Supreme Court room. And during that debate, Senator Charles Sumner of Massachusetts said this, quote, "I object to that now an emancipated country should make a bust to the author of the Dred Scott decision. Judgment is beginning now, and an emancipated country will fasten upon him the stigma which he deserves." Now, it may have taken longer than Senator Sumner envisioned, in fact, 156 years, to attach the stigma that belongs to Justice Taney, but we will attach that stigma today if we pass this bill. In closing, I just want to say, you know, all of us are here for a few years, some longer, some shorter, but we're just here for a little slice of history. And I feel fortunate that my little slice of history allowed me to be here the same time as the late John Lewis. I can almost imagine him standing here on the floor. How fortunate I am to have served with him. And how fortunate I am to serve with our Majority Whip, Mr. Clyburn, who put his body on the line to fight against segregation and to fight for voting rights. They are leaders of our country. I'm proud to serve with them. Let's show how much we honor them by voting for this bill. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 504, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to direct the Joint Committee on the Library to replace the bust of Roger Brooke Taney in the old Supreme Court chamber of the United States Capitol with a bust of Thurgood Marshall to be obtained by the Joint Committee on the Library, and to remove certain statues from the areas of the United States Capitol which are accessible to the public, to remove all statues of individuals who voluntarily served the Confederate States of America from display in the United States Capitol and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is passed.
Madam Speaker, ask for a recorded vote.
The gentleman from Georgia.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Without objection, pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. And pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 504, I now call up the bill, H.R. 2662, the Inspector General Independence and Empowerment Act, and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 47, H.R. 2662, a bill to amend the Inspector General Act of 1978 and for other purposes.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks.
The gentlelady will suspend. Pursuant to House Resolution 504, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Reform printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert materials on H.R. 2662.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I rise today to urge strong bipartisan support for my bill, H.R. 2662, the IG Independence and Empowerment Act. The work of inspectors general who conduct independent oversight of federal agencies continues to be a remarkable investment for American taxpayers. For every dollar we spend on IGs, we get $17 back. And this return could be even higher if we gave IGs additional tools, which is exactly what this bill would do. The IG Independence and Empowerment Act is a package of critical reforms to protect IGs from political retaliation and obstruction. I want to thank Leader Hoyer for his support and work on this bill, as well as all the other co-sponsors of the legislation. The IG Independence and Empowerment Act also has the support of 14 good government groups. They wrote that the reforms in this legislation, and I quote, have been crafted to address problems with Inspector General independence and authority long raised by Congress, civil society, and our inspectors general. We strongly urge Congress to pass this legislation to empower our independent watchdogs to serve the public even more effectively, end quote. This bill would enhance the independence of IGs in several ways. Most importantly, it would protect IGs from being fired simply for doing their jobs. The bill would only allow an IG to be removed for a documented cause based on a defined list of nonpartisan reasons, such as knowing a violation of the law, abuse of authority, or gross mismanagement. These removal protections come from a bill I introduced last year after the previous administration bullied, sidelined, and retaliated against multiple IGs. Last April and May, in 6 short weeks, President Trump fired or sidelined 4 IGs and acting IGs who were simply doing their jobs. On April 3rd, intelligence community IG Michael Atkinson was fired after he provided a whistleblower complaint to Congress about President Trump's now infamous call with the Ukrainian president, part of the conduct for which he was impeached by this body. On April 7th, President Trump removed Glenn Fine as acting Defense Department IG, which blocked IG Fine from serving as chair of the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee, a committee I helped create in the CARES Act to oversee trillions of dollars in federal spending in response to the coronavirus pandemic. IG Fine was simply doing his job. On May 15th, President Trump removed Mitch Baum as the acting transportation IG and replaced him with an agency insider. Mr. Baum was investigating Secretary of Transportation Elaine Chao at the time. And finally, that same day, President Trump fired State Department IG Steve Linick, who at the time was investigating Secretary of State Mike Pompeo for abuse of power and misuse of resources, and replaced him with a political crony. All 4 of these IGs were just following the law and the facts, yet they faced blatant retaliation. This is just plain wrong. President Trump's actions struck at the heart of why we have IGs, to provide independent oversight and a check on executive branch waste, fraud, and abuse. No president should be allowed to retaliate against an IG for simply doing their jobs. And the IG Independence and Empowerment Act would ensure that IGs are protected from this kind of retaliation. In a letter to congressional leadership after the IG firings by Mr. Trump, 9 former IGs wrote, and the 9 IGs said, and I quote, "Forcing Inspector General to choose between doing their jobs with integrity and keeping their positions is not an acceptable model of governance and oversight. We therefore urge you to pass for-cause removal protections for all IGs," end quote. In addition, the IG Independence and Empowerment Act would ensure temporary acting IGs are independent and qualified by requiring the acting IG to be the deputy IG in the same office or another senior official from the IG community if there is no deputy. This would protect against the appointment of acting IGs with conflicts of interest or who are acting as political appointees. The IG Independence and Empowerment Act would further bolster IG independence by requiring notification to Congress before an IG is pushed aside and placed on non-duty status so that we in Congress can support the independence of IGs. The bill would also empower IGs by granting them the authority to subpoena non-government witnesses to provide testimony. In many investigations, testimony from non-government witnesses is essential, so providing IGs with this authority is often the only way to root out fraud or other wrongdoings. In 2016, our former colleague Mark Meadows supported a similar provision and highlighted that bill's procedural safeguards, which are essentially the same in the bill we are considering today. He stated, and I quote, "This bill provides the expanded authority that the IGs have asked for, but with safeguards in place to make sure that they protect against the possibility that an IG's investigation would interfere with an ongoing criminal investigation or do other harm, end quote. The IG Independence and Empowerment Act would also close a loophole that prevents the Department of Justice, IG, from initiating investigations into professional misconduct by DOJ attorneys. This bill balances enhanced authorities and independence with new accountability and transparency measures for IGs. For example, the bill contains the Bipartisan Integrity Committee Transparency Act, which would require greater transparency from the SIGI Integrity Committee, the body Congress set up to investigate IGs. Supporting IG independence has long been a bipartisan issue. Congress must act now to protect and empower IGs so that they can perform their duties Congress has entrusted to them without being retaliated against. I strongly urge my colleagues to support the IG Independence and Empowerment Act and continue the bipartisan tradition of protecting and strengthening IGs. To my Republican colleagues who may say these efforts are about attacking President Trump, I would respond with this: Joe Biden is the president now. I am supporting good government reforms under a Democratic administration because I believe in accountability no matter who the president is and what party they come from. We are talking about the future. This is about safeguarding taxpayers' money and protecting the integrity of our government. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will support these critical reforms as well. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from New York reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through their work, inspectors general help improve government efficiency and effectiveness. Their nonpartisan audits and investigations work to root out waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement in all federal agencies. And in fact, the Oversight Committee and IGs have this common mission. But IGs occupy a unique spot within the federal government. They have a responsibility to their respective agency and to Congress through the notice requirements. When the political parties of the executive branch and Congress are different, political fights can understandably erupt. Unfortunately, this has recently led to a politicization of IG investigations. That takes us to today's bill. Many provisions in this bill are a step in the right direction to empower IGs to conduct robust oversight. However, I remain concerned about some of the provisions in this bill. Title I in this bill would unnecessarily constrain the President's ability to remove an IG, shifting the delicate balance between the executive branch and Congress. Maintaining the current balance would enable Congress to use its own oversight authority if it believes there is wrongdoing by the President or agency head in the removal of an IG. Next, in Title III, the majority has proposed to dramatically limit who can be appointed as an acting inspector general if the IG has voluntarily left office or been removed. In doing so, this hinders the President's ability to appoint an IG with whom they have confidence. While there are legitimate concerns about IGs serving at multiple agencies, this provision goes too far in limiting the President's authority over a subset of executive branch employees. Finally, I have serious concerns with Title V, the provision authorizing an inspector general to issue testimonial subpoena authorities to compel testimony from former federal employees. While it may be helpful for IGs to investigate certain allegations of misconduct, it also provides IGs with a tool that can be easily abused for political purposes. For example, this authority would enable new Biden-appointed inspectors general to subpoena former Trump administration officials under the guise of any investigation, regardless of the real purpose for the investigation.
Finally, this provision does not provide the necessary protections for former federal employees that may be subjected to the legal fees of dealing with a subpoena, instead forcing them to pay for counsel to defend against and respond to these subpoenas. Without meaningful protections to ensure that testimonial subpoena authority would not be used to seek out political retribution, I cannot support this provision. Rooting out waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement and misconduct is one of the most important jobs of this committee, and inspectors general serve on the front lines with us in this mission. We must ensure that all our inspectors general have the tools they need to conduct robust oversight of their respective agencies. That's why committee Republicans offered multiple amendments at the markup to address these concerns, but still empower our IGs. And we again offered compromise amendments at the Rules Committee yesterday. But my Democrat colleagues have only allowed one of these amendments to be made in order. I'm hopeful that Democrats will take the opportunity to pass a major bipartisan bill by adopting this amendment. If they choose to continue down their partisan path, I hope my Democrat colleagues can stop the repeated attacks on the Trump administration. We instead focus on ensuring our inspectors general are focused on and equipped to conduct robust oversight over agency operations and spending. Madam Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bills.
Senate Joint Resolution 15, a joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency relating to national banks and federal savings associations as lenders.
The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now recognize the gentleman from the great state of Maryland, the distinguished majority leader of the House, an important leader on this legislation, a steadfast leader on it and on so many issues before this body, Steny Hoyer.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and I appreciate her leadership on this issue and so many other issues to protect the citizens, to protect consumers, protect voters, and protect, frankly, those who stand up and say there is wrongdoing. That's I heard the remarks of the ranking member, and I appreciate his thoughtfulness. But as I was listening to him, I'm thinking, how do you make sure that somebody is not cowed by a president, any president, who is prepared to take adverse action without cause against somebody because he or she does not like the investigation they are undertaking. As the gentleman may know, and as my colleagues may know, I urged a rule that we adopted in this House, which said that it was a violation of our rules to out a whistleblower. We've put whistleblower protections in, but unfortunately, when we had whistleblowers come forward, most recently, they were attacked and attempted to be outed, which would have subjected them, obviously, to the adverse consequences against which we tried to protect them in the very legislation that we passed on whistleblowing. So I see some analogy between these two. But I want to thank Vice Chairman Gomez. I want to thank Chairman Connolly, Chairman Lynch, and Representative Porter and Lieu for working on this legislation and supporting this legislation. I was proud to introduce it with the chair of the committee and proud to support it. Americans deserve, Madam Speaker, the highest standards of ethics, transparency, and accountability from their government. Federal agencies and officials work for the people, and they must be accountable to the people. And that's why the previous administration's assault on the independence of inspectors general was so alarming. This is not an attack on the specific administration. As the gentlelady, the chair of the committee, has pointed out, we have a Democratic president now. So this is going to bind him. It's not going to bind his predecessor. So this is If anything, it is certainly not anti-Biden, but it is to say, President Biden, we respect you, but we want to have inspectors general who have the confidence that they can move ahead without fear of retribution. Former President Trump removed or replaced, as has been pointed out, the inspectors general from the Departments of Defense, State, Health and Human Services, and Transportation. What kind of a check and balance is that if a president can simply say, I don't like what you're doing, I'm removing you? I would suggest none, with all due respect to my friend. These watchdogs must be able to act independently and be free from political pressure or threats to their careers. It seems to me that is a very common sense, rational judgment to make. That's what this bill is about. We introduced our bill to address the challenge exposed by the actions of the prior administration. That's true, but that's not been the only administration that has acted to undermine inspectors general. I urge all of my colleagues to join us in supporting this legislation today. It will build on the provisions that I pushed to include in the House Rules Committee, as I pointed out in January, which protects federal whistleblowers by making it a violation of House rules for members to reveal their identities. Those who come forward to reveal misconduct or violations of the public trust need to be heard and must be protected from threats of retaliation. If that is not the case, it will undermine the very objective that we seek in creating whistleblower or IGs. They need to know that they can go to inspectors general or to Congress under strong whistleblower protections. House Democrats, and I hope House Republicans, would renew the faith in government and assure that it works for the people, are determined to protect and strengthen government accountability. I hope all of us in a bipartisan way will repair to this very critical principle of accountability for the people of this country. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized. Reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now recognize the gentleman from the great state of California, the Vice Chair of the Committee on Oversight and Reform, Representative Jimmy Gomez, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the IG Independence and Empowerment Act. This comprehensive legislation will ensure inspector generals have the tools needed to conduct thorough investigations without fear of political retaliation. Many of these reforms have had strong bipartisan support for years, and in particular, my bill, the IG Subpoena Authority Act. This provision grants IGs the authority to subpoena testimony from former employees and contractors as a tool to better uncover waste, fraud, and abuse. Currently, the absence of such authority hinders the ability of OIGs to conduct complete oversight in matters of corruption and injustice. And I know my Republican colleagues claim this authority has no protections from abuse, but that simply is not true. This bill includes safeguards to ensure that this authority is not abused by requiring that an IG must have a subpoena approved by a panel of 3 other IGs. Additionally, I understand my Republican colleague may introduce an amendment that would strike the subpoena authority provision from this bill today. But I find this interesting and confusing because the IG Subpoena Authority Act was first introduced in the 115th Congress by Republican Congressman Steve Russell with the support of then Chairman Towns and Ranking Member Issa, and passed the House by unanimous consent. This bill has not changed substantially since the 115th Congress. But what has changed is the political context in which we are trying to pass this reform. If a reform was good government for good government then, it's a reform that's for good government now. Nothing has changed. So with that, we need to make sure that the IG Subpoena Authority Act is included and passed today. And that will help strengthen the integrity and maintain accountability in our federal agencies. I thank Chairwoman Maloney for its inclusion in the IG Independence and Empowerment Act as a step forward for good government. And I strongly encourage an aye vote. And I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized. is reserved. The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Chair, I now recognize the gentlewoman from the state of California, the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on Government Operations of the Oversight Committee, Representative Katie Porter, for 2 minutes.
The gentlelady is recognized.
The Inspector General Independence and Empowerment Act protects our nation's government watchdogs. Inspectors General are independent officials responsible for preventing and detecting waste, fraud, and abuse. They safeguard the interests of taxpayers and weed out corruption. We need stronger protections to prevent biased or unqualified acting inspectors generals from assuming these vital roles. I've championed such measures in my Accountability for Acting Officials Act, and I'm proud to say they are included in the chairwoman's bill. These provisions would forbid dual hatting, serving as both a political appointee and an acting inspector general at the same agency. This conflict of interest compromises the independence of the Inspector General's work. American taxpayers fund these agencies. They deserve to know that those agencies are working on their behalf. They deserve Inspector Generals who will fight to protect their dollars and our government's integrity. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the Inspector General Independence and Empowerment Act. Thank you, Chair Maloney, for your leadership on government integrity, including this important bill, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from California yields. The gentlelady from New York reserves. The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for her amendment and her hard work on this bill and her leadership on the subcommittee and committee. I now recognize the gentleman from the great Commonwealth of Virginia, the chairman of the Subcommittee on Government Operations and Oversight, Representative Jerry Conley, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the distinguished chairwoman of our committee, Ms. Maloney, for her leadership on this bill. I rise today in support of H.R. 2662, the IG Independence and Empowerment Act. And I want to thank again the chairwoman of the committee for her leadership, especially in bringing forward this important legislative package to bolster the independence and protection of oversight of federal inspectors general while holding them more accountable to Congress and the American people at the same time. Our Subcommittee on Government Operations held a hearing in April that highlighted the need for this legislation. At the hearing, we discussed how the former president, Mr. Trump, exploited statutory loopholes repeatedly to attack federal IGs, firing well-respected IGs for investigating policies and political allies he didn't like or did like. President Trump also appointed political agency officials to serve as acting IGs, this double hatting Ms. Porter just talked about. This legislation would address that. We cannot allow these actions to be repeated. IGs are unique in the federal government, serving to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, and gross mismanagement, and they report both to the executive and legislative branches of government. This bill bolsters IGs on both fronts. Importantly, the bill ensures the president has an agency head can remove an IG only for documented cause, and I think that's a very important new standard. This measure will ensure that IGs can be removed when appropriate and cannot be removed simply because they speak truth to power. I authored 2 additional provisions included in this legislation. The first, the Integrity Committee Transparency Act, is a bipartisan provision I drafted with my ranking member, Mr. Heiss. This provision would codify and enhance administrative reporting reforms at the Integrity Committee. Just this week, we saw how important that can be. It would also require the Integrity Committee to report immediately any particularly serious or flagrant problems, abuses, or deficiencies at the Office of Inspector General to the IG of that office. Importantly, the provision also expands the membership of the Integrity Committee to include a former Inspector General, increasing acumen and accountability and some distance. These are critical measures necessary in the wake of cases in which the Integrity Committee has sometimes fallen short in its reporting to this body, to the Congress. In one recent allegation of wrongdoing, it took nearly 4 years for the Integrity Committee to complete its investigation, and employees at that office continue to struggle under an IG who conducted herself with clear negligence. That case got resolved today with the announcement that that IG is going to retire. IGs cannot afford to be poor leaders, and nor can we afford to have them be poor leaders. They must be model federal employees if their credibility and integrity is to be trusted. We also champion Title VII of this bill, the Enhanced Whistleblower Engagement Act. This provision requires OIG employees to undergo whistleblower training, mandates engagement between a designated whistleblower coordinator and the Integrity Committee, and requires, could I have 30 more seconds?
So I grant 30 more seconds, or as much time as the
Gentleman
gentleman.
is recognized.
I thank the distinguished chairwoman. This measure is nearly identical to a bipartisan provision in the Senate crafted by Republican Senator Grassley of Iowa. In addition to these provisions, the bill includes several other important measures to bolster the independence of our nonpartisan watchdogs. This bill is an important bill in reasserting the independence and accountability and transparency of IGs. They are a critical part of making this government work and rebuilding American trust in its government. I thank the distinguished chairwoman for her leadership in bringing it to us, and I urge members on both sides of the aisle to support this bill. I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia yields. The gentlelady from New York reserves.
Reserve.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Well, Madam Chair, first I'd like to recognize the hard work of the chairman of the subcommittee. He authored 2 proposals that were included in the bill and was a major leader on it. I thank Mr. Conley. I now recognize the gentleman from the great state of Maryland, the chairman of the Subcommittee on Civil Rights and Civil Liberties of the Oversight Committee, a member of the Select Subcommittee on Coronavirus of the Oversight Committee, Representative Jamie Raskin, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Maloney, for your wonderful leadership of the Oversight Committee. I rise in support of H.R. 2662, the Inspector General Independence and Empowerment Act. The Inspectors General are a remarkable innovation in American government that have saved us untold billions of dollars and checked the corrupt abuse of power by people controlling federal departments. They are essential to our ability to legislate as the Article I branch and to do meaningful oversight over the executive branch of government. That's true in general, but it's especially true when we've got a president like Donald Trump, who categorically refused to recognize congressional subpoenas, blocked members of his administration from coming to testify before Congress in an unprecedented way, and generally refused to cooperate with congressional fact-finding at all. When a president refuses to cooperate with the legislative branch, when he obstructs Congress at every turn, the IGs are our only source of information. It is imperative that we protect our inspectors general's independence and their impartiality so they will not be reduced to the level of being presidential sycophants or party loyalists. The Supreme Court has recognized the importance of IG independence, noting that it is vital to effectuating Congress's intent and maintaining an opportunity for objective inquiries into bureaucratic waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement. This bill will ensure that the IGs have the tools that they need to conduct thorough investigations on behalf of the American people, and it will protect them from unjust political retaliation. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky
To listen to the enthusiasm from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and their newfound passion for oversight. We, the Republicans on the Oversight Committee, have been asking for many hearings on many different areas of potential oversight, potential waste, fraud, and abuse, and mismanagement in the federal government. But thus far, in this new Congress, my friends on the other side of the aisle have only been interested in oversight in the previous administration. So I'm getting really excited for the taxpayers of America because I feel like today I'm hearing that my friends on the other side of the aisle are interested in ensuring that there is good government, that we have transparency. One thing that I would like to mention in this bill is the Oversight Committee is responsible for oversight. And we want to work with the Inspectors General. We have a lot of agreement in this bill, and I'll talk about that during my closing remarks, but I do believe there's the potential for us to compromise and have a bipartisan bill that actually might have a chance to become law on down the hall. But I hope that this newfound enthusiasm for oversight will carry over and we can do what the Oversight Committee is supposed to do and not rely as heavily on unelected bureaucrats. With that, I yield the balance. I yield.
Does the gentleman reserve? The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I thank the gentleman, my dear friend and colleague, for having great enthusiasm for oversight and combating waste, fraud, and abuse. And I would respectfully offer to him that the best way to conduct that is to give the power to the IGs to conduct legitimate investigations. What we have seen is that when there comes a legitimate investigation, they are often moved aside or fired or retaliated against. So I welcome the gentleman's enthusiasm. I hope he'll join with me in supporting giving the powers to IGs to conduct legitimate waste, fraud, and abuse. As I said in my opening remarks, every dollar we spend on IGs comes back, $17, really hundreds of millions of dollars back in their oversight and work. Our bill, and I want to remind the gentleman, as you know from our hearings, that there is many provisions in this bill that are bipartisan, several that Mr. Conley just mentioned that we were working on. So I look forward to working with him and passing this bill, and it should be bipartisan. Oversight and accountability should be bipartisan. I hope the gentleman joins us in voting for this important bill. I now recognize an outstanding gentlewoman from the great state of California. She also is the chair of the Military Personnel of Armed Services, and she serves on the Oversight and Reform Committee and is also the co-chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus. Representative Jackie Speer for 2 minutes.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to my outstanding friend and chair of the Oversight and Government Reform Committee. You know, the history of whistleblowing dates back to the founding of this country. The Continental Congress was committed to making sure that whistleblowers would have a voice. Last year alone, $2.2 billion was saved by the taxpayers because of whistleblowers in our government. So the April massacre of IGs was unprecedented, an unprecedented power play by a president, a ruthless president, who somehow thought they worked for him. They don't work for him. They didn't work for him. They work for the American people. And that's why, since the founding of this country, we have been so committed to it. Today's legislation will protect IGs from retaliation, increase their independence, ensuring they operate free from political interference. Those complaints that those IGs were looking at were brought to them by individuals. It was a political move by the president to fire them. And I'm interested that my colleague on the other side of the aisle was concerned about the costs of being represented by counsel when someone who is a federal employee is called in to testify. Maybe we can work on a bill to make sure that every federal employee has that benefit. No one talked about that when Ambassador Yovanovitch was called in to testify, or National Security Officer Fiona Hill, or Lieutenant Vindman, all of whom had to pick up the tab for the attorneys representing them. Last month, during a hearing before the Oversight Subcommittee on Government Operations, the current chair of the Council of IGs, Inspector General Allison Lerner, testified that while they offer multiple trainings for IGs, the trainings are not mandated. And I believe without mandated training, it's impossible to ensure that IGs are operating at the highest level and are well equipped to carry out their duties. So I'm pleased that my amendment requiring minimum standards and best practices for training IGs has been included in this bill. And again, I thank the effective chair, Ms. Maloney, for this measure. I yield back.
The gentlelady from New York reserves. The gentleman from
Reserve.
Kentucky reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
May I inquire how much time is remaining?
The gentlelady from New York has 8.5 minutes remaining.
Okay.
Gentleman has 23.5 minutes remaining.
Well, first I would like to thank my colleague Jackie Spear for her tremendous work on this bill, and one of the major provisions was a bill of hers that was incorporated in it. I now recognize the gentlewoman, a newly elected member from the great state of North Carolina, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Representative Deborah Ross, for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the Inspector General Independence Act. Inspectors General are vital to the integrity, efficiency, and efficacy of our government. It is crucial that they operate free from political influence. This critical legislation includes a bipartisan bill I introduced, the Inspector General Access Act, which grants the Inspector General of the Department of Justice the authority to investigate misconduct by DOJ attorneys. The DOJ Inspector General is currently the only federal Inspector General without this authority. This is simply unacceptable. DOJ's attorneys wield a tremendous amount of power, including the ability to make life and death decisions. It is crucial that these attorneys are held to the highest level of professionalism and that their actions and conduct are subject to independent oversight. For this reason, I wholeheartedly support the Inspector General Independence Act, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentlelady
Reserve.
reserves.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I am ready to close. There are no additional speakers on the floor right now. If my colleague on the Republican side would like to close now.
The gentlelady reserves.
Wait a minute.
Madam Speaker,
Wait a
I have
minute.
no
We have-
further
excuse me.
speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Go ahead.
The gentleman is recognized.
So, yeah, well, Madam Speaker, just a couple of things I want to make sure that everyone understands with respect to this bill. This bill is a combination of 10 different bills. 10 different bills. Republicans support 7 of the 10 bills. 7 of the 10 bills we could pass pretty close to unanimously in this chamber that would strengthen the IGs and not hamper a president's ability to terminate an IG that may not agree with their ideology. No one in Congress would hire a staffer that adamantly opposed their ideology. No one in private sector would have a staffer be a spokesperson or an employee that fundamentally disagreed with the direction that person wanted to lead their company. And the same should be true with the President of the United States. With respect to President Trump's termination of inspectors general, I want to mention a couple of terminations that the President did. He removed the intelligence community Inspector General Michael Atkinson because he flaunted strict whistleblower procedures to provide the Ukraine whistleblower report to Chairman Schiff. Now, we support good government. We want to protect whistleblowers. We want to encourage whistleblowers to come forward. Adam Schiff did more to damage prospective whistleblowers than any member of this body. And the IG was complicit with him in that. That was rightful termination by President Trump. Acting Inspector General Christy Grimm purposely released an outdated and misleading report claiming there were shortages of medical equipment at hospitals, which was found to be entirely inaccurate and likely was politically motivated. That's why President Trump terminated her. So there are examples of a president rightfully terminating an inspector general, and I don't think that this bill is the right path to move forward. This is over-legislating. We're passing a lot of bills out of this chamber that are dead upon arrival in the Senate. When we pass a bill that has bipartisan support, that makes a difference in the Senate. We could achieve that, and I have an amendment that goes a long way towards making this bill bipartisan. So, with respect to oversight, I think American people are upset over COVID-19. Speaker Pelosi created a COVID-19 Select Committee, which is a subsidiary of the House Oversight Committee. We share the same staff. We have been asking for hearings on the origins of COVID-19 and had no response, no luck from my friends across the aisle. So we had a hearing today. We had a forum, and it was very productive. And I think the people of America appreciated that. That's oversight. That's oversight. So our committee can go a lot further with respect to oversight, and I think that we could come to a compromise, a bipartisan compromise to strengthen the IGs without politicizing the IGs, without hampering a president's ability to get rid of a bad IG. So I strongly oppose this bill. I hope that through the amendment process it can get better, that it can pass bipartisan, we can strengthen the IGs, and we can send a message to the Senate that we have a bipartisan bill that you should take up and President Biden can hopefully sign into law. With that, I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I recognize myself for closing statement.
Gentleman's recognized.
The independence is the bedrock principle of inspectors general, and this legislation would protect and enhance their critical work. As I mentioned earlier, this legislation has the support of several nonpartisan good government groups, including the Project on Government Oversight, the Government Accountability Project, Taxpayers for Common Sense, and many, many others. It also contains several bipartisan bills that are part of the overall Inspector General Reform Bill. I ask that their support letters from the good government groups be made part of the official record. The reforms we're considering today are only one part of the work Congress needs to prevent future presidents from abusing power. I also strongly support the broad Protecting Our Democracy Act, which Chairman Schiff has spearheaded, and I look forward to that bill's consideration very, very soon. I do want to say that the subcommittee on the coronavirus, unlike the description from my good friend and colleague, has held 15 hearings of oversight. They've disclosed and recovered millions of dollars of illegal spending or corrupt spending. There is a hearing tomorrow, which will be the 16th hearing of the committee, and we welcome you to join us at that subcommittee hearing if you so wish. The Inspector General community, just in general, has been attacked in recent years. By passing this IG Independence and Empowerment Act, Congress would send a strong message in the strongest terms that no administration, regardless of president or party, can bully or retaliate or act against an IG when the IG is doing their job. They can only be removed for just cause, such as violating the law or gross mismanagement. In passing this, we will be strengthening our democracy, and we will send a strong message that Congress supports accountability and an effective government. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on this bill. It should be a bipartisan bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. All time for debate has expired. Each further amendment printed in Part A of House Report 117-74, not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 504, shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part A of House Report 117-74, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or their respective designees, shall not be subject to an amendment, and shall not be subject to demand for division of the question. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Resolution 504, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate these amendments en bloc.
On block number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-74, offered by Mrs. Carolyn B. Maloney of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 504, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the woman from New York.
Madam Speaker, the amendment offered by Congresswoman Cindy Axne would increase transparency when an inspector general is removed. This amendment would require the president or independent agency head to provide Congress a detailed case-specific explanation when firing NIG. The amendment would also require the president or independent agency head to provide to Congress the findings from an inquiry that led to the IG's removal. These requirements would enhance IG independence, in addition to the critical for-cause removal protections already in the bill. The amendment offered by Congresswoman Carolyn Bourdeaux would enhance training requirements for inspectors general. This amendment would ensure that IGs are trained in an important aspect of their oversight work over federal contractors. The suspension and debarment process provides an essential tool to hold federal contractors accountable for waste, fraud, and abuse. Federal procurement law and the suspension and debarment processes are highly complex, and it is important that all IGs are well versed on these issues. This training will help make IGs even more effective and efficient, and could lead to more taxpayer savings. The amendment offered by Congressman Tony Carter would ensure IGs are paid at an equitable level with senior staff in their office. Though an unintended consequence in current law, IGs are sometimes paid less than the senior staff in their own offices. This inequity could lead to difficulty in attracting the most qualified people to be IGs. This amendment would add language to current law, providing that IGs have to be paid at least the same rate of pay as the highest paid employee in the IG's office. This simple change would help ensure that IGs are paid what they deserve for the critical work they perform. This amendment offered by Congressman Tom Malinowski would balance notification to Congress with the need to address an immediate threat. The base bill will require that the President or an independent agency head would notify Congress at least 30 days before placing an IG on non-duty status. This amendment would make an exception to that requirement if any delay in that placement would mean a threat to people, property, or an ongoing investigation. This amendment would give the President or agency head flexibility in the case of a documented threat, while ensuring Congress is notified of any change to an IG status in advance whenever possible. And finally, an amendment offered by Congressman Richie Torres, which would provide a needed review of all processes to ensure IGs are held accountable. This amendment would require the Government Accountability Office to review existing processes for investigating allegations of IG wrongdoing, including the processes of the SIGI Integrity Committee. The results of this review would provide Congress with critical information to know how well these processes are working and how to improve them if needed. IGs provide a critical check on waste, fraud, and abuse in the government, and their own conduct must be above reproach. I urge my colleagues to adopt this common sense package of amendments, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to oppose the amendments en bloc. Some of the amendments in the proposed package attempt to be helpful and improve the bill, but most are just Band-Aids attempting to cover up flawed provisions. For example, one amendment attempts to paper over the flaws in Title I by expanding the requirement for the President to provide his or her rationale to Congress detailing why an IG was removed. Yes, understanding the President's rationale for removing an IG is very important to Congress. This amendment, however, fails to address the fundamental issue in this section, specifically limiting the reasons for an IG's removal or transfer to only 9 constraining reasons. Another provision in this package seeks to amend Title II, but Title II already passed earlier this Congress as a standalone bill by voice vote under suspension. This amendment to Title II would undermine that broadly supported bill by creating an easy-to-abuse loophole for a president to remove an IG immediately rather than waiting the 30 days for Congress to review the required notice of removal. My Democrat colleagues have stated constantly that the goal of their legislation is to ensure that it is incredibly difficult to remove an IG. Yet they support an amendment that would gut this and allow a president to circumvent the will of Congress. This is what happens when the majority decides to go it alone rather than seeking to work together to craft strong bipartisan legislation. This block of amendments is the perfect analog for this legislation. Many good provisions mixed with a few poison pills which undermine the intent of the legislation as a whole. Therefore, I must ask my colleagues to vote against this package of amendments. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now recognize the gentleman from the great state of Louisiana, one of our newest members of our caucus. He serves on the committees of Transportation and Infrastructure and Small Business. Representative Troy Carter is now recognized for 1 minute to speak on his amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, thank you for your incredible leadership on this very critical and important legislation. I rise today because I support this bill and the common sense amendment that I have for it. I want to thank the chairwoman for her incredible hard work on this important issue. Inspectors General play a key role in our government. They provide transparency and accountability into government programs and spending. They help prevent waste and fix mismanagement and abuse. The IG Independence and Empowerment Act would make sure that they have the autonomy and the authority to do their jobs without political interference. My amendment is simple and in line with the goals of the bill. It would ensure that the Inspector General is paid commensurate to their task. Currently, IGs make less money than some of their senior advisors. I think the person with the most responsibility should be paid accordingly. If we want the best people to work these important jobs, we need to make sure that their pay matches their role. My amendment would fix an unintended consequence of current law and strengthen IG offices so that they can better carry out their essential work. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady reserves.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlewoman's recognized.
I support all of the en bloc amendments, including Mr. Carter's, and I am prepared to close. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky
I yield.
also yields. Pursuant to House Resolution 504, the previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentlewoman from New York. The question is on the amendments en bloc. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
Without objection, pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 4, printed in Part A of House Report 117-74. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-74, offered by Mr. Comer of Kentucky.
Pursuant to House Resolution 504, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment strips out the 3 provisions of this legislation that do not have bipartisan support in order for the IG Independence and Empowerment Act to move forward with the full support of the U.S. House. Both sides of the aisle can then come back to the table to fix the remaining provisions in a manner that addresses concerns on both sides of the aisle. Specifically, my amendment strikes Title I, which would artificially constrain the president from removing or reassigning an IG to one of 9 specific reasons listed in the provision. As drafted, Title I would have the effect of prohibiting a president from removing an IG who is acting in bad faith and undermining a duly elected president's policies in a purely partisan manner. My amendment also strikes Title III, which strictly limits who the president could name as the acting inspector general to the, quote, first assistant. This provision does not include any common sense exceptions, creating unintended consequences. For example, it could elevate an individual to acting IG who may be engaged in the same misconduct which caused the original IG to have been removed. Lastly, my amendment strikes Title V of the bill, which grants inspectors general the authority to issue subpoenas to compel the testimony of former federal officials, including political appointees. While I support granting IG's testimonial subpoena authority, the current provision lacks necessary safeguards and could result in it being used in a politically abusive manner. I support the goals behind these provisions, as well as the other 7 titles of the bill which have strong bipartisan support. However, my amendment addresses the problematic language in these 3 sections. That's why I ask my Republican and Democrat colleagues to pass this amendment to enable us to negotiate a bipartisan solution for the Inspector General community that can be signed into law. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the woman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
This amendment would absolutely gut the bill. The amendment would strike the bill's key protection for inspectors general against political retaliation by eliminating the protection that would only allow an IG to be removed only for a legitimate cause, not for political retaliation, not because a president doesn't like what they're doing or an investigation that they've started, but only for mismanagement or illegal acts for cause. We saw last year how unlimited authority can be abused. When President Trump bullied and retaliated against 2 IGs who were investigating his administration, including when he fired the State Department IG. These protections are constitutional. Last month, the Independent Congressional Review Service released an analysis of congressional authority to limit the removal of IGs and concluded that for-cause removal restrictions, quote, appear to be a constitutionally permissible means of encouraging independence for most IGs, end quote. This amendment would also gut the protection in the bill against the appointment of acting IGs with a clear conflict of interest. The amendment would strike a requirement that acting IGs come from an Office of Inspector General. The Council of Inspectors General for Integrity and Efficiency requested this reform, proposed by Republican Representative Porter as one of its top legislative priorities in order to, quote, enhance the independence of OIGs, end quote. We saw serious abuses during the last administration when in both the Department of Transportation and the Department of State, President Trump named political appointees within the agency to serve as the acting IG overseeing the same agency. Finally, this amendment would strip from the bill an important reform that would allow IGs to issue a subpoena to require individuals outside of the federal government to provide testimony if needed for an investigation. This has long been a priority for inspectors general to allow thorough and complete investigations. Multiple IGs have reported that Trump administration officials, including Jeff Sessions, have refused to cooperate with investigations. No federal employee should be able to simply avoid and escape accountability by leaving government and saying, I just no longer will testify or participate in finding the truth. These provisions were passed by the Oversight Committee and House in 2018 in a Republican-led bill and contain carefully crafted compromises struck by Chairman Issa and Ranking Member Cummings years ago. This legislation provides procedural safeguards to ensure that subpoena authority is not abused, and it does not interfere with ongoing investigations. For example, the bill will require an inspector general to obtain the approval of a panel of 3 other inspectors general in order to issue a subpoena for testimony. A few IGs, including the Department of Defense IG, already have this authority. In language I authored and that the Congress passed on a bipartisan basis, the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee was provided testimonial subpoena authority when it was created as part of the CARES Act last Congress. There are many instances of former officials and non-government employees avoiding IG interviews going back over a decade. For example, IGs were unable to interview retired agents in the Fast and Furious investigation and non-government witnesses to the Carter Page FISA warrant investigation. This has never been a partisan issue before, and in fact, the underlying bill had many, many bipartisan pieces. So in a letter to the Oversight Committee, Department of Justice Inspector General has also come out against this. I strongly urge a no vote on this amendment.
Time has expired.
And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
No further speakers. I'm prepared to close. I
The
reserve.
gentleman is the only person with time remaining.
Well, I'll yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Pursuant to House Resolution 504, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The
I
amendment is not
ask for a
agreed to.
recorded vote. Ask for a recorded vote.
Without objection, pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on amendments en bloc 1, printed in Part A of House Report 117-74, offered by the gentlewoman from New York, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-74, offered by Mrs. Carolyn B. Maloney of New York.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentlewoman from New York. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert from Colorado pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote nay on the amendments in block.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I don't think either of us are on. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote nay on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote no on the amendments in block. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the amendments in block. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on the amendments in block. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on the amendments in block. As the member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote yea on the amendments in block. As the member designated by Congressman Richie Torres pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Torres will vote yea on the amendments in block.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington State seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on amendments en bloc. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Dr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cohen, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Cohen will vote yes on the amendments en bloc. As the member designated by Mr. Lieu, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lieu will vote yes on the amendments en bloc. And as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on amendments en bloc. And as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on amendments en bloc. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on en bloc amendments.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. McLean of Michigan, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mrs. McLean will vote no on the en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote nay on the Maloney en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designee for Mr. Burgess Owens of Utah pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote no on the amendment en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on the amendments en bloc. As a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on the amendments en bloc. And as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, great state of North Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Why, Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Young from the great state of Alaska, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Chuy Garcia pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garcia will vote aye on amendments en bloc 1. As the member designated by Mr. Carnos pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnos will vote aye on amendments en bloc 1. As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on amendments en bloc 1.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House And Mr. Kind will vote aye on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Clark from Massachusetts pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on amendments en bloc. And as the member designated by Ms. Bordeaux pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bordeaux will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jackson Lee will vote yes. She will vote yes on amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Carl of Alabama, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Carl will vote no on the Maloney Amendment en bloc number 1.
On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 184. The amendments en bloc are adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
The House will come to order. Thank you. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today with a grieving but hopeful heart in the wake of an unimaginable tragedy in Surfside, Florida. As we gather, our world-renowned Miami-Dade search and rescue teams are joined by teams from as far away as Israel and Mexico to search for potential survivors of Champlain Towers South, Surfside. Since that unprecedented collapse, first responders, medical personnel, engineers, grief counselors, and caseworkers have painstakingly worked nonstop to assist in the search and rescue, providing support to the families and to begin an investigation. For those still trapped, we hold out hope for the search to discover survivors. For all those who lost loved ones, we send our deepest condolences and pledge support and solidarity. So many in our community fled nations where they faced danger. That makes this tragedy all the more painful. But we are resilient. We will be there every step of the way for the families of those missing in the rubble, but we know we cannot do this alone. I thank the Biden administration for the speedy delivery of federal resources and Mayors Daniela Levine-Cava and Charles Burkett for their steadfast leadership in this truly unprecedented crisis. And our deepest thanks for the remarkable, relentless first responders who are still on that pile, searching around the clock in the hope of finding even one survivor. Madam Speaker, the agony that these families are going through is beyond comprehension. So on behalf of the missing, those who perished, and their families, I ask unanimous consent that the House please rise and pause for a moment of silence in memory and in honor of those who have been struggling through this Surfside tragedy and crisis.
All members to rise for a moment of silence in remembrance of the victims of the collapse of the Champlain Towers building in Surfside, Florida. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on Amendment 4, printed in Part A, House Report 11774, offered by the gentleman from Kentucky, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-74, offered by Mr. Comer of Kentucky.
The question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Kentucky. Members will record their vote by electronic device.
Does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote no on the amendments on block. Oh, hold on.
Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on the Comer Amendment number 4.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote no on the Comer Amendment. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote no on the Comer Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on the Comer Amendment number 4. As a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote yes on Comer Amendment number 4. And as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, great state of North Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on the Comer Amendment number 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote no on the Comer Amendment. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote no on the Comer Amendment. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote no on the Comer Amendment. As the member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote no on the Comer Amendment. As the member designated by Congressman Richie Torres, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Torres will vote no on the Comer Amendment.
Purposes, the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yea on the Comer Amendment.
For does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House Ms. Kind will vote aye on the Comer, will vote nay on the Comer Amendment.
Purpose, the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Young from the great state of Alaska, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote yea on the Comer Amendment number 4.
What purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the Comer Amendment. And as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote no on the Comer Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Carl of Alabama, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Carl will vote no on the passage of H.R. 2662.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote no on the Comer Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote yes on the Comer Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the Comer Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designee for Mr. Burgess Owens of Utah pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote yea on the Comer Amendment number 4.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote no on the Comer Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Boebert from Colorado, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote yea on the Comer Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote no on the Comer Amendment.
Purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yes on the Comer Amendment. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Clark of Massachusetts pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote no on the Comer Amendment. And as the member designated by Ms. Bordeaux pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bordeaux will vote no on the Comer Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. McLean of Michigan pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mrs. McLean will vote yes on the Comer Amendment number 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Karnas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Karnas will vote no on the Comer Amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Chuy Garcia pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Chuy Garcia will vote no on the Comer Amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote no on the Comer Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Yes, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that I vote no on the unblock. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Queen Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cohen, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Cohen will vote no on the Comer Amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote no on the Comer Amendment. And as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote no on the Comer Amendment.
For what purpose does a gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jackson Lee will vote no. She will vote no on the Comer Amendment.
For what purpose does a gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote no on the Comer Amendment.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the Comer Amendment.
purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Carl of Alabama pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Carl will vote yes on the Comer Amendment on block number 4.
On this question, the yeas are 182, the nays are 220. The resolution is not, the amendment is not adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The question comes on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. The previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on enrollment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Bill to amend the Inspector General Act of 1978 and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Purpose. Does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 2662.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote nay on H.R. 2662. As the member designated by Mr. Norman of South Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Norman will vote nay on H.R. 2662.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Moniz Johnson, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 2662. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on H.R. 2662. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on H.R. 2662. The member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote yea on H.R. 2662. And as the member designated by Congressman Richie Torres, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Torres will vote yea on H.R. 2662.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Carl of Alabama pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Carl will vote no on the passage of H.R. 2662.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kind will vote aye on H.R. 2662.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah arise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designee for Mr. Owens of Utah, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will be a no vote on H.R. 2662.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote aye on H.R. 2662.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert from Colorado, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote nay on H.R. 2662.
Purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Chuy Garcia pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garcia will vote aye on H.R. 2662. As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on H.R. 2662.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan arise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. McLean of Michigan pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mrs. McLean will vote no on H.R. 2662.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 2662. And as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.R. 2662.
Does the gentlelady from Washington arise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 2662. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 2662.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 2662.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on passage.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 2662.
Purpose does the gentlelady from California rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on H.R. 2662.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 2662.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 2662. As the member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on H.R. 2662. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 2662.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on H.R. 2662.
Does the gentleman from California rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Karnas pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Karnas will vote aye on H.R. 2662.
Purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jackson Lee will vote yes. She will vote yes on H.R. 2662.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote nay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Clark of Massachusetts pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on H.R. 2662. And as the member designated by Ms. Bordeaux pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bordeaux will vote yes on H.R. 2662.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on H.R. 2662. As a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on H.R. 2662. And as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, the great state of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on H.R. 2662.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on H.R. 2662.
What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Lovely Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Young from Alaska, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on H.R. 2662.
On this vote, the yeas are 221, the noes are 182. The bill passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 3005, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3005, a bill to direct the Joint Committee on the Library to replace the bust of Roger Brooke Taney in the old Supreme Court chamber of the United States Capitol with a bust of Thurgood Marshall to be obtained by the Joint Committee on the Library, and to remove certain statues from areas of the United States Capitol which are accessible to the public, to remove all statues of individuals who voluntarily served the Confederate States of America from display in the United States Capitol and for other purposes.
The question comes on the passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 3005. And as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.R. 3005.
What purpose does the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designee for Mr. Owens of Utah, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote no on H.R. 3005.
purpose does the gentlelady from Washington rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 3005. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 3005.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote nay on H.R. 3005. As the member designated by Mr. Norman of South Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Norman will vote nay on H.R. 3005.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on H.R. 3005.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert from Colorado, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote nay on H.R. 3005.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Clark of Massachusetts pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will proudly vote yes on H.R. 3005. And as the member designated by Ms. Bordeaux pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bordeaux will proudly vote yes on H.R. 3005.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Carl of Alabama pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Carl will vote no on the passage of H.R. 3005.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Chuy Garcia pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garcia will vote aye on H.R. 3005. As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 3005. As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on H.R. 3005.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on H.R. 3005. As a member designated by Mr. Babin, great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on H.R. 3005. And as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, great state of North Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on H.R. 3005.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on final passage.
What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. McLean of Michigan pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mrs. McLean will vote no on H.R. 3005.
what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on H.R. 3005. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 3005. As a member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 3005.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on H.R. 3005.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 3005.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Well, Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Young from the great state of Alaska, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote yea on H.R. 3005.
Again. Purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 3005.
Purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote nay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 3005.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on H.R. 3005.
And for what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 3005. The member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on H.R. 3005. The member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on H.R. 3005. The member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, Pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote yea on H.R. 3005. And as a member designated by Congressman Richie Torres, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Torres will vote yea on H.R. 3005.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kind will vote aye on H.R. 3005.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on H.R. 3005.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jackson Lee will vote yes. She will vote yes on H.R. 3005.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 3005.
vote. The yeas are 285. The nays are 120. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
House will now be in order. I should read this. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 28 years ago, Earl Michael Ellis was born in Bruley, Louisiana. When he was 14 years old, his sister Rachel died of cancer. He went on to go to Catholic High, my high school, went on to LSU, and in 2018, he got engaged to his wife Rachel, his wife Megan. He and Megan got married just last year. In order to honor his sister Rachel's death, he said he was going to run a 100-mile ultra marathon and did so earlier this year in Key West, Florida. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, that effort to honor his sister Rachel's life resulted in his death. The day after the ultra marathon, Michael Ellis, at the young age of 27, passed away. Madam Speaker, I just want to honor his life, our best wishes, and thoughts and prayers to his mother, Crystal, his father, Earl, his brother, Nicholas, and his wife, Megan. Madam Speaker, I ask that we have a moment of silence to honor his life.
For what purpose does the gentle lady from New Jersey seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute. Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak in strong support of the INVEST Act, which contains nearly $19 million in funding for 3 infrastructure projects in Rhode Island's 2nd District. This legislation will improve roads in Westerly and Charleston and to increase accessibility along the scenic highway, repair roads in Cranston to smooth the commute for Rhode Islanders traveling across the state, and connect a key stretch of the East Coast Greenway in Coventry to boost tourism, create jobs, and spur economic development. Madam Speaker, Rhode Island's roads and bridges desperately need repair. According to the White House, 148 bridges and over 860 miles of highway are in poor condition in Rhode Island, earning our state the grade of C- on our infrastructure report card. Investing in our aging infrastructure will create good-paying jobs and make our roads safer and less congested. And that is true in Rhode Island and in every state across the country. Supporting the INVEST Act and the important projects within it is a no-brainer. As my New England patriots always say, do your job. So to my colleagues, let's do our job so Americans can get on with theirs. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I stand in solidarity with the majority of Americans that oppose taxpayer funding of abortions. Despite how clear the Americans are on the issue, President Biden and the Democrats in Congress are attempting to force Americans to pay for abortions. President Biden's recent budget calls for removal of the Hyde Amendment, the appropriations rider that prohibits federal funding of abortion. Congressional Democrats have committed to removing the Hyde Amendment and other longstanding pro-life provisions from this year's appropriations bills. We must not allow longstanding abortion funding prohibitions that are widely supported by the American people to be gotten rid of at the whims of pro-abortion radicals. With that, Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committees on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18 and ask for its immediate consideration by the House.
Under guidelines consistently issued by successive speakers as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and Manual, the Chair is constrained not to entertain the request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee leaderships. The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize some of the amazing track talent from the 12th District. This past weekend, Ating Mo of Trenton, the child of Sudanese immigrants, dominated her 800-meter Olympic qualifying race, nearly breaking the American record despite an early collision on the track. This young woman is finally getting the recognition she's worked so hard for. And no less impressive was Dunellen's own Sydney McLaughlin, who broke the world record for the 400-meter hurdles, becoming the first woman to ever run the race in under 52 seconds. We've known about these extraordinary young women for quite some time back home, but now America has had the opportunity to see them in action, and New Jersey is just so proud of them. I can't wait for them to show the world what they will do at the Olympics. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to condemn the Chinese Communist Party for 100 years of human rights violations. The CCP centennial is not a cause for celebration, but a time to reflect on the millions of people who have been repressed, tortured, and killed at the hands of a communist regime. From the suppression of a free press in Hong Kong to the mass internment and torture of the Uyghurs. The record of human rights abuses carried out by CCP is as horrific as it is long. We must hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable. As a member of the Congressional Executive Commission on China, I am committed to working with my colleagues to hold China responsible for their abuse. I stand with those fighting for freedom and democracy. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Officer Thomas Sawyer of the Hammond Police Department, who heartbreakingly passed away earlier this month after a 5-week battle with COVID-19. Officer Sawyer's life's work was one of public service. After serving as a member of the United States Air Force during tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, he went on to serve for another 23 years with the Hammond Police Department. The first responders of Northwest Indiana and across our nation run toward danger at a moment's notice. In our times of greatest need, and our communities will forever be grateful for the selfless service of Officer Sawyer. As Officer Sawyer contracted this disease in the line of duty, let us continue to recognize its ever-present danger and how we must take action to keep ourselves and our neighbors safe. My thoughts and prayers continue to be with his wife, Mary, and all of his family and friends during this difficult time. Madam Speaker, I yield back my time.
The chair announces the speaker's appointment pursuant to 22 U.S.C. 3003 and the order of the House of January 4th, 2021 of the following members on the part of the House to the Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe.
Tennessee co-chair, Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, Mr. Cleaver of Missouri, Mr. Vesey of Texas, Mr. Gallego of Arizona, Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, Mr. Adderholt of Alabama, Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, and Mr. Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, tonight over the next hour, I, along with my colleagues from both sides of the aisle, will rise to advocate for the repeal of the unjust and unfair SALT cap and the full restoration of the SALT deduction. There are 5 basic arguments that I, along with my colleagues, will flush out over the next hour. 1, the SALT cap was specifically and unjustly targeted against the residents of New York, New Jersey, California, Connecticut, Illinois, Massachusetts, Maryland, Minnesota, Michigan, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Rhode Island, Hawaii, and other congressional districts with high local and state taxes. 2, middle-class families, which in these states can earn between $100,000 and $200,000 per year, are disproportionately impacted in a negative way. 3, these same middle-class families, as well as wealthy families, are incentivized by the loss of the SALT deduction to leave our states with high state and local taxes, thereby leaving a gaping hole in the revenues that are used by these same states to fund their programs. When wealthy individuals and families leave our states because they've been incentivized to leave because of the loss of the SALT deduction, it is middle-class and low-income people who are left behind to hold the bag. Because of the gap in revenues, they will either face higher taxes, which is unacceptable and unsustainable, or reduced services, which is unlikely. 4, the SALT cap is anti-union because one of the main reasons that taxes are higher in SALT states is because we pay our teachers, our public safety, and our civil servants significantly higher wages than our low-tax competitor states. And 5, Many states with high state and local taxes that have been negatively affected by the SALT cap are net donors to the federal government. That is, these states contribute more to the federal government in income taxes than they receive in federal programs and contracts. They are donor states. Why are the taxes higher in New York and California and other SALT states? And why are the taxes lower in Florida and Texas and other low-tax states? The reason for our higher taxes is because we insure our children. New York State and California have some of the lowest rates of uninsured children in the nation, while Texas and Florida have some of the highest rates of uninsured children in our country. We adopted the Affordable Care Act. They refused to. Our states have the highest rates of union employees. Our low-tax competitors don't like unions. In fact, they actively oppose them. They have right-to-work laws. They don't pay their teachers well. In states like New York, we have one of the greatest mass transit systems in the world that delivers the lowest carbon footprint per capita of any city in the world. In California, they've been implementing policies to address climate change for decades. Yet in low-tax states, they have no mass transit to speak of, and they're still debating whether climate change is a hoax. Secretary Yellen has said, we need to stop the international race to the bottom by creating a global minimum corporate tax. Well, we need to discourage a race to the bottom right here in the United States of America. It's cheaper not to insure your children. It's cheaper to use non-union labor. It's cheaper to have lax environmental regulations and to have unregulated utilities that shut down in cold weather or septic tanks instead of sewers that cause red tide in your waterways. Each state, each city, each laboratory of democracy has decided how they want to govern, what services they want to provide, and how much in taxes they will collect. By removing the SALT deduction, the first deduction in the federal income tax code, a deduction that's been in place for over 100 years, by capping this deduction, we're crippling the very states and cities and local municipalities that are the economic engines of our nation. By capping the SALT deduction, the long arm of the federal government is reaching into our states and local governments to try and determine what programs they should provide, how much they should collect in taxes, and they're breaching the covenant of federalism that's been in place for over 100 years. That's why tomorrow we'll be holding a press conference with the U.S. Conference of Mayors, the National League of Cities, and the National Association of Counties to showcase how the SALT cap is devastating our local governments. Last week, we held a press conference with unions to show how they're negatively impacted by the SALT cap. And that's why tonight, so many of my colleagues are here to join me in our call to repeal the unfair and the unjust SALT cap. Now I will yield to my friend from California, who's taken a leadership role from the other side of the aisle, Ms. Young Kim, to talk to us about SALT.
Thank you. I want to thank my friend, Representative Suozzi from New York, for yielding. And I want to thank you for working with me in a bipartisan push to repeal the cap on SALT deductions that is hurting American workers and families. Californians in the 39th district, which I represent, and across our state, have been burdened enough by high state and local taxes in addition to high cost of living and housing. The last thing they need is to be heard even more for these high state and local taxes at the federal level. I've heard from many of my constituents about the burdensome taxes that they have to pay as a result of the SALT cap. These are workers, business owners, and families who are struggling to survive due to the COVID-19 pandemic. It is estimated that in the year 2022 tax year, California's 39th district will pay, on average, $600 million more in taxes. In 2018 alone, Californians paid an additional $11.2 billion in federal taxes because of the SALT cap. That translated into 55,000 fewer jobs and a loss of $3.4 billion in wages. Assuming a middle-of-the-road rate of 25%, an average taxpayer who claimed itemized deduction would have saved $6,521 in taxes if the SALT deduction were not capped at $10,000. These high tax rates are on top of the skyrocketing housing prices across the state.
In fact, according to the National Association of Realtors, the median price for a single-family home in California has increased by more than 39% in the past year alone, surpassing that 800,000 threshold for the first time in April of this year. That is why it is a top priority of mine in Congress to make life more affordable for Californians and repeal the SALT cap that is hurting my constituents and many middle-class Americans across the nation. I was proud to join my friend, Representative Schwazi, as an original co-sponsor of the SALT Deductibility Act. This bill would simply repeal the cap on SALT deductions and send a message. No more to burdensome taxes, and yes, to our families keeping more money in their hands. I'm also proud to serve as a co-chair of the Bipartisan SALT Caucus as we continue to work together to repeal this cap and help lower taxes for my constituents and businesses. And I will continue to do all I can to deliver results for California's 39th district. Thank you, Representative Schwazi, for organizing this special order and for your leadership to repeal SALT cap. With that, I yield back the balance of my time. Back to you.
Congresswoman Kim, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here this evening. You've been hearing about the SALT cap and the effect on your constituents. Have they been talking to you about this a great deal?
Yes, on a regular basis, and we've had town halls, and we've had regular meetings throughout my business roundtable discussions, and they've brought this issue up over and over.
And are people talking about leaving the region because of the effect of the taxes?
We've had thousands, or in the last several years, we've had many thousands of Californians leaving to other states, like in Texas, and I had to literally go over there to meet my friends and listen to these problems. So yes, this is a major issue, and I will continue to work with you to repeal the SALT cap.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to introduce my good friend from the state of New Jersey, who's been a real leader on the issue of SALT, who's been outspoken ever since 2017 on this issue, and we're grateful to him. I'd now like to yield 4 minutes to Mr. Pascarell from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Schwazi. When talking about the SALT deduction, we're not griping about something that came about yesterday. The SALT deduction goes back to the Civil War. We're talking about 150 years of history when President Lincoln had to fund a brand new army to crush the traitor states in the South. So we must use the 150-year history as a baseline for our tax policy when discussing reform. It's not low-hanging fruit, as it was in 2017, when they looked for the money for their false tax cuts, and they got slammed out of office in 2018. Go to the facts. Abe knew what he was doing, how it took money away from the states. They couldn't build hospitals. They couldn't build schools. They couldn't build roads. He knew what he was doing. The states needed money too. Republicans targeted blue states. They bragged about it. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe my ears when I heard them on the floor of the House openly admitting they made no qualms about it. They targeted these blue states when passing their 2017 tax scam. Talk about a hoax. They bragged about it. Its motivations alone are disqualifying. But its impacts are worse. SALT was a lifeline to the middle class. Despite half-truths and outright falsehoods, SALT is about the middle class. And if you can't stand up for the middle class, you shouldn't be here. In 2017, 42% of New Jersey taxpayers, nearly 2 million people, deducted their state and local tax, averaging over $19,000 per household. That's a $9,000 increase in taxes. Those phonies did it. That's why they get smashed in 2018. More than 81% of those who deducted SALT earned less than $200,000. Naysayers claim this deduction only benefits the well-off, do not recognize the cost of living in our states. The same people that voted for the tax cuts that helped the 1%, the 1.5%, they felt badly about the rich people. Who, one clown who went to jail in New York State before he went to, he said we had to take care of our donors. He said it, I didn't. I mean, he didn't go to jail for saying that. He played the stocks. Middle income in New Jersey is not the same as Oklahoma or South Dakota. Housing, food, childcare, transportation costs are much lower there. Our middle-class taxpayers are the pack mules of the U.S. tax system. And as one of our brothers from New Jersey would say, we are tired of being the lackeys for these other states. Look who's paying federal taxes. Our middle-class taxpayers will no longer sit idly by. This cap dumped even more weight on the backs of my constituents in my district, the 9th District of New Jersey. I appreciate the growing recognition relief is needed. Senator Sanders' budget draft is an important step in the right direction, but we got to think big. We demand relief now for our states and our middle-class constituents. They are the backbone of Biden's administration's coalition. Just last week, we stood shoulder to shoulder with working-class firefighters, police officers, and teachers who support our SALT demands. Our urgency is absolute. We won't allow our neighbors' pain to be taken for granted. I will close with just 4 words: no SALT, no deals. And I will close that Abraham Lincoln, one of the greatest presidents in the history of the country, a true patriot, he stood behind the middle class. He knew what the states went through. This is the oldest deduction on the books, and they've criminalized it. And if anything I've reported here is not right, I hope they stand up and say that's not right. I got the other facts here. What other facts you talking about?
Well, thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you, Mr.
Pasquarello. I want to just mention, everybody, that you served as the mayor of your hometown.
Yes, I did.
And you talk about President Lincoln, and when the federal tax code was first adopted, the idea was that we didn't want the federal government stopping local governments and state governments from being the laboratories of democracy.
It's a fact of life, yes.
And so they put a deduction in place for state and local taxes so that state and local governments could govern the way they wish.
And they could build the hospitals and the churches and rather the schools and the roads. That's where were they going to get the money if the federal government took all the money to fight the war?
And I know that you've always been a strong proponent for law enforcement, for the firefighters, other public safety officials, and they're very dramatically negatively affected by this.
And many of the first responders come out and supported this bill last week.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pasquarello. I'd now like to introduce a very good friend and really someone who's a leader, not just on this issue, but in Congress, the Congresswoman from the state of California, Anna Eshoo. Anna, we're going to yield 3 minutes to you at this time.
I thank the gentleman for yielding time to me, and certainly for your wonderful leadership on this issue. Anyone that's tuned in this evening from across the country is hearing a lot of passion spilling over at the podiums here, and for very good reason. For very good reason. In 2017, despite the opposition of every single Democrat in the United States House of Representatives and some Republicans, Congress passed a tax law that bulldozed the state and local tax deductibility. This hurts a lot of people. Now, that was close to a $5 trillion package. And so why was this bulldozed? They went through the tax code looking for things that were deductible to lower the price tag of a highly inequitable tax package. And the SALT deduction, as it's known, was then capped at $10,000 for both individuals and then for married couples filing jointly. I viewed this then, as I do today, as an assault on the middle class of our country. And it was one of the main reasons that I voted against the 2017 tax law. Now, I think that if you ask the question of 435 members of the House, do you support the middle class, they'd all say yes. But the record shows something else. We know that everyone aspires to get into the middle class, and we know that the middle class, as my father always used to say, is made up of extraordinary, ordinary people that are the backbone of this country. And that's why this policy is so wrong and it's so hurtful. This is a very important deduction for the middle class. Middle class, you file long-term, you have 4 areas that you can deduct: mortgage interest deduction, charitable contributions, health care expenses, and state and local taxes, and they wipe that out. Now, you tell me whether that's fair or not. I don't think so, and I don't think people across the country do either. Capping the SALT deduction affects nearly 200,000 families in my congressional district. I'm not talking about the whole state of California. I'm talking about California's 18th congressional district. And it's raised taxes on over 1 million households in the state of California. And prior to this harmful cap, my constituents, hold on to your seats, hold on to your hats, deducted an average of $63,083 in state and local taxes. Wiped it out. May I have another minute? Of course. Thank you, sir, my friend. So some have unfairly, I think, maligned the SALT deduction as a benefit for the wealthy. I think it's an essential deduction for taxpayers in high-cost, high-tax states like California. And that's been spoken to earlier. That's a very important, legitimate case to be made. In the Bay Area, the beautiful Bay Area of California, Northern California, the cost of living is really very expensive, and it keeps going up. And it's so high that the Economic Policy Institute estimates that a family of 4 needs to earn more than $100,000 to earn a modest but adequate standard of living. That's simply a fact. So prior to the law, more than 3 million households in California with an income of less than that annually claimed this deduction, as did nearly 1/3 of taxpayers nationwide. So we can, this evening, I think each one of us outline why this is wrong, why the deductibility needs to be restored. Congress needs to reform our tax code, and when we do, so should the restoration of this deductibility be restored. Why? Because again, the middle class is the backbone of America. We should not be assaulting them, we should be assisting them. I thank the gentleman for leading this effort this evening. It's a worthy one, and I yield back.
I want to thank the gentlewoman for her leadership on this and being such a fierce advocate for the middle class. I'd now like to introduce a good friend of mine from California who really had a district that was devastated by COVID. People lost their jobs at one of the greatest entertainment facilities in the country. And now he wants to tell us about how SALT is affecting his district.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and you're right, sir, Madam Speaker. COVID really devastated my community, but more importantly, SALT also landed a devastating punch. And this issue, ladies and gentlemen, this issue is about proud Californians that pay more than their fair share of federal taxes. It's about equity for fellow Americans like Californians and other states like California. California today is still the largest state in the United States in terms of population and economic activity. And for years and years, California has been a net donor state to the United States. Let me repeat, for years and years, California has paid more federal dollars than it gets back from the federal government. We Californians, we work hard. We live in a state that generates tremendous economic activity, and we have a very high cost of living. And we pay more. We pay more than our fair share of taxes proudly. As Americans, we pay our federal taxes proudly. So why, I ask, why does the federal government not being fair to states like California? So why do we randomly have a law that arbitrarily caps our state and local tax deductibility on our federal taxes? This SALT cap hurts. It hurts my friends and neighbors. It hurts middle-class families in California. In my state, the average price of a home, a used house, middle class, is now close to $800,000. So why would we make it more difficult, more expensive for a middle-class family to buy a home? I say to all of you, both sides of the aisle, let's be fair and let's be equitable to the middle class in this country. Join me in thanking states like California for paying more than their fair share of federal taxes. Join me by eliminating the SALT cap, that is deductibility of local taxes under federal return. And I say to you, no SALT, no deal. I yield.
Thank you, Congressman. I just want to, some people when they hear you talk about this, and they hear a home worth $500,000, $600,000, $800,000, they think, boy, that person must be really rich. And what they don't seem to understand is that in my state, in your state, and many of the states represented here, those are actually middle-class home values.
It's a starter home.
So we have to recognize that the country's not the same all over. If you make $150,000 in your household, you're in the top 20% of the income earners of the country. However, if you make $150,000 in your district or my district, you're not a rich person. If you make $150,000 in Oklahoma or in Iowa or North Dakota, you may be a wealthy person. So we have to recognize these regional differences. And people say, well, why should we be subsidizing what you're doing? And you point out so clearly in what you just spoke about that we are, in fact, in our states, subsidizing the rest of the country. We are net donors and they're net takers.
We pay more than our fair share of federal taxes, year after year.
Well, I want to thank you, Congressman, for being such a fierce advocate. And I want to travel across the country from California now to New Jersey to another fierce advocate, someone who served in the U.S. military as a Navy helicopter pilot for 9 years, both in the Middle East and in Europe, who's been one of the fiercest advocates for the reinstatement of the SALT deduction, Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill from New Jersey.
Well, I want to thank the gentleman from New York for yielding. I'm proud to be rising today alongside so many of my colleagues to declare loudly that the time has come to finally address the state and local tax deduction cap for families that have been slapped with this double tax for 4 long years. In states like New Jersey, we pride ourselves on making the investments necessary to sustain our top-tier public schools, invest in infrastructure and open spaces, and support a prevailing wage for our unions. That's why people move to my state. That's why families stay for generations. But when the SALT deduction cap imposed by the 2017 Trump's tax bill was instituted, our ability to keep making those key investments was threatened. The SALT deduction cap affects residents in every corner of my district. It impacts families made up of teachers, first responders, and public servants. For my constituents and millions of taxpayers throughout the country, the bottom line is you don't have to be a millionaire to be impacted by SALT. The simple fact is that it has imposed a harmful double tax and has created one of the largest marriage penalties in the federal tax code. With the SALT cap in place, states and localities face increased pressure to cut back on important investments in priorities like education, prevailing wages, infrastructure, environmental protections, and services for seniors. Those investments became harder to make when the federal government decided to tax New Jersey families twice. This means that more New Jerseyans' money is going to the federal government instead of being invested in our local communities. The result will be less spending over time on these priorities, which would be a detriment to ensuring our economy works for everyone. I've been fighting since my first day in office to repeal the SALT deduction cap. I've helped secure passage of a repeal twice in this very chamber. And I feel confident that so many of my colleagues understand this issue and why it is critical that we repeal it, largely because of the work and advocacy of the members who are speaking here tonight. But we need to keep up this fight for our constituents. As we head into crunch time on infrastructure negotiations in Congress, now is the time to deliver relief for families across New Jersey and states around the country who are disproportionately impacted by this harmful double tax. Last week, I launched an initiative back in New Jersey declaring it the Summer of SALT. To make it clear, we will do everything in our power to make it happen. There simply isn't another option for New Jersey families. Thank you to the gentleman from New York, and I yield back.
Congresswoman, you've been an amazing advocate, and you mentioned in your remarks at the end there about this being a double tax. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So as you know, the people in my district pay state and local taxes, and that's what funds our great public school system. New Jersey has the best public school system for 2 years running in the nation. Types of things like that, services that our New Jersey families care so much about. And now the federal government is taxing that money. So you're getting taxed twice in New Jersey to, really put downward pressure on our ability to fund those great public services.
So you're getting taxed on the taxes you've already paid.
Exactly.
So if a family makes $100,000 in your state, and they have to pay $20,000 in taxes between their property taxes and their income taxes, that leaves them with $80,000 of that income. However, if they're in a low-tax state where they don't have as good services, they start with $100,000, but they only pay $5,000 in state and local taxes, they've got $95,000 left in income.
Yep, exactly.
But they're being taxed the same at the federal level. Well,
and now not able to deduct that.
Well, thank you very much, Congresswoman. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now I want to go across the aisle again to Congresswoman Michelle Steele from California, who has also been being accosted by her constituents. They're talking to her about the fact that they need the SALT deduction back.
Thank you very much, Congressman Suozzi. You are leading this important tax matters. It's very important to our constituents. Taxpayers in California 48th Congressional District, which I am proud to represent, were responsible for 19.8% of all SALT deductions in 2018. The average SALT deduction lost in my district was $28,532. In a place like Orange County, where we already pay some of the highest taxes in the country, this cap takes more money from hard-working families. There were great improvements made in the 2017 tax reform law, like simplifying the tax code and making the corporate tax rate more on par with other nations. But it also chose winners and losers. And unfortunately, those in high cost of living states like New York and California are paying the price. This is a bipartisan issue because we know how much this affects hard-working families in these high-cost states. I do think we can make progress on this, but not at the cost of raising taxes on Americans and American businesses, especially at a time when we are working to rebuild our local economies and get businesses back open. This is a bipartisan issue. We can't muddy the water by adding it to partisan legislation that will pass on party line only. I don't want to see additional tax gimmicks come before Congress. I want the deduction back on the table. I am proud to support two pieces of legislation that would fully repeal the SALT cap, one bill by my fellow Californian, Mark Garcia, and the other one by New York Congressman Thomas Suozzi. Our constituents should keep more of their hard-earned money. It belongs to them, not the federal government. I am proud to join my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to continue calling for a repeal of the SALT cap. I yield back any remaining time to Congressman Suozzi.
Congresswoman, thank you so much for being here tonight and for speaking out on this very important issue. We're grateful for your presence here tonight.
Thank you very much.
At this time, I'd like to go to the middle of the country, to the state of Illinois, where my good friend who serves on the Ways and Means Committee really is one of the brightest minds in Congress today, who wants to speak to us about the SALT deduction and its effect on his district.
Thank you, Congressman Suozzi. I am grateful for you holding this. I'm grateful for your friendship in Congress and the work we do together on many things, but in particular on our efforts to repeal the onerous cap on the SALT deduction. In 2017, the Trump administration raised taxes for middle-class families in Illinois and across the country by capping the state and local tax deduction at $10,000. The deduction was both bad policy and bad politics. Capping the SALT deduction raised the tax burden for Illinois working families and small business owners. In the 10th district, my district, 42% of families rely on the SALT deduction. Statewide in Illinois, 1 in 3 taxpayers file using the SALT deduction affected by this cap. And this deduction is not a tax break on the wealthy. 85% of Illinois filers who take the SALT deduction are middle-income individuals and families. I've heard from constituents, and some of them want to move out of Illinois because their taxes are simply too expensive. I see everything our communities have to offer, from our schools, our parks, our public places, communities that make a difference and make a great place to raise a family, and it breaks my heart that someone would choose not to live in the 10th district just because of an unfair decision made to increase the tax burden to punish states like Illinois. The SALT cap also makes it harder for our cities to provide essential services like police departments, fire services, fire protection services, libraries, and public health. These services and the workers performing them are the backbones of our community. The pandemic has already strained their budgets, and we do not need to strain them any further. Finally, it's no accident which states are most affected by the SALT cap. These are the states most affected: Illinois, New York, New Jersey, California. These states have made the decision to invest in their communities, to invest in their people. They have invested in their children, their schools, their infrastructure. We should not be double taxed just because we've decided that we want to continue to pay to make our communities stronger. Reinstating the full SALT deduction is a decision about fairness and responsibility. A federal tax on income already paid to state and local governments is, quite simply, double taxation. We have the responsibility to stand up for our families, our small businesses, and our communities. We need a tax system that is fair, lifts up our nation, and gives our children the future that we all want them to have. It is critical that we reinstate the full SALT deduction and reduce the tax burden for middle-class families across the country. And with that, I yield back to my good friend, my colleague, Mr. Suozzi.
Congressman, I want to thank you so much, and you hit on the topic of fairness so many times. And many of our states and our local governments have relied on this deduction for literally 100 years. And it was suddenly taken away in 2017. It's had a dramatic effect. Can you just briefly touch on fairness one more time?
Absolutely. As you know, when the income tax was put in place more than 100 years ago, there was a decision that communities, that states that decided to invest in their people would not be double taxed. Yet in 2017, the decision of the Republicans was to specifically attack these states, these blue states like Illinois and New York. And it is unfair to these communities that are investing in schools, are investing in the public services, fire departments, police departments, making the decision to responsibly pay for them, and then have their residents told they have to pay a second time with the federal tax. To add on top of that, these are the states, like New York and Illinois, who pay more to the federal government than they get back. So not only are we getting double taxed, we have a burden of subsidizing the states that are attacking us now. So this is absolutely unfair. It's unfair to the states, but more importantly, it's unfair to the families we represent.
Well, thank you, Congressman. It really galls me sometimes when I hear people boasting about the fact that they're leaving our states and moving to their states, and when in fact we're subsidizing the rest of the country with our tax dollars. So thank you so much for your leadership on this issue. We're very grateful to you.
Thank you, and thank you for leading this evening.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to bring forward one of the most progressive members of the United States Congress, also one of the great intellects who has been so passionate about this issue and has some very interesting things to share with us, the Congresswoman from California, Katie Porter.
Thank you very much. I'm here today to champion tax fairness for every American across the country, across parties, and across the aisle. We are here tonight to talk about what does it mean to have a fair tax system. Since coming to Congress, I have repeatedly heard from my constituents about how the Trump tax bill doubled the taxes they owe due to an arbitrary cap on allowable state and local tax deductions, often called SALT. In the last year, before this arbitrary $10,000 cap was imposed, nearly 2 in 5 taxpayers in my district claimed the SALT deduction, and their average deduction was $22,000 per household. They were paying an average of $22,000 in state and local taxes. Capping the SALT deduction created double taxation on those families, and it penalized millions of middle-class families, Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike, based solely on the state where they live. It is an unfair federal tax system to penalize people based solely on their state of residence. And yet that is what this arbitrary SALT tax cap does. Given the rising costs of housing, prescription drugs, college, childcare, every dollar counts for American families and families in Orange County. And this is so especially true after a year of financial hardship, during which millions of families across the country are struggling to stay afloat. I urge my colleagues across the country and across the aisle to restore the state and local tax deduction to create a fairer tax system for every American.
I ask you, please go into it a little bit further about this concept of double taxation. We've heard it several times here tonight. Just explain what you mean by double taxation.
So the basic principle of an income tax is that you are taxed on the money that you have available to purchase things, to purchase goods and services, to invest, to save. You are taxed on that. That's what a progressive system of taxation means. When you are having taxes taken out of your paycheck, or you owe taxes to your state and local government, you do not have that income left over. So let's use an example. If someone earns $100,000 and they pay, as is typical in my district, $20,000 in state and local tax, that is not optional. They must pay that $20,000 under the law. What they have left to provide for their family, to save for college, to pay for housing, to do other things is $80,000. That is the amount that that's the amount of income that the federal government should tax. What this SALT cap does is say to the family earning $100,000, you can only deduct $10,000, a completely arbitrary number. And what that does is say to a family that only has $80,000 left, because they had to pay the county, they had to pay the city, they had to pay for fire services and school services, and they pay that money because they're proud of their community and they want our communities to thrive. But then they are taxed as if they have $90,000 available to them, but they don't. They only have 80. So this whole idea of capping the state and local tax deduction is completely contrary to the entire basic theory of an income tax, which is you pay tax on your available income. And if you owe money to the state and county government, whether it's for property tax or state or city taxes, you do not have that money left. And in effect, these families are being asked to pay money and find money that they do not have relative to their peers in other parts of the country. And that is simply an unfair tax system.
And it's very important, Congressman, what you point out, that this is a mandatory payment. This is not you're spending the money to go on vacation, you're not spending the money to go out to dinner, you're not building an addition onto your home. This is a mandatory expense that you must pay to, as you said, your county, your village, your state. That is no longer available to you. And in other states where the overall income is exactly the same, but the mandatory taking is much smaller, the tax bill is not as burdensome.
That's right. So the state and local tax deduction is really about saying that two families trying in two different states, trying to support themselves on the identical amount of income ought to owe the same amount of federal tax. That's what we're here to champion today. And I'm proud to be doing it with colleagues from across the country, and across the aisle. Thank you so much.
Congresswoman, I want to thank you so much for being here. We've had some Republicans across the aisle here tonight. We've had some moderate Democrats here tonight, and we have progressive Democrats such as yourself here. And I think it's important that we point out that actually the SALT deduction is in keeping with progressive policy because it supports those states that want to promote progressive policies within their states.
That's right, because cities and counties depend on the resources from state and local taxes to be able to pay for schools, to do a good job educating every single child, to make investments in roads and bridges, to pay first responders fair wages for putting their lives on the line to protect us. These are the kinds of policies that progressives champion. And we cannot ask our cities and our states, and most importantly, our fellow Americans, to make those kinds of investments at the city and county, village, local level, and then have the federal government treat them unfairly, solely because they are trying to do right by each other in their community.
Congresswoman, thank you so much. We really appreciate you being here this evening to talk about this. I now want to go back across to the other side of the country. One of my neighbors and friends from the state of New Jersey. He serves as the chair of the Problem Solvers Caucus. He's been one of the strongest advocates for the reinstatement of the SALT deduction and the repeal of the SALT cap. My good friend, Congressman Josh Gottheimer.
Thank you so much, Mr. Suozzi. And Madam Speaker, we're here today representing tens of thousands of middle-class families like those back in my home district in northern New Jersey who got whacked when the 2017 tax hike bill, which gutted our state and local tax deduction with a disastrous $10,000 cap. It's high time that Congress and the rest of the country heard just how badly these hardworking families have been hurt by the SALT cap. And it's something I know that we heard about a lot tonight, and I really want to thank my dear friend Tom Suozzi for his excellent leadership on this issue. You know, the usual naysayers continue to try to undermine our efforts to reinstate the state and local tax deduction, or SALT, by claiming it's just a giveaway to wealthier Americans. But anyone who actually lives in my district in northern New Jersey knows that the $10,000 cap has hit middle-class families hard, many of whom are already struggling with high costs. It's also caused residents and jobs to leave our state, and now with a declining tax base, it's threatening our best-in-class schools, teachers, law enforcement, firefighters, and our state services for hard-pressed families. The cap on the state and local tax deduction does not solely impact the highest earners. It's also increased taxes on scores of middle-class families, as I said. And it's a very important point to understand because in Bergen County, which is the largest county I represent, for instance, before the cap was put in place, the average SALT deduction was above $24,000 a year. Put another way, a married couple in Bergen County, a teacher and a law enforcement officer making the typical salary, could have had a SALT deduction of more than $17,000. According to reporting from New Jersey's Star-Ledger, if we reinstated the state and local tax deduction, nearly a third of New Jersey residents, almost 3 million people, would get tax relief. Yep, they'd get a tax cut that they so desperately need. As many as 80% of them have incomes of $216,000 or less. Again, that's a firefighter and a teacher. That's hardly the 1%, especially in a high cost of living area like New Jersey. I know the same thing is true of California, like we heard about from Katie Porter, or Tom Suozzi's district in New York. We know that when taxes go up, it leads to an exodus of middle class and higher earners from states like ours. In fact, according to United Van Lines, ever since the SALT cap, New Jersey has been the #1 out-migration state in the entire country. New Jersey is losing its highest earners and the disproportionate taxes they pay to states like Florida, North Carolina, and Texas. That has only been exacerbated during the pandemic. The SALT cap is literally draining the tax base out of states like Jersey that offer far better schools and government-supported services to middle and lower-income families than our counterparts in other parts of the nation. For instance, I mentioned $15,000 of the median property tax in New Jersey, in Bergen County in New Jersey. You go to Mississippi, and their median property tax is $550 a year. The New York Times editorial board even once reiterated this point that I'm trying to make, where we have good services for hard-pressed families in states like mine, and of course other states that I mentioned, like Mississippi or Alabama, they don't have the resources to offer those kind of services. So the New York Times editorial board made this point when they said that states like New Jersey and New York, quote, generally do a better job of providing for the health and welfare of their citizens and are more willing to pay for institutions that are good for society as a whole. Right? This is the difference between states like ours and moocher states like Mississippi and Alabama that tend not to give back to the people they represent. Thankfully, there is real bipartisan work taking place here in Congress to reinstate the SALT deduction, to get more money back in the pockets of Jersey middle-class families, and to help stop residents from moving out and eroding our state's tax base. Along with Congressman Suozzi, I've helped introduce the SALT Deductibility Act, the bipartisan bill to fully restore the deduction. And in the SALT caucus, with Congressman Bill Pascrell, who spoke earlier, we are working in a bipartisan way with more than 30 members to find a way to get this done in Congress and to actually get tax relief for the middle-class families we represent. I'm very proud to co-chair that bipartisan caucus. This tax cut of reinstating SALT can be a win-win for everyone. Let's get the SALT deduction fully reinstated so that millions of Americans and families nationwide can finally get some relief. Working together in a bipartisan way, I believe we really can get this done so that our best days are always ahead of us. Thank you, and I yield back my time to Mr. Suozzi.
Congressman Gottheimer, thank you so much for pointing out all those important points. I want to go back to one thing that you've mentioned here tonight. We've heard from Senator McConnell and from others the concept of a blue state bailout, the idea that this is some sort of advantage, the SALT deduction is some sort of advantage for blue states. But you talked about how your state is actually a net donor to the federal government. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
I'd be happy to. You know, one of the biggest challenges that people don't realize of states like New Jersey and New York and Connecticut and California is how much we pay into the federal government that our taxpayers pay, and historically how we get back less in return than some of the other states in the country do. Like Mississippi, for every dollar they send to the federal government, gets $4.38 back. Alabama, I believe, $4.32 back. The state of Louisiana starts their budget every year with half coming from the federal government. States like Jersey, we get back 67 cents historically on the dollar. What's that mean? It means that we pay lots of money to Washington, and people like me are fighting to claw more back to Jersey, but we know that other states benefit more. When the tax hike bill passed in 2017 and the red states gutted the state and local tax deduction and capping it out at $10,000, what they did was shift actually even more of the tax burden over to blue states like ours, and the red states benefited even more. Now, it just is a further, it reiterates the importance even more of actually reinstating the state and local tax deduction, not only because, as Katie Porter said, it's double taxation, not only because it's been around for 1913 or even before for exactly this purpose, it's because we recognize that some states pay more than others, and we have to actually find ways to balance that out. Otherwise, we're going to keep losing people from states like ours to states like Florida and other red states. And, you know, frankly, it's why it's so important that we fight back to get tax relief for the people that we represent, to make sure they can afford to live in our states and that we have a good tax base to be able to have great schools and stand by law enforcement and firefighters and others.
Well, you've been a great champion on this issue, and we're very grateful to you for pointing that out. I know from the case of my state of New York, in the past 5 years, New York has sent $150 billion more to the federal government than they've received back in federal services or federal contracts. Whereas Mitch McConnell's state, in the past 5 years, the same period, they've received $150 billion more in services and in contracts than they've put back into the system. So your advocacy on this issue has really been stellar, so we're so grateful to you for being here tonight.
Thank you, Congressman Suozzi. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, we appreciate the time that we've had here tonight to make these different points. I just want to close by saying this is about fairness. It's not fair. It's not fair that the state and local tax deduction has been in place for over 100 years, and state and local governments have relied on this deduction in order to fund the programs that we have. It's not fair that people are being taxed on taxes that they've already paid. It's not fair that the taxes that are being paid in these states are no longer deductible on people's income tax returns. It's not fair that after all these years of relying on this deduction, that it's no longer in place. And people are boasting. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been boasting about people leaving my state and going to their state, while we're in fact subsidizing those very states. So this is going to be a battle that's going to continue. Hopefully over the next few months, we will be able to build together a coalition of Democrats and Republicans who recognize that this fairness has to be addressed, and that we need to restore the state and local tax deduction for the benefit of the residents of my state and people throughout the United States of America that are relying on basic fairness. And with that, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Well, I thank the Speaker, and I rise today in support, Madam Speaker, of strong national security policies. Policies like the Remain in Mexico policy, enforcement of our existing interior immigration laws, and the completion of key miles of fencing and technology that protect our southwest border. Policies, Madam Speaker, that President Biden hastily removed on his first day in office without any plan to replace them. President Biden and the Democrats in the House and Senate supported ending those Trump-era policies. Those policies, Madam Speaker, were working to rein in the flow of illegal immigration, and now with no plan and no substitution, the result, pure political theater, simply because those were Trump policies, and while they were working, President Biden stopped them. Now, President Biden appointed Vice President Harris to serve as the border czar. One would think that she would act in critical ways to replace those national security policies that were working under the Trump administration and that President Biden ended. But not only did she not present solutions to the historic number of hundreds of thousands of immigrants who are pouring across our southern border, but she's refused to visit the border for nearly 100 days since being appointed border czar. She even laughed at the idea of visiting the border, comparing it to taking a trip to Europe. Finally, after cries from the American people and calls from House and Senate Republicans, she did agree to take a trip to the border. Now, Madam Speaker, I've been to the border 7 times over the past 5.5 years, most recently in April. And specifically, I traveled to the Rio Grande sector in the Rio Grande Valley. And the conditions I found there were worse than I've seen on my previous trips. In fact, the Border Patrol estimates that the cartels in Mexico, the drug cartels in Mexico, made $400 million in February alone in human trafficking. Now think about that. $400 million in 1 month by charging $5,000 to $9,000 to traffic hundreds of thousands of innocent people across the border. Some innocent, some not. And this drugs and human trafficking challenges are just part of the crisis at the border. Because while Border Patrol and Customs are working on the humanitarian elements of this crisis, drugs are coming across the border and criminals are coming across the border. In fact, Madam Speaker, we've interdicted in the first 6 months of this year enough fentanyl to kill 500 million, kill all of in America. It's shocking that we've interdicted that much fentanyl drug that it could kill everyone in this country. Because only the amount in a sweet and low packet, Madam Speaker, that much could kill 500 Americans. So this is a deadly drug. Now, the Vice President chose to visit El Paso. El Paso is nearly 1,000 miles west of the Rio Grande Valley, where this crisis has its epicenter. If she'd gone to the Rio Grande Valley, she would have seen cartels dropping off migrant families by the dozen, holding camps for migrant families, struggling to get the water, time, and care that they need. So, regardless of who designed the policies, the Biden administration should be for stronger national security policies on the border. But the Biden border crisis reigns out of control, and it's going to take more than a short public relations visit to El Paso to fix it. I encourage the Vice President and the administration to come to the table with Republicans in the House and Senate and implement strong national security borders and reform our broken illegal immigration system. Madam Speaker, I rise today to announce that the Congressional Task Force on Americans Wrongfully Detained Abroad has been initiated by Congressman Ted Deutsch of Florida and myself. The inspiration for me to form this task force was Maj Kamelmaz, a former resident of Central Arkansas who was traveling to Syria to attend a family funeral where he was wrongfully detained and has been held in Syria ever since. I'm dedicated to bringing him home safely to his family. Having a loved one detained or held hostage abroad is unimaginable. It's a heartbreaking experience for any family. Representative Deutsch and I created this task force not only to help these struggling families, but to be a resource for our colleagues in the House, as there are over 50 families here in America who are struggling with a member of their family held abroad, and we want to help those members of Congress help their constituents cope with this issue. Every channel of the United States government should be working to bring these Americans home and to disincentivize the wrongful detention by Americans in the future, by state actors or non-state actors. So, Madam Speaker, I'm committed to bringing Maj Kamelmaz home to his family, and Ted Deutsch and I are committed to using this task force to bring other Americans wrongfully detained home into the arms of their loved ones. Madam Speaker, a century ago, the Chinese communists took control of one of the great countries in global history. The Chinese Communist Party marks this month a century since the beginning of China's descent into authoritarianism. Just as the Chinese Communist Party used violence to impose its will onto the Chinese people during the Chinese Civil War, now it uses that same violence and threat of violence to crush any dissent within its borders. We saw this last summer when the CCP silenced the democratic voices of Hong Kong, swiftly marching troops into the city to stop demonstrations for freedom. Beijing has blatantly ignored the terms of its 50-year treaty with the United Kingdom, ignored Hong Kong's legislature, arresting pro-democracy activists and lawmakers en masse, and crushing a long history of press freedom with the recent closing of Apple Daily. And as we speak, over 1 million Uyghurs and other Muslims have been interned in concentration camps for re-education. Families have been separated, lives destroyed, and cultures all but erased in the name of the magnificent Chinese Communist Party's ultimate authority. The respect for human rights is a fundamental tenet of American foreign policy. The continued suffering of the Uyghurs, the citizens of Hong Kong, and all the other individual rights of speech, privacy, assembly, and religious belief are trampled by the Chinese Communist Party. So it's no 100-year celebration here on the House floor, Madam Speaker. The American people stand with the hardworking people of China. The Congress of the United States stands with the hardworking people of China. And we will work to continue to advocate for freedom of people and assembly and belief and press in China. Madam Speaker, I rise today in recognition of the tireless dedication of the members of the FBI in recently seizing approximately $2.3 million from the hacker group responsible for the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack. After the Colonial Pipeline paid the hackers the entire $4.4 million ransom, and with the money seemingly lost forever due to Bitcoin encryption, these FBI agents were able to recover more than half the demanded sum. I'm also proud to recognize the FBI conducted 800 arrests in 16 countries, thanks to an encrypted messaging app it developed as a part of a 3-year digital sting operation on international crime. Just as encrypted, untraceable communications have become pervasive in how criminal enterprise operates on a global scale, ransomware attacks have been on the rise as they prey on the digital vulnerability of our businesses and infrastructure, often with little hope, recovery, or justice. I applaud the vigilance and ingenious methods of the investigating agents and encourage their continued efforts to ensure the safety in our digital age. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of my resolution HRES 117, which calls on the Egyptian government to end the culture of impunity for attacks on Christians and to undertake the arrest, prosecution, and conviction of individuals who carry out attacks on Copts and other Christians in Egypt. I was the lead on a nearly identical resolution in previous Congresses, and I truly appreciate the support I've received from my original co-sponsor, David Cicilline of Rhode Island, and nearly 50 of my House colleagues that have co-sponsored the resolution in this Congress. Now, Madam Speaker, Egypt and the United States are important partners in the fight against terrorism. Egypt's role at Camp David has led to some of the closest ties between the United States, Egypt, and Israel in their history. And we're grateful for their most recent engagement between the terror group Hamas in the Gaza Strip and the government of Israel. Madam Speaker, I respect President el-Sisi and his good relationship with the Coptic Pope. He's attended Mass on multiple occasions. He's had some churches reconstruction. And he's constructed the largest Christian cathedral in the Middle East, in the new administrative center in Egypt. And President Sisi is relentless in holding terrorists accountable for their atrocities. People all around the world, regardless of their religious affiliation, deserve the same freedom to practice their chosen religion, like we've enjoyed here in the United States for more than 200 years. The respect for human rights and religious freedom is a fundamental tenet of American foreign policy. I will continue to advocate for the Coptic Christians and all Egyptians, be they Christian or Muslim, who together take their water from the Nile. Madam Speaker, I rise today to urge all Arkansans to check the status of their passports well before traveling. Due to backlogs in the State Department, passport renewals by mail are taking longer than usual. There's a backlog of up to 10 weeks for their expedited service and 18 weeks for their regular service. This lag in service at the State Department is affecting Arkansans wanting to travel on a mission trip, study abroad, or take a family trip in the aftermath of the pandemic. So far, my office has helped 70 people this year receive their passports, and we've opened more than 90 cases in the past 6 months. And this compares to opening cases and receiving passports of only about 200 in the 5 previous years. So to my friends in Arkansas, check your passport prior to your trip, and if it's expired, get it renewed as soon as possible. I encourage everyone to stay up to date on passport services and travel advisories, and to check local COVID-19 protocols, mask, testing, quarantine issues before you travel. Madam Speaker, I rise today to encourage all Arkansans who are not currently vaccinated for COVID-19 to consult with their doctor about getting the COVID-19 vaccine. The best way to combat the spread of these COVID variants is by receiving the vaccine. As more information and research develops around the Delta variant of the coronavirus, I want to ensure that all Arkansans stay safe and remain healthy as we prepare for this spread. The only way that we can fully reopen our economy and get truly back on our feet is with more people being vaccinated for COVID-19. Each FDA conditionally approved vaccine is backed by science and doctors who've worked hard over the past year to develop, manufacture, and distribute these critical vaccines. So work with your physician. Help protect your family and the Arkansas community by getting a vaccine shot soon. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize that June is Great Outdoors Month and recognize the great conservation work of my colleagues in Arkansas in the governor's office and at the Arkansas Department of Parks and Tourism. As a lifelong outdoorsman living in the natural state, I have a lot of pride in recognizing June as the Great Outdoors Month. For 9 generations, my family has lived in Arkansas and enjoyed the extraordinary natural beauty throughout our state. I agree with many of the earliest conservationists that in protecting our wildlife and our wild places, that can be done through reasonable and realistic means, and I'm proud to continue my work in Central Arkansas. Just last week, I joined Governor Asa Hutchinson and Secretary of Parks and Tourism, Stacey Hurst, in announcing the new Office of Outdoor Recreation and the addition of a great new wild place in Central Arkansas, Blue Mountain, just west of Pinnacle Mountain, just west of Rattlesnake Ridge. Blue Mountain will be a new opportunity for hiking, mountain biking, and enjoying the extraordinary view of Lake Maumelle from Nature Conservancy and the Arkansas Department of Heritage's latest partnership to expand outdoor recreation. In the same announcement, the governor announced that our Parks and Tourism Department would work with the Ouachita National Forest and open up Lake Sylvia Recreation Area and the old Camp Ouachita to year-round participation by Arkansans. This is a great partnership between the federal government and the state government to offer more outdoor recreation opportunities for our families to enjoy in the natural state. Madam Speaker, I rise to bring awareness to the difficulty for many to obtain a critical document for our veterans. That's their form DD-214. You can't do anything as a veteran without a copy of your DD-214. This paperwork is required to verify for our service members their benefits, how to obtain a disability claim, funeral service, research about lost medals. We need a copy of your DD-214. Well, the pandemic has not been good for this need for the millions of veterans in our country. The National Personnel Record Center shut down, and as we come out of the pandemic, when our veterans need these resources, they're still terribly, terribly behind, despite Congress appropriating more money. It's critical that the National Personnel Record Center go digital so that we can properly verify these service members and give better service for those who have served their country in such a valuable way. It should not be difficult for our veterans to get their DD-214 to pursue their benefits or a claim or health care at our Veterans Administration. It shouldn't be a burden to a spouse, to a family of a fallen veteran to have the proper paperwork to have a proper funeral. So I urge my colleagues to join me and continue to press the National Archives to improve their service for these bravest men and women and their families. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the accomplishments and retirement of Catholic high school teacher and longtime friend, Mr. Steve Wells. Mr. Wells has been teaching at Catholic High School in Little Rock, Arkansas for 38 years. His decision to end his long service at the school, having graduated there in 1973, is recognized by many as the end of an era at CHS. Steve's a native of North Little Rock and came back to the school as a substitute English teacher in 1983. The teacher for which he was substituting never returned, and Steve Wells has been teaching there ever since. When you walk into our beloved Catholic High, there's a quote that's above the front door. It says, "Come, boys, so that you may become men." Mr. Wells just did exactly that. And he served as a teacher and a role model for generations of students throughout the years. I congratulate my friend Steve Wells on a dedicated career of helping boys become men and wish him the very best in his retirement. Today, Madam Speaker, I rise in honor of Women's Armed Services Integration Act. I was proud to recognize the more than 20,000 women veterans in Arkansas, women that have been serving in the military in different capacities for more than a century. Women like Deborah Sampson, who fought in the Revolutionary War, and Loretta Walsh, America's first official enlisted woman of any service. They pioneered the way for women to serve in the United States Armed Forces. And with more women serving now than ever before, at any time in our history, actions being taken to continue to build a positive environment for women in the armed services. Further, our Veterans Administration continues its efforts to enhance families, facilities, and services for our growing number of female veterans in Arkansas. I thank the women of our armed services for their dedication and service to our country. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize 4 incredible young women on the Clinton, Arkansas Future Farmers of America team. Together, Gracie Lee, Elisa Huey, Randy Lynn Stripling, and Catherine Mills made history by being the first all-female team to win not one, but 2 state competitions in electricity. Due to the pandemic, the team was allowed to compete in the state contest a second time, making them back-to-back state champions in electricity. This team serves as a great example to all the young Arkansans that are committed to working hard and being pioneers in their fields. I applaud them for their diligence and determination. This team demonstrated that great dedication, and I'm incredibly proud to represent these history-making young women and all our young Arkansans in Central Arkansas. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the determination of Little Rock native Melvin Williams. A terrible and unfortunate injury in high school ended his football dreams. His grades slipped, and Melvin dropped out of school. Years later, Melvin had earned his high school diploma through a program at Goodwill Industries. The Excel Center at Goodwill is a fully accredited and cost-free public high school in Little Rock for adults 19 and older. Not only is Mr. Williams now working toward a business degree at the University of Arkansas, Pulaski Tech, he's one of Goodwill's newest employees. He is in charge of recruitment and retention at Goodwill. Goodwill Industries of Arkansas CEO Brian Marsh says Melvin is exactly who we need for this role. I'd like to congratulate Melvin on his accomplishments and for being a wonderful representative for Goodwill Industries. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Ms. Ellie Friel on being a recipient of the Congressional Award Gold Medal. The Congressional Award Gold Medal requires the recipient to complete a minimum of 400 hours, 400 hours of volunteer service, 200 hours of personal development, and 200 hours of physical fitness, and 5 days of exploration or expedition. Ms. Friel cites the most challenging obstacle in completing the requirements of being a gold medalist as her 5-day wilderness expedition. Due to restrictions from the pandemic, Ellis had to make adjustments that taught her patience and flexibility. Ms. Friel serves as a wonderful asset to her hometown of Bryant, Arkansas, her college campus at the University of Arkansas, and to Arkansas's 2nd Congressional District. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the finalists from Central Arkansas in the 5th Annual Arkansas State Coding Competition and a finalist for the Arkansas Computer Science Educator of the Year Award. The team taking 3rd place at the state coding competition this year was from Eastham High School in my hometown of Little Rock. The 3-person team included Elijah Keene, Spencer Knight, and Sergio Markin. Each student received a $529 college savings plan worth $500, in addition to winning $400 for their school. Also, a special congratulations to Kimberly Raup for being a finalist in the 2021 Computer Science Educator of the Year Award. She teaches at Conway High School, and she received a $2,500 award for being named a finalist. Congratulations to these students and to Ms. Raup on their awards. And a special thank you to the University of Arkansas at Little Rock for hosting this event. It's events like this that allow our Central Arkansas students to showcase their coding and STEM talents to show the importance of computer science for our youth. Now, Madam Speaker, I bring birthday greetings to our beloved nation. I rise today to celebrate freedom and independence and democracy right here in the United States. 245 years ago, our brave founding fathers gathered together in Philadelphia to sign the Declaration of Independence. And on that hot July, in that stuffy room in Philadelphia, they came together to change world history, to change history here in the United States, and to open up a lifetime of opportunity for generations of Americans yet unborn. And Madam Speaker, what amazes me about that time is that small committee of Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, thinking through how would we break with Great Britain? How would America leave Great Britain? And Jefferson was concerned, Madam Speaker, in his rough draft, he said of Great Britain and the United States, we might have been a free and great people together. Those words are not placed in the final copy of the Declaration of Independence, but it shows the struggle that the Founding Fathers had and Thomas Jefferson had as the principal author of how to make that break with a people they had respect for and a king and the king's policies they despised. We might have been a free and great people together. But think of the momentous feelings they had, the prayers they had every day on their knees for strength to take on the most powerful country in the world, with the most powerful navy and military in the world. When, as Jefferson said, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, to pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Jefferson, while he didn't include that statement about being partners as a free people going forward, he argued, we have appealed to the British, native justice and magnanimity, and they were rejected. And so those founders came together, Madam Speaker, and said in the final closing words of the Declaration of Independence, and think of the bravery here, the support of this declaration with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we, the signers of the Declaration, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. And they did that for those generations of Americans unborn in this great land. So 245 years later, we have proven our resilience and our strength once again in coming through the pandemic, defeating COVID-19. And I'm optimistic about the future of our beloved country. While it's been challenging over the last year and a few months, but compared to the challenges those founders faced, compared to the challenges this country has faced many, many times before, we show our strength. We show our true mettle. We've pulled through as one nation under God many times before. So on this 4th of July, I invite all Americans to celebrate our country's birthday with their friends and family. Honor our cherished freedoms. And may we never forget the sacrifices of those generations before us in public service, in uniform, on the battlefield, who have sacrificed so much so that we may enjoy those freedoms that we have today. So God bless each of you, and God bless our great country. And Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Tenney, for 30 minutes.
Thanks, I'm stealing your spot. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise before you today to share the heartbreaking stories from Americans around the country, including my own district, who were cut off from their loved ones in long-term care facilities during the COVID-19 pandemic. For the next several moments in this chamber, I will share harrowing testimonies submitted to my office from these families. Essential caregivers were prohibited from entering nursing homes, group homes, and other long-term care facilities to provide an extra level of care and love, which is so desperately needed and deserved by those who call these facilities home. Over the past year, long-term care facility residents suffered in isolation. Alone, many lost the will to live, and many others deteriorated physically and mentally. While we cannot go back in time to fix what has been done, we can take steps today to prevent this from ever happening again. If Congress fails to act, we could see thousands more Americans die or suffer in isolation again. I've introduced the bipartisan Essential Caregivers Act to fight for the rights of our seniors, our constituents living in group homes with disabilities, and anyone who resides in a long-term care facility. This also includes young children with developmental disabilities. Under federal law, residents in long-term care facilities have a right to receive visitors at any time. But during the pandemic, this right was curtailed completely. Many residents, including children with disabilities and seniors, were not allowed access to loved ones who had been caring for them prior to the pandemic. This took a tremendous toll on them. My bipartisan bill addresses this issue by striking a common-sense compromise. It implements a new federal standard that will end this indignity. This bill permits each facility resident to designate up to 2 essential caregivers who will be provided safe, reasonable, and transparent access to residents during any future public health emergency. The Essential Caregivers Act is a compassionate step to ensure the most vulnerable among us never suffer alone again. Why is this so important? Because essential caregivers aren't just visitors. They are, as the name implies, caregivers who help with activities of daily living and provide emotional support and companionship. This care enriches the lives of residents, enhances their well-being, and helps them thrive personally and socially. Without it, residents ultimately suffer. This is exactly what we saw during the 15-month lockdown. The importance of the essential caregivers in no way diminishes the critical role that facility staff play in resident lives, which during this pandemic was nothing short of heroic. Essential caregivers simply supplement the care provided by facility staff. They are a force multiplier that enhances the ability of residents to thrive and to live their lives fully. Importantly, this bill upholds strict safety and health standards to protect residents, staff, and caregivers. Any essential caregiver must comply with whatever health standards are put in place by a facility. This includes requirements for testing, PPE, and social distancing. In my home state of New York, one of the greatest tragedies of the COVID-19 pandemic was the suffering of those living in nursing and group homes. First, they suffered because of Governor Cuomo's negligent policy to return COVID-positive patients to long-term care facilities. Then, they suffered by not being able to access the caregivers they depended on for so many years. Today, I want to tell their stories, not only those from the constituents I represent in New York, but also from those around the country who similarly suffered. First, we remember the life of Anna Martinez. Vivian Zayas and Alex Rivera are the co-founders of Voices for Seniors. Their mother is Anna Martinez, who was supposed to undergo a few weeks of physical therapy in West Islip, New York. But because of Governor Cuomo's COVID mandates, Vivian and Alexa were unable to tell their mother goodbye before she passed away after contracting COVID in the facility. Vivian and Alexa have since made it their life's mission to see that no one else endures the hardships they experience being cut off from their own mother. We remember the life of Daniel Alvino. Tracy Alvino is the daughter of Daniel Alvino. Daniel was a veteran and a football fanatic. His family meant the world to him. His laugh was the highlight of all of their holiday parties. In March 2020, Daniel was placed into a rehab facility in a New York nursing home after having neck surgery. Under Cuomo's nursing home mandate, Tracy had no access to her father for a significant period of time. Daniel fell very ill and had to be rushed to a hospital and placed on a ventilator. On April 14, 2020, Daniel Alvino passed away at the age of 76. It wasn't until a year later that his family finally held his funeral to commemorate his life that was cut far too short. This evening, we remember Mr. Alvino. We also remember the life of John Daly. John Daly was a husband, father of 5, grandfather of 9, and a Marine veteran who served on the front lines in Korea. He and his wife, Mary, were together for 63 years until the day he entered the Gerwin Jewish Nursing Home and Rehabilitation Center at the time lockdowns were put in place. John spent 20 days at the facility after having been hospitalized with pneumonia. Having suffered a minor stroke previously, John had limited use of his left arm and needed assistance. His wife was the one who normally was there to help him in the facility, but she was cut off from him completely. She was no longer able to see John and received only infrequent phone calls. Once his rehab was over, the family picked him up to find that he was no longer able to walk. His condition had deteriorated significantly. In a matter of days, the family had to choose between hospice or fighting for his life, for this life. They chose to fight. Sadly, because of the isolation he faced, John was not eating enough to live. John sadly lost his life on May 24th, 2020. The family feels strongly that if his wife had been by his side, giving him the love and care that he needed, he would be with us today. This evening, we remember John Daly. We also remember the life of Rosemary Abraham. Carla Abraham Conley is the daughter of Rosemary Abraham. Rosemary was admitted to a long-term care facility in September of 2019. Before the pandemic, Carla was by her mother's side as a caregiver. She took her to lunch, brought her to family dinners, and provided help with the day-to-day activities. When March 2020 arrived, Carla was cut off from her mother completely. After months of isolation, speaking only over the phone, Carla noticed the toll it was having on her mother's health. Window visits were brutal and confusing for her mother. Carla's mother simply did not understand why Carla wasn't allowed in to see her. As they spoke over FaceTime, Carla watched her mother deteriorate, and only after Carla pleaded for someone to care for her mother, she was eventually sent to the emergency room due to poor health. Rosemary Abraham sadly dies 7 days later on October 4th, 2020. She died from isolation, failure to thrive, and neglect. If Carla had been allowed to be in the facility with her mother, she would likely be alive today. This evening, we remember Rosemary Abraham, and remember Carla Abraham Conley was one of the people who inspired us to put together and to draft the Essential Caregivers Act. We also recognize the suffering of Susan Wilson. Robert Wilson is married to Susan Wilson. She's a retired pediatric nurse who suffered a major hemorrhagic stroke that left her paralyzed on the right side. Her speech was limited, as was her inability to perform daily living activities. She did not get COVID, nor did she die in a long-term care facility, but she has suffered severe damage by the extended lockdown. For a full 7 months, she was excluded from seeing her. Even though she was in an excellent nursing home, her care and her emotional, physical, and mental state deteriorated significantly. No staff, no matter how good, can provide only what an essential caregiver can provide. His wife was admitted to the hospital twice. Her speech deteriorated. She lost the ability to use her non-dominant hand. She lost progress on relearning how to walk and is now confined to a wheelchair. In his formal testimony, Robert said, "I'm not a visitor. I'm Susan's voice, her only voice. She should never have been subjected to the isolation, and you all have the ability to keep it from happening again." Unquote. This evening, we recognize Susan's suffering. The Essential Caregivers Act would have protected Susan's rights and allowed critical access for John to continue for her care. We also recognize the sufferer of Gina Zanchelli. Dolores Zanchelli was the caretaker of her mother, Gina, who lived in a skilled nursing facility in Long Island, New York. Dolores visited her mother every day to provide extra care the facility was not able to deliver each day. Having access to her mother allowed Dolores the chance to monitor her mother's health closely. Once lockdowns went into effect, Dolores was cut off from her mother, who became depressed from being isolated. Physical therapy stopped, and the necessary care she needed was deemed unessential in the facility. Dolores and her mother were limited to only video calls during the lockdown. After Dolores went through a rigorous process to see her mother, she was able to have 3 socially distanced visits over the course of 13 months, about 10 to 15 minutes each, but the isolation had already taken its toll. Gina's rights were violated, and the damage that resulted physically and mentally had been irreversible. In Dolores' words, this should never be allowed to happen again. This evening, we recognize the suffering of Gina Zanchelli. We also recognize the suffering of Lynn Ray Lelidel. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Prior to COVID, Carrie had never been away from her son, Lynn, for more than 9 days. He was 32 when COVID shut down all the long-term care facilities. Lynn was born with a rare seizure disorder called Sturge-Weber syndrome. At 16 years old, had to have the right side of his brain disconnected to control seizures. Lynn moved into a long-term care facility in 2013. His mother, Carrie, has always been a hands-on mom. She never just went to visit. She would spend hours with her son, cleaning his room, eating meals with him, and with the other residents. Some nights, she would just go over to help him get ready for bed. But in March 2020, Carrie was told that the facility was closed to all visitors. Her heart dropped. For over 4 months, she was only able to see Lynn through a window or through a virtual visit. When she was finally allowed to see Lynn, it was only at doctor's appointments. The distance took its toll on them. As Carrie said in her testimony to me, there is only one way to ensure that any resident of long-term care never faces this again. This is by passing H.R. 3733, the Essential Caregivers Act. Madam Speaker, these are heart-wrenching stories that show exactly why we need to pass the Essential Caregiver Act. Had this law been in place, these residents would not have suffered alone in isolation, and their caregivers would have been there to safely provide the supplemental care that is so critical. Individuals we lost may have been with us today. This bill is about protecting the rights of the most vulnerable among us. Madam Speaker, the stories I shared with you this evening only scratch the surface of the suffering individuals and families endured around the country. I've personally received hundreds of pages, and I'll show them to you, and this is just some, of gut-wrenching testimony from families who have been through excruciating circumstances fighting for their loved ones' rights. To read it all, it would take hours, which is why I will post every page of it on my website. Let it be a permanent reminder of the need for this body to pass the act. I will also place each of these stories, we'll try to get them through. We've got another year and a half left of the term to try to get them through special orders or other ways on the floor so that these people can be properly recognized. Before I close, I want to share some additional names of people who also submitted the stories so that their names can be read into the record. Bill Borelli, essential caregiver to his 96-year-old mother. Tamara Holland, essential caregiver to her mother, Darlene. Debbie Manderville, essential caregiver for her father, Wallace McTaggart. Elmer Dengler, essential caregiver to Sarah Dengler. Kim Eastman, essential caregiver to Eulala Dade. Ginger Vukas, essential caregiver to Virginia Ross. Irma Rappaport, essential caregiver to Lillian Felix. John Barabas, essential caregiver to his wife Patricia. Karen Klink, essential caregiver to her mother Cynthia. Katie Zaba, essential caregiver to her uncle Jack. Laughing Women Ashanashani, essential caregiver to her 86-year-old parents. Laurette Klyer, essential caregiver to her mother-in-law. Lori Kruthoff, essential caregiver to her mother. Lucille Powell, essential caregiver to her husband Jack. Amy Saunders, essential caregiver to her mother Gloria Kravitz. Beth Segessenman, essential caregiver to her mother. Cindy Goodlow, essential caregiver to her father Major John Preston Roden. Denise Holt, essential caregiver to her husband. Diane McMillan, essential caregiver to her mother Joanne. Kathy A. Van Benschoten, essential caregiver to Carl Landher. Emily Main, essential caregiver to her mother Nancy Proudfit. Felicia Canary, essential caregiver to her mother Joyce. Joyce B., essential caregiver to her mother. Margaret Melzer, essential caregiver to her mother Elfried Mock Melzer. Martha Rhodes, essential caregiver to her 91-year-old mother. Mary Sue Phipps, essential caregiver to her mother, Lucille Harris. Maxine Schwartz, essential caregiver to her mother. Melody Taylor Stark, essential caregiver to her husband, Bill. Marilee Caldwell, essential caregiver to her mother. Mindy Kane, essential caregiver to her father. Nancy Klein, essential caregiver to her son. Paula Fowler, essential caregiver to her father. Rachel Sanchez, essential caregiver to her mother. Regina Clemmer and Ashley Patrick, essential caregivers to their sister. Veronica Ronnie Ferraro, essential caregiver to her husband. Sam Kukic, essential caregiver to her grandmother. Sandra Waters, essential caregiver to her mother. Sharon Ekman, essential caregiver to her husband. Sherry Ustich, essential caregiver to her special needs daughter. Summer Ryder, essential caregiver to her mother. Susan Gross-Close, essential caregiver to her husband, Dennis. Susan Von Bargen, essential caregiver to her mother. Todd and Marla Carter, essential caregivers for Tanya, Freddie, and Linda. Victoria Cerrone, essential caregiver to her father, Vittorio. Bridget Gianturco, essential caregiver to her mother, Joy Preston. Jaime, essential caregiver to her mother, Jeanette Holler. Bernadine Chapman, essential caregiver to her brother. Courtney Templeton, essential caregiver to her mother. Cynthia Hayden, essential caregiver to her father. John Carlone, essential caregiver to his mother. Lynn Norman, essential caregiver to their mother, Connie Power. Denise Bogan, essential caregiver to her mother, Gabrielle Lewis. Sally Rock, essential caregiver to her 90-year-old mother. Julie Lewis, essential caregiver to her 80-year-old father. Amy McGuire, essential caregiver to her mother, Frances Dowell. Rick Winter, essential caregiver to many throughout the years. Karen Basso, essential caregiver to her husband, Derek Franklin Basso. Irma Hall Thomas, essential caregiver to her older sister. Royetta Combs, essential caregiver to her father. Stacy Pallant, essential caregiver to her mother and late father. Deborah Buchanan, essential caregiver to her mother. Catherine Carlton, essential caregiver in northern New Jersey. Virginia Andriola Mascarella, essential caregiver to her father, Fren Andrioli. Cindy Tate Gibson, essential caregiver to her mother. Beth Nelson, essential caregiver to her husband, Stanley Fullwood. Kathleen McCartney, essential caregiver to her mother, Mary. Cindy, essential caregiver to her 91-year-old mother. Patricia Kladek, caregiver to her mother, Doris. Crystal Tahn, essential caregiver to her son, Jackson. Patricia Medeiros and Maria Tavarazzi, essential caregivers to their mother. Miriam Barakazoy, essential caregiver to her mother. Marilyn Lester, essential caregiver to her 87-year-old mother, Ruth Lester. Teresa Trimpler, essential caregiver to her parents, Maria and Enrique Hernandez. Simone Kramer, essential caregiver to her mother. Ela Haymaker, essential caregiver for her mother. Tim Wall, essential caregiver for his mother, Peggy Martin Wall. Maitli Weissman, essential caregiver for her mother, Celia Weissman. And Charles Galligan, essential caregiver for his father, Jack. Each of these individuals submitted testimony to my office that is just as powerful and compelling as the 7 stories I shared with you this evening. As I said, I will post these testimonies on my website, and hopefully throughout the next year and a half, we'll be able to speak about each one of these people who have given essential care on behalf of a family member and the loss that these people suffered over the next several months. I encourage each member of this body to take time to read these stories and hear the pleas of those who suffered. The one bit of solace I take from these stories is that the elected members of Congress here tonight can do something to prevent these tragedies from ever happening again. We stand together and support passage of the Bipartisan Essential Caregivers Act. It will protect these individuals and their loved ones from any future harm. I want to close by thanking Congressman Larson of Connecticut for leading this bipartisan effort with me. I also want to thank the bill's other co-sponsors, Elise Stefanik, John Rutherford, Yvette Harrell, Madison Cawthorn, Abigail Spanberger, Ted Budd, Jeff Andrew, and Steve Cohen. Tomorrow morning, I'll be joined by caregivers from all over the country at the Capitol steps to call for the House to take up our bill and make right this injustice. No individual deserves the indignity of suffering alone. We can fix this, and we must. May God bless all of those who suffered and all of those essential caregivers around our nation. We are grateful to you. I yield the floor, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.